Hobby Talk, Friday, November 18th, 2022, post Expo edition. We're here with Bougie Eric, we're here with Bobby, and we're here with Yannick. Good evening, gentlemen, and Eric.
Gentlemen.
Yep. Eric's there from a hotel room because he's being extra bougie from all the Beckett funds. So, like I said, he is rich and loaded. And as I often mention, he's got enough money for a hotel room. He's got enough money to hit the like button. Because you know what happens when you hit the like button.
Listen, you got to knock this like button stuff off. I can't.
What are you referring to?
I cannot afford it anymore. We are now on. No, this is happening now on 4 shows. Mm-hmm. I am supporting 4 different shows. I cannot keep this up. You need to knock it off. Stop telling people this.
But you have money for a hotel room.
Oh, yeah.
Where else was I supposed to sleep tonight?
Tonight?
Oh.
Interesting. Moving on. Anyway.
Weird.
Going in here. Paul. Good evening, Paul. Hockey Night Out. I'll touch on this one in a second. So good evening, Name. How's it going? Roll call. Absolutely. Mod Call Collectibles. Hello. Hello. Good evening. Jeff. Good evening. Absolutely. And Brandon. Good evening, y'all. Enjoy seeing the pickups and fun you had Toronto last week. I heard Eric is cracking all the slabs he picked up and subbing them with Beckett. No doubt.
Oh, knock it off.
Evening. Says you.
You're just mad because the Bruins are doing well and Dallas sucks.
Not over that. Jason Robertson's playing pretty well. We'll have to see how that one goes. But right now, anybody who wants to collect them, it's going to be kind of expensive. So good luck to them. Okay, so let me touch on this one real quick. I actually didn't see the video. I know what you were talking about. Like, I heard about this one. I haven't watched the video. I did. Apparently, Dustin did the closest version he does of like, being edgy. And apparently, he was cussing up a storm by his standard. And then he took some.
Darn it.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, so gosh darn incarnations, like it was scandalous. It was scandalous, is what it was. Anyway, like I said, I got the gist of it.
What year is that, Eric? Boston Soviets.
Oh, that's 1979, baby.
79, yeah, I thought so. Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. Sorry.
So the end result was that for what I got out of it, one of the key takeaways, presumably, because like I said, some folks mentioned it to me. I just haven't had the chance to watch. I was watching something else, which I'll talk about in a moment. But the thing is, I got the gist I got out of it is one of his big shots when he was basically, taking exception to taking shots at Nat Turner. Now, this is where the old hobby watchdogs here should point out that he is basically an SGC employee. Like, not actually, but like he's sponsored by SGC. So he's sponsored by one of their competitors. Are you sure you should be taking shots at it? I'm just asking. Should you be the one taking shots? Like, look, I'm glad he finally took a firm stance on something. I'm glad. From that perspective, I'm amused. I'll go back and watch it. But I would point out, like I said, the same way that anybody else calls out even perceived conflicts of interest, like, no, you literally are sponsored by their competitor. So when you're speaking on it, it's like, you kind of have to factor that in. Did you begin with, I'm sponsored by SGC, now let me rant on Nat Turner? Did you include that part? Just want to make sure. You have to kind of balance it out. To be fair, like, I don't care one way or the other, but you do have to balance it out. It is kind of important. Look, and real quick, I'll make fun because it'll make Eric uncomfortable. You guys know that I make fun of Tag left, right, and center. I love it. However, I've also made clear that I will never do a review on Tag, because if I did a review on Tag, it would be unfair. Because I have a very clear and obvious bias. Now, I know what questions that I would ask in a review to tear certain elements of it apart, but I can't be the one to do it. If somebody else wants to do it, I'd be happy to give them material and go, here's what I would ask, here's how I would ask it, this is the way I would propose it. I'm not the guy for the job because I have to recuse myself. Now, can I poke fun at them on this show? It's my damn show. I'll poke fun as much as I want. But it's not a review. I can't review it. It would not be an unbiased review. I couldn't even pretend.
Did you have a chance to hold one of the holders?
I have, yeah. And yes. I think the holder itself is solid. I never objected to the holder.
No.
But my point was, like, I don't actually care about the holder. I'm concerned about everything outside of the holder. And everybody else is fixated only on the holder. And I'm like, cool. Tell you what, for the sake of argument, it's a very nice
focus
holder.
on the positives. You know that.
Like, but that's the problem is that's the only thing they can. Like, I was like, tell me about the other stuff. The other stuff is the part that I'm asking you about, not the holder. For the sake of argument, it is a lovely holder. It is right at the top of holderdom. It is a lovely piece of plastic. Now, can you tell me about the rest of it now?
Yeah, I think that, that's fair for any new company. First you're going to obviously take a look at it. It's almost like, you start dating somebody. There has to be a physical attraction, and then you go to meet them, and then you get to know them and spend more and more time with them and get to understand them better. I think that's fine with any type of relationship. So this is a business relationship and a product relationship. First, you look at it. Yes, I like it. Okay, tell me more. If the thing looked like complete trash, you would say, I don't care if he's the best graders in the world. I don't want that in my closet, in my hobby box. So you start off with how it looks, how it, how it feels in the hand. I didn't know that it was all rounded. It wasn't squared up. It's the edges are all round. So really, it really feels good. I loved it. Thought it was fantastic. I'm a huge fan of the clear label. Think that's awesome. I know a lot of people don't.
How do you feel about the lack of blue tint, though? I feel like the lack of blue tint hurts it.
Not going there with that nonsense. So we're just going to skip that and say that I think now it comes time where we have to look at
everything else, literally everything else.
And that's fair. And that's fair. And I think you're being somewhat fair in saying that you're not the person to do that. So I respect
that. The reason why I led with that, is for all the fun that I have, and I will always have fun with a lot of this stuff. I can also point out, like, guys, I have to recuse myself. I would be the wrong person to do a review. I couldn't do an unbiased review because I have a built-in bias. I have a huge built-in bias. Forget about everything else. I genuinely dislike the way they rolled out, and I genuinely dislike some of the people that work there and their approach to the hobby. So automatically, I can't be the one to do it. Somebody else has to take up the mantle. I'm happy to provide any suggestions, but they got to do it.
We know who's doing it. We know who has taken up that mantle, who I think is also extremely prejudiced since he owns SGC. And
so he should be telling Dustin what to do then.
So and of course we're talking about and of course we're talking about Baubles, who is made of, I think at the time, currently it's up to 16 videos on tag. And
so that's like only like 4 or 5 less than Jeremy's made a tag.
Right. So I think he's made 16 tag videos, and the newest one, just recently came out, and I watched most of it. And again, he's given his honest opinions on things and breaking things down and analyzing everything. And
yeah, I'm okay with that, to be honest. Like, at the end of the day, an opinion's an opinion. So just to be clear, like, in serious, an opinion's an opinion. If you give your reasons, and people can decide for themselves what they want to do. There's a question that kind of plays into this as well, but I want to be clear. You can have whatever opinion and whatever the hell you want. But if you do have a built-in bias or whatever, it's important to make clear that that's part of it. It has to be part of the conversation. And Bobby has to disconnect himself. But you have to make clear that's part of it, because that's going to be part of the equation. And then the other part is, now I'm actually even happier when it's a data set thing. Because when he's doing the thing where he's basically just counting up the stuff in the pop report, like, you can go do that yourself. You can actually audit his work. Since he's made very clear how he's doing it, like, you can go and rerun those numbers yourself, and if he's wrong, he's wrong. But you can at least, but that's objective. You can actually measure that, and okay, oh, actually, you miscounted this, or you can do it. So we can audit that. An opinion is a lot tougher. You can debate it, but it's different than adding up numbers.
Yannick, were you able to get a tag slab in your hand?
Why would I?
Let me read a couple of these comments here. Give me a second. Let me read a couple of these. Here, and we'll get to it. So Baz, good evening. Stars doing just fine. I hope Monty doesn't start hanging with you for the Bruins' sake. There you go. Any thoughts on cardboard no longer being a watchdog? Nice. We'll get back to that. I'll get back to that one because I do like that question. The Pokemon Fungo Kid. Hello there. Dakota, good Sports Cards Anonymous. Good evening. I heard kids are building financial dependence by buying sports cards right now. I heard that rumor too. I definitely want to talk about it. Yeah, started a little while early. There you go. Yep. Okay, so let's see here. If you guys are looking at sets, I suggest the What's the Call set. Okay, I'm not familiar with that one, but sure. Yannick's new grading company in Quebec is Tabernacle. There you go. I like it. Floating Head is a snake that shoved his way the infomercial down people's throats. He hyped up his infomercial on blog. He didn't post about other guests. I will simply read that verbatim. There you go. So before you get to your defense, hang on. So let me quickly touch on this one because it plays into exactly what I just talked about the general idea here. So any thoughts about cardboard no longer being a watchdog? And maybe this is a bigger conversation that we can tackle maybe later on in the show, but just at a high level. Anybody can call themselves a watchdog. I very much dislike the genre. I have no issue with the idea of reporting and discussing things that you think are a concern. I think there is a value to that. But the problem is when you declare yourself it's not like there's a license for watchdog. There's no like certification to be like, you are certified. You can simply declare yourself one and then never speak on any biases you may have. Like there are watchdogs out there where I'll watch their stuff and I go, yes, you do make some valid points on some of this, but you also have a personal vendetta. And it's abundantly clear that you have a personal vendetta. That's why a second ago I just made the point and I said the joke is like, I would never do a review on tag because all it would be is me just obviously having my fun. I could be making tremendously valid points because I have valid points. But at the same time, it would be undermined by my obvious bias. It would be undermined by my personal dislike for individuals involved in that company. So if you understood that, you'd devalue my legitimate points because you could. You could literally say like, oh well, Carlos just doesn't like so and so. Well, you're right, I don't. But it's like, but it doesn't change the fact that these other points might actually be legitimate. So anybody can call themselves a watchdog. It doesn't mean anything. But the problem is sometimes I'll watch it and it's like, but I also know you have this relationship with so and so, or I also know that you're angry at this person and you have a lot of personal issues. If I know the background and history personally, and I'm watching it, I'm like, I can't take it at face value. You're entitled to saying whatever you want, but I also know that the fix is in. If another person did the exact same thing, you wouldn't say a damn thing. And I watch it. I'll watch it like, so what about when this other guy does the identical thing or very similar thing and it's nothing but silence? There's a disconnect. There's a double standard being applied here. And that's the problem. So the idea here with Cardporn is that you got to guys to remember, when Drake had the break, Cardporn had one of the live feeds there. So he knows Ken Golden. Ken Golden knows who Cardporn is, or at least one of them, because apparently there's a couple of them. So at least
that's
one.
That's
of the
where it all started to be not weird, but that's
so
where
at that point, you kind of have to disqualify them as a watchdog. Can they bring up something that maybe people should be aware of? Sure, anybody can do that. But after that, like don't take their opinion on anything as like gospel of it. Like no, they can bring it up they can bring up an opinion, but then you got to do your own evaluation. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to do some of the work yourself. Do some of the homework on your end.
So what happened lately that it would reconsider Cardporn's position?
The thing is, Cardboard was never given a position. Cardboard had things and posted things which were worth looking at, sure. But at the same time, like, that's it. That's as far as it goes. It's an Instagram account. like
exactly.
There's no title. Again, there's no title
lately
certification.
That it gets all people worked up.
Yeah, exactly. I heard Eric is a Leafs fan now. Very true.
This is not, that's not accurate.
Well, the Leaf game says otherwise. Bougie saw me. What we really need is a watchdog. Maybe Mike Baker. Now you're thinking, Maximus.
Oh, yeah, that's what we need.
Yeah, I see Eric left the rolling trailer in Thailand. Manila, yes, Manila. But his normal fake background is back at the halfway house. True. Very true. All right, continue your tag defense. Go on. Defend floating head. Go on. You were talking about the loveliness of the slab. Still, you were asking Yannick if he had touched the slab, if he had beheld it, if it had warmed his heart, the cockles of his heart.
No, so Yannick said why. My question to Yannick is why would you say why would I when on Friday nights we come here and do an opinion show on these topics? You should have at least held it and given an opinion on it.
Hey, I want to make sure that people know I am biased, so I didn't hold Beckett, KSA, Tag, or Mint, or SGC.
No MNT? So, that's hurtful, man.
There you go. I give up.
There you go. Fair enough. All right. I get it. No, that's all right. But that's why I say, like, look, as long as you make, my opinion, really straightforward, just high level for everybody. All of us in the space, and I'm going to include myself and everybody else, I've watched enough of these folks. All of us have an agenda. It doesn't have to be a nefarious agenda, but look, we have people we like and people we don't like. And you can usually figure out what it is. Like, it's not usually not very subtle. Like, it's very straightforward.
Get along in the hobby, Carlos. Everyone has to love each other.
Apparently, yes. But the end result is like, look, as long as it's kind of clearly known, you can state an opinion, explain what it is, make your points, and then you as the viewer do have to digest that and kind of take that into account. Like, it's part of it. So, but just understand it's there. Like, it has to be part of it. It's part of the game. So anyway, real quick here. Hockey. Is there anything wrong with the Whatnot sponsored $50,000 purchase? Why couldn't they give that money to someone that isn't annoying? That's Whatnot's marketing budget. They can spend it on whatever the hell they want. The thing is, they're entitled to spend it on whatever they wish. That's allowed. So Dustin here, joining us in. Good evening, Dustin. Opinions are opinions. 3 of them. As you said, everybody is built on biases. Yes. My vid was very high level, nothing groundbreaking, basically what many are already thinking, which is fair. But that's the thing. Like we also have to include that, right, when you're criticizing PSA, which is your right to do, and you can make your points and give your rationale for it, you also have to take into account, it's like, well, also bear in mind that, like, We have to see. If SGC does something similar, the hope and the expectation would be that they would get a similar treatment. That's the hope. But we never know definitively for sure. That's always the idea. I laugh because some people in the comments were, because they know I do the stuff with Brad and PSA Canada. And I submit my cards for PSA because they serve my purpose and I use them. But they're like, oh, I was surprised you said anything about that. Why wouldn't I? It was there. Like, he posted it. I disagreed with the posting and what they did with it. And also, like, to me, in my opinion, it definitively demonstrated, without a doubt, footage, in video and photos, that, preferential treatment for the CEO of the parent company. Because the normal rank and file person, if they have an issue that they want to take up, they can't walk it into the grading room. I can't walk into the grading room. Brad can't walk into the grading room. Eric might be able to walk into the grading room. He is kind of in control of Beckett. But nobody else outside of that can walk it into the grading room and demand satisfaction. And not only that, demand that the grader takes the peel off of the card and then re-examines it while you're there observing the proceedings.
Can you walk in there and ask it that way? I demand satisfaction.
That's the way I would position it. That's the way I would say it. I demand satisfaction, sir. This is wrong, and you will rectify this for me.
And then he slaps the grader in the face with a white glove.
Don't you think, though, that adds, like, frankly, I made this much cooler than it originally was.
Another 10.
It's like, boom. And at the same time, when I did my video on it, because I talked about it, I laid it and I showed the picture and we showed the video, and I wanted to make sure that was like, I'm documenting it for you. If he removes it from social media, it's still in my video. I am documenting it for you. So, but the reality is, I disagree with it. It was funny is before the PSA Canada show yesterday, nobody asked, but Brad and I were having a fun debate. It took us a couple of minutes late before we started because we were actually having that debate. Brad and I are aligned like on 85% of it, but then there's 15% where he has one opinion and I have one. But we're allowed to do that, and it was a good debate and it was a good discussion. And we were more than willing to have that discussion on the show if somebody had asked, but nobody asked. But that's why I say I leave it open to chat. But the end result was that I stand by everything I said in the video. I'm still very comfortable with the way I presented it. And I still think at the end of the day, my overarching thing is I think everybody at Collectors who is in any position of any authority needs to seriously consider having their social media privileges revoked until an adult comes in. Because but the problem is that the CEO of the parent company is the one who did the misstep in this case. So who the hell's going to enforce it? Like, really, they should really carefully think about what they're posting on social media, because it was okay for him to point out the issue with the thing. He should not have walked into the grading room. No. There is no reason for him to be there at that moment. Because if somebody wants to say, well, you basically controlled the grade, they're entitled to that point based on exactly what he did. Because that is a privileged position.
You put yourself in that position. So you cannot be anybody or, doubt now that people think that you got behind that door. What else going on?
Correct. That's the thing. Like, it's not a leap to ask. Could
grading?
It's not a leap to ask. Could he also ask for a certain grade? Of course he could. And by the way, in that position, the possibility of a conflict of interest is always present. The moment you can partake in the same business that you're running, you can always take advantage of the situation. That is always possible. Now, the one part where I don't go as far as the other guys is, in this instance, for this specific card, I think the grade is invalid because of the situation in question. I think you have to bring it into question. Now, if you want to argue for the other cards because you say they're overgraded, well, here's the problem. I can find you overgraded cards in every holder. Yep. That in and of itself is not indicative of anything specific. And by the way, that's Ham and Eggers who submitted one card in the last 10 years and have an overgraded card. That's totally a thing. Now, if you want to then infer from this that therefore, he snaps his fingers and gets 10s, here's the thing. They're his cards. If he wants to snap his finger and get 10, if he wants to snap his finger and get 12s, as a collector, I don't care. The only time I care is if it affects something related to me. If it hurts the brand to the point that the cards that I have that I might want to do something with get devalued, then I care. Outside of that, man, go get yourself 10s, 12s, 15s. Get yourself BGS 10, black labels. I don't care what you do, man. You do that. Have fun.
15 is pretty low, but that's on the tag scale.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Actions always speak loud. Go ahead.
I agree with everything that you're saying. On a side note, or I don't even know if it's a side note, or on a different note, can somebody explain to me how this card got a 10 beforehand and a 9.5 at Beckett? Well, we know Beckett sucks and their grades are meaningless.
Yeah.
But because a 1 and a 9.5 is the same to me over there. But Beckett gave it a 9.5. PSA gave it
which
a
is
10.
also wrong. Which is also wrong.
Someone explained to me how. I mean, Carlos, if we went back into a couple of past episodes, and before I was fully aware of the situation, I asked you guys about it, and you guys were explaining it to me. And he said that because initially people thought a piece was pulled off.
That's actually what it looked like.
And I think it was you who told me that you could see the fuzz.
Yeah, you can.
Right. So I'm like, all right, well, we were arguing then. How does it get a 9.5 and a 10?
Yeah, hold
now
on.
we find out.
I still have the image here. I can actually show it, and you can see like now in context after the fact. Great, at least it does still make sense from that perspective. But you can look at the original image here, like blown up.
Well, I think that's the covering they use for the laser cut.
Yeah, but that's the point is, Bobby, with the context of the explanation, it actually still makes sense. This image actually still works with it. But initially, on first look, you could see like you've got fibers on the side of it. So you're like, okay, you know something's off. No matter what, something is off. This should not have a 10. Regardless, it should not have a 10.
It's a reverso peachy kind of fuzz. Yeah.
But regardless, like the bottom line is it should not have been in a 10 holder. It should not have been in a 9.5 holder. We all agree on this. We're all aligned on this issue. It's flat out should not have been in that. And then from there we can go. Then we can think about the rest of it and discuss it.
That it's off, what happens?
That is it just a umpteenth millionth example of why I have never submitted a card to get graded. I will buy graded cards when I have them in my hand. I examine them, I see the grade, and I get a price from the dealer. And I factor those things in to see whether or not I want to purchase this now. But I have never sent a card in for grading because I think with this latest example, grading is a complete joke. It's a complete joke. I am totally against, Gretzky rookie O-Pee-Chees getting high grades when they look like they were cut with a steak knife. It makes no sense to me. And here's another example where there's the sticker, the peel was still on there. It looks like garbage. You blew it up. You just showed everybody. It's got the fuzzies on it, reverse O-Pee-Chee. So Bobby just, played right into my hand on both of my complaints. And it gets 9.5s and 10s. If you don't understand as a consumer that you're throwing darts against the wall to see what number it hits when it comes to grading, I don't know what else to tell you.
Right.
I will never send a card in for grading unless I got a free one.
But here's the thing, just to be clear on this, because I want to read a couple of these comments.
Card or free grade?
Both.
We'll discuss that more in a bit. So just to be clear, though, the reality is, and my stance on this hasn't changed, grading is a tool for a function. If it does not serve that function for you, or if you don't need that function, my suggestion is don't use it. If it genuinely doesn't benefit what you're trying to do, don't use it. I don't care which grader it is. None of them makes sense if it doesn't serve what you need it to do. When I send the stuff in is because these cards, I have a specific idea what I want to do, or I want it in the holder for my reasons. As long as I get what I want out of it, I'm good. If I don't get what I want out of it, I'll go send it to one of the competitors. That's the point. Is like loyalty in this business is very strange why anybody would be loyal to any specific brand. Why? Use the one that does the job that you need them to do and that executes the job in a way you're satisfied with. If you are not satisfied with, use one of the other ones. It will make more sense. Or use none if it doesn't serve a purpose for your collection. Do that. That's much smarter play.
And this is, I kind of find myself leaning towards the tag argument with their computer and their high images and their long, overly redundant breakdown, because the other companies are sitting there with somebody under a magnifying glass and a light, picking up a dart, throwing it at the dartboard, and go, oh, that one's an 8. Okay, that's an 8.
Well, that's a good idea. We should give it to the computer so you can reprogram it 10 times if you want to.
So
and keep changing the standard.
It's just I just won't send. I won't spend the money on having it done.
Well, you've got better places to spend the money, like the like button. Moving on.
Stop it! I'm not paying for these damn like buttons.
Every time
shows.
Every time you hit the like button, I send him a bill.
I'm not doing it.
He has to pay it.
I'm not paying.
He's in a hotel room. He's rich. Anyway, moving on. Hagaki99. What's the point of releasing a video every day if your content isn't evergreen? Carlos is a library of evergreen videos. There are some of them that's intentional. There, and thank you for the compliment. That's intentional because hopefully some of them you can watch them later and it's like they're not time sensitive. It's a concept. It's a discussion point, and you can agree with it or disagree with it. I don't care. But the point is, it's not meant to be of the time period. I'll do some that are like this is what's going on right now, but most of them are like no, this is a general topic. Discuss. Just because his chair is a green jacket doesn't mean his content is evergreen. You watch Dakota's channel? I don't think he's had an evergreen video on it yet. Everything is time sensitive. Just want to say he's a big fan, so there you go. Yep. Let's go here. Notes Eric's going to the White Club. Very bougie. Facts. There you go. So Dustin says, good on you for my... Yeah. And Dustin says, good on you for that vid. My respect level moved 17% higher. Appreciate that. So it went from 1 to 18. Sounds about right.
15 to 17.
Probably. So a lot of the YouTube all started the chat this evening. There you go. And there's Ziggy. Good evening. Yep. So here you go. SCA is supposed to be retired and making more videos than 90% of content creators. That's true. 90% better? That's debatable. 90% more? 90% more is probably more accurate. Cardboard lovers, connoisseurs, and enthusiasts. Facts. I've been subbing all my cards through Eric, and I've only gotten Beckett Black labels back, as you should. It's the minimum service he provides.
Only for you, buddy.
There you go. I agree with Dustin. Most people in the hobby don't care about the big purchases. About as much fun as watching some crappy Netflix real estate show. Oh, we'll talk about a Netflix quality show.
Now it's time for that picture.
We're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. Hang on. I want to quickly go through a couple.
Yep.
Wizards, Magic. Well, we could always have our AI overlords take it over. Ziggy's preference is is like Eric, to have the AI overlords that we can reprogram. Guys, I work in technology. It's really easy to reprogram a computer. It's actually really easy. And we can change the standards 100 times if you want in an hour. So just my guess, I feel like you may not be able to see the top layer with your eyes. PSA scanner to sometimes pick up refractors weird. Yeah, basically it's when they do die cut cards, there is a thing on there when they do that kind of, because it's a laser cut. So when they're doing it, you have to have something on top of it to protect the surface of the card.
Yeah.
And the problem is if you leave it on, like I believe, so I tried to convey a couple of things in that video. I believe the explanation of the item on top. Everything else is what I had a problem with. Like cracking it out and finding it there and then removing it, I'm fine with that. But it should have been Nat Turner doing that himself and then going through the normal pros, put it in the front and then get the hell out of there. You shouldn't be anywhere near that room when it's being looked at.
Eric
that
has
to me is a problem.
2 beds.
Like I said, bougie. Eric is a Beckett 10. There you go. So Jeff Wilson's tone deaf, flexing his $500,000 in select sealed wax. Dustin should call that out as well. True.
Yeah.
Eric is a BCCG5. A couple more C's would have been good, but at best, I think that's fair.
Shut up, Paul.
Yeah. So Agaga says, what is a card that is uncirculated? Basically, well, usually what it used to be is that out of the manufacturer, they would put those in the little cases. And then they would put the little, because they actually would have like Topps Pristine would have examples of this. There were some Topps Chrome ones. So basically out of the manufacturer, they would already be in a holder. Effectively, it's coming straight from the manufacturer, already in a holder to you. So it means you're not handling the card, personally with your hands. Now, can you take it out of the holder? Absolutely. Can you get it graded like that? Totally. That's your choice. That's your option. But theoretically, if the manufacturing process worked and you leave it in the holder, it should be exactly the way it came out of the factory without anybody touching it. Hence the uncirculated. That's been one of the ways they've done it over the years. Grading is rife with problems. No audit trail, bending arms, etc. Like Eric, in 44 years of collecting, I've never graded a card. I own a few that I've bought, but as a collector, raw is just great. That's fair. Now, to be clear, one point I want to make. You guys have talked about buying the cards. Part of the reason why people got into the graded thing in the first place is that a lot of dealers would overgrade. They come up with their own standard. They'd make up. You're like, oh, it's near mint. You mean with the edge completely taken off, the corner, the scratch here, the dent, and writing on the back? Yeah, near mint, sure.
Dealers overgrade and buyers undergrade. There you
correct.
go.
Yeah, but that was always an issue. But if you try to buy sight unseen, like think of like the online marketplace where like sometimes the images are kind of mediocre, right? So that was supposed to be like, this is a third-party review of it. You don't have to agree with it, but the idea is that at least you have someone else give it a review. So I'm not relying on the dealer to do it who has one incentive or the buyer who has another incentive to downgrade it. I'm looking at somebody theoretically in between that doesn't have a horse in the race. It's just their job is just to look at the card.
That's
the other
third party, right?
Yeah, that's the whole thing with third party. But the other thing as well is that a lot of people don't know how to authenticate anyway. Can you authenticate from a picture? Not really. So it's one of those things. Again, we're back to the original. So when you talk about buying raw, sure, because a lot of people throw out the ideas like, "Oh, get rid of all the third party graders." Sounds good, man. I look forward to all your trimmed cards. Because if they're smart, they would trim them. They trim them. They recolor them. They do all that shit because you just took it's not a great layer of protection. It's not a very good layer of protection, but it's better than nothing because a lot of folks would 100% take advantage of that. We had that world before third-party grading where everybody and their brother, there's a bunch of trim cards from that era that are still circulating to this day. And as long as they stay raw, no one will notice. Yep. Is Eric in the doghouse? He always is. The lifestyle of the rich and the famous, very popular shows. The stuff is just cardboard mem version of the story. Always going to be people wanting that type of content. That's true. Dakota's last vid. Sports cards suck. The defense rests. True. Eric's such a tag shill. Facts.
Make up your mind. Am I a Beckett shill or a tag shill?
Yes. 100%. I also have a Gretzky cut with a steak knife. Facts. The only time I've submitted was 3 free SGC got through giveaway with Luca Nation. That's about what it's worth. I got back 2 10s and a 9.5, so I was happy. It gives me more confidence when I do submit. Sports cards anonymous is Terry Funk. Ooh, interesting. He was in ECW?
Hardcore.
I know. Look at all these lads. Good evening, KD. Absolutely. Hello, Yannick. There you go. Yannick, you're getting some love. Come on. You got to acknowledge it.
I do. Thank you.
All right, so any thoughts on the new sports card documentary? Yeah, thank you for asking. I do have some thoughts. Let me finish reading these comments, but I do have some thoughts. Yes, I do.
How convenient.
Yes, how convenient. Is Dakota wearing his velvet jacket and sunglasses indoors for How to Be a Real Man live stream tonight? Yes, real man. Velvet jacket's a real man. Dakota's very obsessed about real manliness. Dakota, were you emasculated recently? Because he's really obsessed about it. Like, it's like a real man doesn't have to keep telling us he's a real man. It gets a little weird after a while. Unless you're gonna like play It's Raining Men as part of the. Do you have copyright for that song?
The Weather Girls?
Sure, why not? I think you should play it. I think you should play it.
Actually, when I went to see Eddie Murphy in the early 80s, his stand-up, The Weather Girls opened for them. It was Raining Men.
Well, on Dakota's live stream, it'll be Raining Men. He's talking about it'll be raining real men. Real men. That's important. Why does Eric have a Bruins hat on? Lord knows, man. Lord knows.
Oh, good Lord.
Do you think the tag program has virus preserving from Russian bots? Absolutely not.
Well, no.
Those uncirculated cartridges, one put in the one touch correctly.
Did that piece of human excrement from PSA Canada get my text?
Lord knows.
I sent him. I sent him a text, and he did not respond or acknowledge in any shape, way, or kind.
Well, maybe he has.
Really, all of us should not acknowledge
you. Can go. Listen here. You can go pound sand.
Anyway,
I sent you a text. You didn't respond.
So none of us are going to acknowledge him for now. So any thoughts on the allegations against Ken Golden reported by SCR earlier this week? You have to be more specific. There's a lot of allegations about Ken Golden. If you could be more specific, that would be helpful. I know he's made a bunch of videos, but please be more specific. Help me out. I like how Carlos always put Bobby in the corner. We always put Bobby in the corner. Trying to stir the pot. Yep. Taking a piece out of the SCR playbook. There you go. Eric is going to buy only Mitchell Miller cards. Brad ghosted Eric. Facts. All right, good. Got caught up. Beautiful.
Everybody's in a corner.
Exactly.
And Eric, you don't have to say you sent a text, Mr. Technology. It's just I texted him.
Well,
he's correcting you on the nomenclature, sir.
He's texting me.
I don't want to bring that in, but okay.
Facts.
I had to publicly shame him, but he's now texting me.
There you go. All right, so let's talk about this one. Any thoughts on the new sports car documentary on Netflix on Apple TV? Yes, I do. So I heard about this, and I saw. So Steve Aoki was on the front of it, and Steve Aoki is kind of the musician guy. He does like the electronic music or whatever. He's basically a DJ, effectively. That's the whole deal. I know a little bit, but like that's about as far as I know. But the point is,
with Timmy Two Hats.
Yeah, the thing is, they put him on the front of it, and it was supposed to be what is the name of the stupid thing? The documentary is like Behind the Cards, or I think it's something like that. Isn't it like Behind the Cards?
What's that?
Let me see if I can.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, well, it literally just came out today. So it's one of those things. They're going to have a brief theatrical behind the card. So it's called Behind the Card. And okay, so I want to give a little mini review. I'll explain it, but I'll also give a mini review here, and I might have screenshots, maybe. Anyway, okay, look. Here's the deal. It's about a year late, and it is basically a sports card industry fluff piece.
Is this a spoiler? Do we need to announce?
Not really. Not really. It's a documentary. It's a bunch of interviews and they'll show clips and stuff. You can't really spoil that. There's no real narrative thread.
Got it.
Yeah, there's no real narrative thread. So it's effectively a sports card industry fluff piece, but it's about a year late. And the way you can tell is based on the way the conversation goes, because a lot of them are still talking about prices rising, retail being completely unavailable. Like it's basically it was obsolete before we opened the box. So we were already like we're done, guys. If you want to think of it as a time capsule to that moment in time, it could work from that perspective. Look, here's what I'll say. As a troll, I got a kick out of it. Why? Because frankly, there's so much mockable material. It's beyond glorious. Now, is it a good documentary? It's slick. It's well produced. It looks clean. But that's about all the good things I can say about it. All the rest of it is basically like, look, all you need to know is that inside of it was a mini ad for Market Movers, obviously, because we got Geoff in it and a bunch of it. We also had a mini advertisement for HJ.
Oh my
That's
God.
that's where we are. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. So all you need to understand
They
is that
are
it's-
still around.
well, they were at that time, and not only were they around. Like I'm going to give you guys a couple of things here. Okay. Tyler hit from HGA. So
Yeah.
under the old administration, at the time he was still running it.
Wow.
So they had a little bit. Now, to be clear, I want to give a little quick spoiler. So you can see on the side, I've got a couple of screenshots, and I'll share them with you. But here's what you need to know. Okay. At the time this was running, they actually had a little clip talking about HGA briefly. And it wasn't like too crazy, it wasn't too long, but it was long enough that it was like a mini ad. But the thing is that literally the clips that they showed of the behind the scenes of HGA were better than anything HGA ever produced. And this came out after. It's like, they should have been like, could we have had that footage for earlier when we were trying to do it? You guys did a better job and made it look better than we did. Because we did the review of the HGA videos. They were trash.
Oh, yeah.
It's hysterical. But like, so it was in there. Okay, but I want to share one thing with you. This is an HGA thing. Now, I'm not going to say definitively, 100% that the intention was for this to be the HGA. But right around the time of this clip, I think, time chronologically. So they showed a thing where they had a PSA 10 card that somebody cracked out, presumably to do a crossover. And they presumably crossed it over in HGA because reasons.
No, that didn't happen.
But
That's
here's
a
my
myth.
favorite part.
That's a myth.
But here's my favorite part. So they crack it out of the slab. And for those of you who are familiar, you got to kind of, there are different ways of cracking a slab. But there are some very dumb ways you can see that you see out there. Yeah. Well, what they did though is that they cracked the corner of it, which I've totally seen done. They used the flathead screwdriver, which again, I've totally seen done a bunch of times. It is, you can do it, but I want to show you the picture. Look at the crack on that.
Oh,
Here's the thing. The guy literally was like lifting it like there. And I was like, there's no inner sleeve on a PSA 10. You could 100% scratch the surface. And then they put it into an HGA gem min holder. This same card. That should tell you all you need to know about the level that this video is going for.
So who cracks a PSA 10 out to go?
If we put in HGA, Lord knows. But the good news is we had
the
hobby
head of
luminaries.
HGA.
The good news is we had hobby luminaries in here. Like I said, we got Geoff, Jeff Wilson. We had, the Got Baseball Cards guy who's associated with Jeff Wilson. We had Steve Aoki, we mentioned previously. We had, I think, another couple of card shop owners as well. We had Layton's. We had Layton's, the guy who owns Layton's. So they represented. They even did a reenactment of a live break. They also did a reenactment of somebody weighing a box. This is completely serious. They had a reenactment of somebody weighing a box, taking it, marking it as a hot box, and then taking it into a break and finding a hot box. And they reenacted a break. That was in the video.
That must have been exciting.
It was, so to be clear, the way I would explain this, and this is my mini movie review to the best of my ability. Look, my recommendation would be don't buy this shit. Don't give them any money. But I got entertainment from it. Look, I took the hit for you, but look, all I got to tell you is that we got the hobby luminaries. We had coworker of Eric here, Jeremy Murray, his personal favorite person in the world. One of the homies.
Yeah, he's
Come
the
on.
best.
We got that. And like we even had we even got to learn a little bit more about the Beckett sophisticated Beckett grading style. Like check it out. So you got a card, a Sharpie pen, and like a pad with like a grid on it so they could write subgrades. This is high-tech shit, bros. High-tech shit. Okay.
Damn.
Not only that though, we had influencers, man. I already told you about Geoff. How about the card expert of card experts? The first person that I would go to find out about cards, Comeback Card Investor.
Yep. The first and last.
He is the number one person that I would ask about anything related to it, and he had pearls of wisdom to share with us.
This is
Pearls
something.
of wisdom, my friends. Now, I want to share with you a couple of quotes. Now, it's not 100% because I didn't transcribe it verbatim, but I did get the gist of all these quotes. So if you do check it out, you'll see I'm not far off. I'm pretty close. Steve Aoki at one point did tell us that raw cards and graded cards are two different things. That is the thing he said.
Wow.
That is the thing he said. It was
Oh
a
my
strong
God.
wisdom.
Let me write that down.
I wish you would. Could you please write that down so we all got that written, understood?
Okay.
Now, towards the end of the video, the end of the movie, I should say, talking about the idea of a market crash. Several of them got to opine on this. comeback card investor, Brad, says, what happens, and this is taking from the end of his statement here, what happens when every continent joins the party? We're just getting started.
Oh my God. Let me write that one down.
Please write that down. Please write that down.
Oh,
That's
So
almost better.
we
than
were
the
just
other
getting
one.
started. This was, to the best of my ability to measure it, this was shot sometime in 2021. Oh, by the way, we also got Vegas Dave. By the way, in case any of y'all didn't know, Vegas Dave was personally responsible for the card boom. Personally.
Oh.
And he also told you it was going to crash before Eric because Eric's a poser.
Oh.
what?
Vegas Dave said it.
No.
Yeah, he said Eric is a lying piece of shit. It was me. It was me
Not a
all
men-
along.
Was there not a mention of Gary Vee in there?
Not a single one.
Did they
What was
mention me
that
at
last
all?
quote there, Carlos?
No, other than Eric's a piece of shit liar and I, Vegas Dave, am the one who's predicting the crash.
What
Screw
was
you.
that last quote there that Brad said that it's just starting, or you just talked about it?
Sorry, repeat that.
You guys just talked about Brad there that he quoted like the.
Yeah, that was literally at the end of the movie. That was like the last words of the movie.
And what is it?
It was about the continent thing. What happens when every continent joins the party? We're just getting started. Those are literally the last words of the film.
Okay.
Oh,
We're
Just getting started. We're just getting started. Write that down.
Wow.
Circa late
they
2020.
should go back and edit this movie.
I was shocked they would release it.
I wrote
So many
it down,
things
but
that-
I just
so many
felt
things-
stupid.
So many things did not age well, even at the time, even now in release. It's like, oh, you're already so far behind. Oh no. Look, Tyler is out at HGA. Forget about everything else. Tyler is out at HGA, so basically everything he said was invalid. Like everything. And they literally left a promo for HGA in there, and it's like HGA is like not even an entity in the space. Steve Aoki literally talked about HGA as one of the respected graders.
Can you imagine the people they would have interviewed would have been Mark's Card, or people that disappeared in the last.
Was there any old like people like Mark's Cards or any of the other things?
The only
that
one,
happened?
like I said, the only one in there was the Got Baseball Card guy because they've been doing it since about the early 90s. They started the
Okay.
shop in the early 90s, so it's been around at least a while.
Okay.
But yeah, like, look, the way I would classify the movie is two ways. If you like ironic comedy, it's good for that. If you care
Okay.
about the hobby and you like ironic comedy,
Yes.
I got hearty, belly laughs. I legitimately cackled several times. $1 Million Man style. Okay? I just cackled. So I got a good laugh out of it. But like I said, I'm a troll and a bastard. So I'm going to get entertainment from something like that where it's like, this is bullshit. I told Yannick, we were chatting just before a little while before the show. I go, Yannick, I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't even know. Where do I begin? What do I do? I want to make fun of all of this. I literally want to sit here and Zap Rooter film all this thing. But I would get copyrighted to hell.
Is Timmy Two Hats in this, or his product at all?
No.
No.
He's not an influencer.
Well-
He's not Brad the comeback card investor.
No, but Aoki puts his product on items, and he's business partners with Geoff.
Sorry, too late. This is
So I was
sometime in
wondering if-
2021, man. This is sometime in 2021. I have
All
no
right,
idea.
man. I was just wondering if Timmy Two Hats was in there.
Now, two things. Obviously, a base prism, Josh Jacobs at that. Now, here's the best part. They had Josh Jacobs in it.
Oh.
So they had a couple of athletes as well talking about their own cards, but they don't know anything either. So it's like they're just talking about it. They thought, oh, that's pretty cool. Like apparently he collects some of his own cards, but he also doesn't know anything about cards. So look, the key here is the majority of people talking don't know anything about cards. Not a damn thing. They know how to spend money. Rob G's in it. Vegas Dave's in it. Geoff's in it. When Geoff is like in the top 3 or 4 most knowledgeable people in the damn thing, what does that tell you? What does that say to you? Like, I'll leave it to you to interpret that. I'll leave it to you.
Means I don't have to watch it.
No, Bobby, I led with don't watch it. I led with don't watch this shit. I
But
literally
now-
led with that.
Yeah, but now you've influenced me to that point that I gotta watch it now. So
Like I said, if you appreciate unironic comedy, there is
yes.
value to that. Like for me, it was worth the rental for the unironic comedy and the fact I get to tell you about it.
Okay.
So that has value for me. And I'm gonna watch it again. And I'll just be like, oh my god. Like I kind of want to write some notes down. It's like I know I forgot some stupid shit because I was probably laughing in the middle of somebody saying something.
I
There-
did see Jeff again up in Toronto, and he was very nice and polite, and he's not a jerk or a douche or anything. So
I think a lot of people.
that's important.
I think a lot of people have a very strong emotional reaction to Jeff. I don't care about Jeff Wilson one way or the other. I have no issue with the man. He's running a business. The fact that he doesn't know what he's talking about half the time, well, guess what? Most of the people in this thing didn't either.
What's rule number 1?
Yeah, exactly. So
You
it's
want
like,
to listen to him. Whose fault is
yeah,
that?
like that I blame you. I don't blame him. He can say whatever ridiculous nonsense he wants. It's his channel. He
Yeah.
can do whatever he wishes. No Dapsman? Alas, no Dapsman.
Oh,
So that's a reference to Rudy. I actually went, but by the way, I don't know if Dustin's still here, but I think you'll appreciate this. When I did my video talking about the Nat Turner thing, I legitimately wanted to start, and I actually did a couple of takes, and I ended up not doing them. If any of you are familiar with Rudy from Alpha Investments, I literally wanted to start the video with folks because the Rudy people would get that one.
oh yeah.
Good times. Yep. Oh Lord, did they include the Donner's toilet paper parallels for pandemic reference? They included a lot of things that would make you laugh in context and in reference. Vegas Dave, yes. Last time I checked, Brad's is just an actor. I'm sure he's saying the lines he was asked to say, probably. Brad, the comeback guy, uses the hobby to be a Jeff Wilson hanger on these days. He literally, but look, I'll make fun as much as I want, but all you need to understand here is that the only content he makes is with Dustin, and that's the live stream they do. That's the only content he makes on the channel in like the last 6 months. He hasn't made an actual video. It's just the live stream. They do the live stream and that's it. Next week they'll do another live stream and another live stream and another live stream. But that's the only content on the channel. That's it.
Well, I
and
think
by the way,
people
that's
who
not
do
me
live
telling
streams are stupid.
you. Can go check yourself and like that's the only content on there.
And he never eats that chocolate cake.
True. That's a complete bullshit is what that is. That's clickbait. Already is like a fine wine. It'll be a nice reference to how quickly the economy changes. Yes. Like I said, if you want to take it as a time period piece, as like a time capsule of a specific moment in time, yeah, sure.
Back and to the left.
Yep. Yep. Thanks
Seinfeld.
Thanks for the movie. Save me a click. Yeah. Like I said, if you actually want to get any legitimate thing out of it, I will tell you. Like, here's what I'll tell you. And again, it's not worth paying for this. However, we did get an answer to one of the hobby mysteries. I hadn't thought about it until I saw it in the movie. I was like, oh, that makes sense. Do you guys remember when Vegas Dave burned that Jordan sticker rookie card?
Yep.
In the movie, it reveals who has it.
Oh.
Vegas Dave signed it and gave it to somebody. He signed it and gave it to someone. And it is revealed in the movie. So I didn't even realize that I needed to know that, but I was like, actually, now that I know that, I feel better.
Is it slab though?
The individual who received it wants to get a slab. It didn't show whether he succeeded, but he wanted to do it. He wanted.
We'll find out in 2020.
He thinks it's a piece of history. Is all I'm saying. So he asked him to sign it. He asked him to sign it. Look, there was a clip in there where he's explaining this justification whilst holding the card. So he asked Vegas Dave to sign it for him, and he's going to try to get it slabbed. I don't know if he succeeded.
Okay, I agree with the fact that it is a piece of something. A piece of history, I think, is a stretch.
It's a piece of comedy.
Look, man, I'm just reporting the facts here. All right, I watched it. I am simply reporting the facts. Yes. So Dustin gets it, folks. Like I said. So Bobby's reaction perfect with blowing air through lifts, saying nothing initially. That's right. Yeah, the way Brad discussed smart finances and he wasn't buying the dip, he must hate cards. Probably now. Yeah. Brad lost his shirt in the hobby and then acted like he's still wearing one.
That's good.
Yeah, it's fair. Valid. So, guys, long story short, don't waste the money on this. However, if you want to watch it, ironically, pay the bare minimum that it'll allow you to do it. Bring some popcorn and a drink of your choice. And if you want to watch it in that vein, you can still get some entertainment value on it. But just understand what you're doing going in. If you know that, you can't possibly be disappointed. Just understand it's a slickly produced, good-looking film. The content does not hold up.
Well, that's the way it goes.
Yep.
Not everything's good out there, so.
So that's a harken back to the old days of the channel. That was a Carlos movie review.
Were you amused?
I was. Very much so. Very much so.
Good on you.
MTG, shake my head. Yep. Hasbro was alienating longtime collectors. Yes, absolutely. Players to hunt whales. Yes. Crashing many secondary prices of Hasbro stock. Wall Street noticed, but Hasbro doubles down. So yes, Tom, 100% right. Look, if this channel was more of a trading card focused channel, forget the Nat Turner shit. I'd be all over the Hasbro Magic the Gathering thing because that's way more entertaining to me. Like there's good stuff going on with that one. And the salt is real. The salt is, look, I'll watch videos from channels I've never heard of that have like 80,000 views for talking about this because they're like flaming the hell out of Hasbro. And I'm like, bro, wrong genre. We're clearly in the wrong genre. When is the Ken Golden documentary coming out? Lord knows, but we're getting the Golden Touch at some point in the next couple of months, supposedly. I don't know when that's, again, way too late.
Way too late.
Like this documentary is way too late. And it is like a testament to, again, HJ is prominently featured in it.
Yeah, that says enough.
Like,
That's
think time period. Like, what does that tell you?
the first week of business. You'd think that's the only time they had potential.
It's pretty bad. Like I said, the closing words were, "We're just getting started." Oh, I got started. Don't worry about it. I got started. As soon as I started watching, I was like, "Oh, I will talk about this."
So
I got a segment for this.
did it take the guy doing it that long to put the whole video together, and then they finally said, "Well,
Well,
we might
it's a
as well
doc. It's a
release
doc.
it."
I think it's. I want to say.
It's a mockumentary.
Well, it is now in retrospect, but no, but the movie. It's like a 100-minute movie. Like, it's not short.
100 minutes. Wow.
Yeah, it's like an hour 40, an hour 35, something like that. Like, it's feature length. It's actually a full length film.
That's a standard rom-com. That's wow.
Yeah, but like I said though, like, it's actually well edited. It's actually well produced. It's not like they went cheap on the production. Like, it actually looks like they went all over the country to interview all these folks. Rob G was in it, the guy who bought the $5.2 million mantle was in it. They went and visited all these people and interviewed them one after another, and then cut everything together and did multiple sessions.
I thought they had something.
It's going to win an Academy Award in the documentary class.
Yeah, well, that's my point though that I'm making is that literally when it came down to it is that they put it clearly there was a budget. This wasn't like a haphazard somebody recorded it on an iPhone and threw it together. No, they went and shot it and filmed it like a proper documentary. It just nobody knew what they were talking about. People were talking nonsense all left, right, and center, and I was like, guys, this is bullshit. If you know anything about the hobby, you're all talking nonsense now.
Well, that's what goes on in the hobby. You know, most of the people with the largest amount of clicks don't know that much.
Yeah.
How does that work?
But
Well,
basically,
just like the movie.
I must be a genius then, because I'd get very few clicks.
Fucking genius, yeah.
So, any thoughts on the bath that Luka Doncic logo man took? I think it was a great tax write-off. Now,
That's all. It could be.
yeah, well,
I
the thing
didn't-
though is that from what I actually did a little digging into it. I was checking and chatting with some folks. The guy who sold it, I believe him or somebody similarly who did a similar kind of thing. They flat out said that they were selling it lower in the market because they wanted to reallocate the funds. So, but the thing is, you can write it off and then
Or
you can
write
use the money
off,
for
like,
something else.
Yeah.
So-
They write
so
it off against their company purchase, right?
That's 100%. Yeah. So
Yeah.
like, look, people don't understand. So let me give you my thoughts. I will direct you to Baubles and Ball Cards, who did a video on this today. It's a little clickbaity, the title, but it actually talks about this. But I'll also give you my thoughts as well. I agree with a chunk of what he said as well. So we're pretty close, but I'll give you my specific thoughts. I don't care. The reason I don't care. The reason I don't care.
Good night,
is-
everybody.
Yeah, but
Good night.
the thing is, why would I? It was a $5 million car that sold for $3 million. So who cares? Like in what way does that impact me? How does it impact my collection? So it's like, dude, he could have bought it for $5 million and sold it for $1.98. I don't care. Doesn't make a difference to me. That's what the market bared at this time. Maybe they paid too much. Maybe it should be even less than that. And we'll find out. If they resell it and it sells for $1.2 million, and to sell it again, it sells for $350,000. It sell it again, and Eric buys it for $1.95 and a chocolate stick. It's possible.
Ooh, I'd like a chocolate stick.
Yeah.
Who knows?
That'd be good.
But for the rank and file collector, and this is kind of an overarching point on this, the rank and file collector worries way too much about stuff like this because it doesn't actually impact the day-to-day activities of the rank and file collector. The fact that that card sold for less than the other one, it's like, guys, I'm not in the market for the $3 million card either. I'm not in the market for $2 million card, a $1 million card, a $500,000 card. I can go down this chain quite a long ways before we arrive at a destination where it's like, okay, yeah, these are cards that I would consider in this price bracket.
$50 Medano. I got it.
Yeah, that's about it. Go ahead.
So, you say it doesn't affect you. See,
It
so here's an argument to say that it does.
Mhm.
Oh.
Many people leading up to this sale were promoting it, regular Joes like us, okay? Promoting it as proof that the hobby isn't in a downswing. This was going to sell. The
That's the
conversation.
best comedy of all.
Yeah, it was.
The only
hysterical.
kind of people that would do that are people that would operate at transparent grading companies and people who do
Okay, so-
PWCC auction.
So
watch
there was
parties.
there was other people that I heard have conversations. Anyway, so the average people like us were really hoping that this was going to sell for over 4 with the buyer's premium. There was it was supposed to sell over 3 plus the
There was-
buyer's premium.
Getting
over
back to the
4.
other number, it had 0% chance.
Right.
There was no
I
chance.
listen. You're talking to the guy that 11 months ago said this was all going to happen. So anyway,
You mean after Vegas Dave told you?
Well, after Vegas Day sent me the email telling
Correct.
me to tell everyone.
Yeah, exactly. Go on.
So, because I can't think of my own at all.
No, yeah, absolutely not. We know this. Go on.
So they were kind of putting their hopes and dreams in this card that none of them could afford. This was going to prove that everything's okay and in the the land of Oz, and everything's wonderful and great. And this was going to kind of save the hobby and get all their cards to come back up like the stock market, because it's going to show that it's healthy and strong. And it's like, are you on crack? Okay, the world is in a recession. Things are falling apart. We talked about this since January. We've watched our gas prices, our food prices, our heating costs all go through the roof. There is no more discretionary income. Where do you think someone's going to come up with $4 million to buy this ridiculous thing? It's
Well,
not
to be fair,
going to
like
happen.
just to be clear, people who have $4 million to play in that have $40 million. Probably have $400 million.
Yeah, but
so
you know
$4
how-
million doesn't make a difference one way or the other.
Okay, I understand your point, and you are correct. But they have 40 million now, and they spent 4, but 2 years ago they had 80. So they're feeling it too, just on a different level than us.
Yeah. But just to be
Okay.
clear, like, let me read a couple of these, and it'll play into kind of what you're talking about. So give me a second. Let me read a couple of these here. So wasn't Luke a private sale the first time? It was, yes. So we'll have to see kind of what that looks like long term. Since we're all over the place tonight, thoughts on FTX collapse and its effects on the sports card market. I like it, Maximus. Let me get back to that. So could one of you remind me? I actually want to talk about this, but let's finish
Sure.
this thought here.
Yep.
Produced and wrote the movie. I have to look it up for you, Josh. Remind me later and I can look it up. I dare. So Pablo says, the dude is loaded. He's a very successful insurance company in Florida. A loss like that at him is selling a $5 card for $5 card for $3. Yes, that's for him. That would be basically the level we're operating at. Eric is a noted Celtics fan. Would be over a non-Celtics card. There you go. When did Eric move out of the rickshaw, sat into an extra room with a camera? He's in a hotel. He's being extra
Hold on.
bougie today.
Hold on. I have my portable sign with me.
Mm.
I'm not at home in the office, but I do have my portable sign. Okay, hold on just a second, please.
Interesting.
Okay. So, Bob, I don't want you to think I forgot you. Go screw yourself.
McDavid Cup at 72G gives me hope the hockey high-end market is still attainable. In relative terms, hockey high-end still has some hope in it. By the way, there were McDavid cameos in the card documentary thing.
Really?
They actually included some McDavid in there because apparently in a couple of the shots they did in there, they actually had some high-end.
Okay, so
McDavids.
it wasn't all Kobe and Trout.
No, there was some other stuff. Vegas Dave kept bragging about his Trout. Does that count?
Oh, yeah, right.
So the Luca was also purchased in February 2021. The worst time in the hobby to set up a price on a card. 100% correct. That was absolutely apex hobby still. Any thoughts on the incident at LCS in Dallas? The LCS didn't want to buy cars from someone who had a shop. The dude got aggressive and refused to leave. I did hear about this, not too much, but it's a general security issue though. And yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Okay, so let me quickly touch on this. So bottom line though, it was bought at the apex of the market. It was sold by a guy who already has a lot of money. I understand Eric's point, but I'm going to reiterate that, like, for the rank and file collector, it's not going to affect the price on a bunch of other cards because it's not a trickle down effect that way. The individual cards have their own markets. Now, some of these other ones are going to stay right around. If they're dropping anyway, so it's not going to change that. For me, rank and file, like a lot of these, if I go do an auction on something, it's going to go for whatever the current market will bear. People do have less disposable income, so you have to be a little more strategic in when, if you're going to sell something, be more strategic. Understand that you may go down. We'll get a chance to talk about Expo. I'm having fun with some of these topics off the top, but I also want to talk about Expo a little bit. But part of the experience of Expo was that the dealers that I dealt with were willing to move on prices a little bit. Like it wasn't like I went in there and offered them 10% of what the sticker said, but we were still able to work it out. So, and they were more willing to move this show than last show. I noticed a very clear difference between, and I bought some similar type of items, and it was much easier for me to get them to move off of sticker prices and work with me on things and bundle deals and stuff than last time. Last time you could be bundled, you could do whatever the hell you want. It was like they were sticking to it basically. You had to get super creative. This time it's like, no, I can do that. I got a lot of that response. I was like, oh yeah, I can do that. Hesitate for a moment. I was like, yeah, I can do that. Sure. Okay, great. Shake hands, move on. I was surprised.
Even trying the old, all right, well, I'll keep it in mind. You start walking away, and then all of a sudden, oh, what about 35? Well,
which,
all right.
which was a bit of a surprise. So I was like,
Yeah.
okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. It's good.
It was a
Okay.
buyer's market.
It is a lot more this time. And like I said, the dealers that were willing to do that made sales.
Yeah.
The dealers that were willing to do that made sales. So if that's the objective, then that's what you got to do. So Maximus asked, thoughts on FTX collapse and its effects on the sports card market? So what I would recommend is for folks to look up Mt. Gox, MT Gox. So that was the original, the OG, like big exchange that had a major issue. Look, cryptocurrency, I'm intrigued by it because it amuses me. But it's one of those things where I wouldn't spend a ton of money on it because it is supremely volatile by its nature. And you want to talk about cycles? You have to have a very strong constitution to spend any real money in this space. The people who made the most money were the people who bought in at the rock bottom price. Now, and they don't care because they're all still up like 40 billion%. Even after a big drop, they're still, it's like, oh my God, Bitcoin's only 20,000. That guy bought in at $5. So Bitcoin at 20,000, you want a calculator? He's still up a lot. So he's literally sitting on probably billions of dollars still at this point, even with the drop. So those people, they don't care. They don't give a crap. What's going to happen is very likely it will drop it more. And then what will happen is at some point, some people start looking and go, They'll kind of sit back and go, so you all kind of are scared, huh? I'll take that for that lower price. And they'll grab a couple. And then another reason will come up with where somebody, because it's done that. It's dropped like 80, 90%. It's done that several times. And then it rises again, and then at some point it ends up at a new high. There's no logic to it. There isn't.
I can't say I'm an expert in it, so I won't comment too much on it because it'd be foolish for me to do it. But in my humble, uneducated opinion on it, crypto equals NFTs.
That is literally not true.
So it's just the NFT market went up. It was the new thing on the computer. You couldn't touch it. It wasn't tangible. And then, and crypto is the same way. It's not tangible. It's not real. It's bits of information on a computer with pictures of coins, and you're now rich because you got pictures of coins on your computer.
The same thing, Eric. You're right.
No, it's literally not.
Well, then I have.
It's like your chocolate stick is the same as your hat. Technically, you could eat both of them, but it's not the same thing.
All right.
Yeah. Now, the other thing, real quick, I'll do a little quick refresher. You got your wallet on you?
No, I'm not allowed to have my wallet anymore after Toronto.
You probably shouldn't. Yeah.
No,
So
it's been taken. It's been taken from me.
The next time you find your wallet.
Oh, I'm not. She hid it. She said she hid it better than ever this time.
Yeah. So when you find it, you find those little pieces of paper in there.
Yeah.
They're worth exactly the same as crypto, because if your government decides it doesn't count for anything, it means nothing. It's called fiat currency. It literally means nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a piece of paper. You could burn it. You could get fuel out of it. That's pretty good. That's the thing. People don't.
Unlike yours, I don't think yours burns.
Oh, it would. It'd just be toxic fumes. It would kill you. Look, to give a long story short, I'm not advising anybody to use crypto. I'm not telling you to, but I'm pointing out to you that you have to remember that money isn't money either. Money is literally our willingness to use it. If for some reason we all decided, we're not going to accept U.S. dollars, then U.S. dollars are irrelevant and they're worthless. We wouldn't do that en masse because it wouldn't make sense for us. There are people who are holding a ton of it. They'd be like, why would I do that?
Right.
But the reality of it is it's only based on our willingness to use it as a medium of exchange. That's it.
I know.
So we've imagined this entire concept. Otherwise, it'd be shiny rocks right now. It'd be seashells and shiny rocks still. Because it's been that before.
Winds and mirrors.
Yep. Bubbles, the answer is yes. There you go. Sorry. My thoughts are, if a $10 million mansion sells for $8 million, does that mean a normal house would drop too? No, it actually isn't yes. It depends on what happened to the $10 million house. It still operates in a separate market from it. If it's a general market drop, yes. But but the problem is that sports cars don't operate the way a general market does. I could have the Luca drop from $5 million to $3 million. And I could have a $100 Luca go from 100 to 120. How does that make any sense? Because that specific card still has some demand and people want it for whatever it is and they're willing to pay 120 for it. But then I'll have another one sells the next day for $98. Then I'll have one that sells for 117. That's the problem. In terms of volume, even the same card in the same condition doesn't sell for the same price every time. It's literally all over the place. Oh, but you put yours at 3 in the morning. Oh, but yours is a Beckett 9.5, but a Beckett 9.5 with 3 9.5 subgrades instead of this one that's all 4 9.5s. But it says 9.5 on the big number, so we've got a discrepancy on price. On what presumably is the same card, but it's not quite the same card. It's close, but it's not exactly the same card. So what's the difference? The difference is in that marketplace, even in a house like that, the house is in its own category. If you're in a harder real estate market than the $10 million house, that $10 million house is in the middle of a desert. And now it's a drought and no one wants it. Drops in price. You're over here in a market where you can't sell, you don't have enough inventory. That one tripled in price. What's the difference? Marketplaces. So that's why I say the answer is yes, no. It depends on your location. It depends on the item. There's too many variables. It's not that simple. Josh Johnson from Car Collectors Universe is saying that those that purchase cards are doing great. Those that bought crypto or not are both down a lot. Well, yeah, they're both down a lot. Yes. Now, the thing is, those who bought crypto or not, that is actually a lazy statement. Those who bought crypto in 2021, probably not. Those who bought crypto in 2015, they're laughing at the card guys. Because again, they bought for $5 and now it's 20,000. But it was 80,000 at one point. Yeah, but it's 20,000 now and they bought it for 5. So why do they care? It depends on when you bought. That's the actual answer to that question. Depends on when. The when is more important than the how much right now.
Yeah, I paid $50 for my Gretzky rookie.
Yeah.
So
it's
no
like,
matter what happens to it, I'm still making out. I get it. I understand that.
But that's the
math on
idea.
that.
Like if we compare it to the Apex and we consider a drop from that, it'd be like, oh my God, the Gretzky rookie is worthless now. It's like, that's actually not true. If you had bought it much cheaper earlier, you're
Right.
still actually by many multiples ahead of where you were previously.
Right.
That's how it works.
How many free Gretzky they give you at the border, Eric? A couple at least?
Only 7.
They didn't like it.
I was like, what the hell, man? Yeah, they only gave me 7 Gretzky Opeaches.
You should have lied to them and told you were friends with Marcel.
Well, I'm friendly with Marcel.
That's what I say. You should have lied and said you're friends with Marcel. See if that would help you.
Carlos, tell everybody where you found me.
I found him at Marcel's booth at Costumes, man. And I saw Marcel. I literally looked like without a word of a lie. And Brad will back me up on this. Brad, listen, without a word of a lie, I found Eric at Marcel Dion's booth. And I looked at Marcel in the eye and I said, blink twice if you need help. Not a word of a lie. I found Eric. You're gonna have to mute us because I can hear myself in your feed, Brad. And I said, there you go. I'm gonna pause that. There you go. You're gonna have to mute us because. All right, I can still hear it. So real quick. So anyway, without a word of a lie, I found him at the booth and I said, Marcel, if you need help, blink, buddy, blink. And Marcel's like, and I'm like, all right, I gotta save him from this man. I gotta save him.
I think it's funny. It's like, yeah, I haven't, seen Carlos, face to face since last November, and we're texting. All right, you're at the show. Okay, the first time he sees me, I'm in not at. Do you understand the difference? I'm not at Marcel's booth. I am in Marcel's booth.
I think Brad had it open in another tab, would be my guess.
Yeah,
And
I think he's got
otherwise he had
YouTube on plus StreamYard.
Yeah, you have to turn off the YouTube when you do the StreamYard one. But that's okay. We'll figure it out. We need to figure out the US to Canada shipping and vice versa so we can strengthen the hockey card sales every time I find something sweet up north and inexpensive shipping. But yeah,
tell me about it.
The shipping back and forth is actually what kills it. That's why what's funny is, and I'll give a quick story, and if Brad comes back, he can elaborate a little more. Every time I went by the PSA Canada booth, it was full. It was busy. They had a line pretty consistently throughout the show.
Crazy.
It was constant. It was a constant flow. But that's because people don't understand internationally. So because people always like, oh, why would you use a bulk submitter? It's like, guys, internationally, we have customs, which really complicates the math on a lot of our calculations. We have to consider that. I can buy a Collectors Universe membership, and I can submit to PSA myself. But then I got to get the whole situation figured out. Okay, how am I going to ship it to you?
Kills you.
How are you going to ship it back to me? How are we going to make the arrangement back and forth? And what's my customs charge going to be? Because I'm going to get nailed on customs. Whatever that chart, whatever that, determined value that you put on there, whatever you slap on the outside of that box, I'm getting hit with 13% minimum on whatever that says. Because that's how they roll. All right, Brad, are you good now?
Yeah, I didn't. Sorry. There was
Nope.
a screen open in the back. I was like, I don't think that's me, boys, but.
Oh, no, I muted you and it went away.
Okay, perfect. Because everyone was talking. I was like, am
Yep.
I hallucinating here or what?
Yeah.
You
That's
haven't
why-
had a lot of sleep, so it's possible.
Yeah.
I know. I just dropped off Summer to the movies. They're going to the 10:15 Black Panther at 10:15. It's 3 hours long, and I told them I drive her and her friends home, so I got to go back and pick them up at 1:15. I'm like,
There you go.
what the
You're,
hell?
you're an
You know
animal.
where you are for
We'll
the
have a
next
nice
3
nap
hours.
there, anyways.
Yeah.
There you go. Sounds good. Sounds good. But anyway, so no, Brad, you can kind of testify to this. So now I want to talk. So by the way, guys, in the chat, two things. Number one, remember to hit the like button. I charge Eric.
Oh, come on.
Second thing, very important second thing, is that we're going to talk about the Expo now a little bit. So if you got anything you want to chat about Expo or whatever, you're welcome to do it. If there's any other questions or comments from any of the stuff we already talked about, happy to do it. You can more than welcome to throw it in the chat. And as I get to it, I'll read through and I'll make sure to come back to your comments and stuff because I'm reading it. But I just want to make sure we're in a good place here. I also want to make sure I get this comment here. Nice to know I live in Eric's head rent free. Also kind of scary and disturbing. Filthy place. True. It's a good comment. Needed to be read. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob, as always. But the fact is, yeah. So when we got into it, like every time I was by there, you guys were busy. It was pretty consistent flow of folks coming through, submitting cards. It was almost as crazy as when Jeremy and Eric were over at the Beckett booth. Like it was almost like that crazy. It was almost like that.
First question, though. Eric, sorry if I missed this, but did you get kicked out or something, Eric? You're in a hotel room now?
I spent way too much money, and this is my punishment.
That's a lie.
Gotcha.
That's a lie.
No.
He's on vacation being bougie.
No, I am not on vacation being bougie. I am at the University of Maine, and we have a college tour for my daughter at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Nice. Okay, good.
And also he's in a hotel being bougie.
I'm not being bougie.
Whatever you say, man. I saw the servants before we started going live. You just shoot them away. You're like, I don't want them to see. Eric, after seeing your Expo pickups, you're lucky your wife not only hid your wallet and not your corpse.
Yeah,
Yes.
Bob, you are 100% correct, and I have a lot more to show.
We'll see if he has Bruin stuff when he comes back.
She probably has like one of her friends breaking into our house, grabbing all my stuff and selling it.
It's the right thing to do. Yeah, but we'll chat a little bit of Expo now because one of those things like I met up with all the guys at different times, but there you go, you can mute yourself. What I was gonna say was so I met up with the guys at different times, but this time around we weren't able to arrange. Usually we're able to get to a dinner at one point, but we just couldn't arrange it. I definitely chatted with Brad a number of times through. I chatted with Yannick here and there, but it was honestly like chatting with them a couple of minutes here and there. So we actually have a bit of an opportunity here where like I've given my story, my vlogs and stuff that I did. I was chatting with Eric obviously on the live, so thanks to Eric for coming in. We'll give him praise here for a minute. But thanks to Eric for chiming in the live stream. But I was able to do it with Jason, Cards and Comics. We had a lot of fun. It was a good conversation. I got to chat with the guy a little bit as well. So I thought it was a really good live. I wanted to do one from the Expo and was able to do one during the Expo, which is great. But then the other piece of the puzzle was, I wasn't around during when these guys were doing a lot of their stuff. I was doing my thing and chatting with folks. I chatted with Josh and I chatted with a couple of different folks that are in the chat here. I got to hang out with Paul a number of different times. So it's really cool being able to hang with some of the folks in the chat in person and being able to chat with them. But that's what I was doing for a good chunk of my time. So, but these guys were off doing their own adventures. Eric was off accosting Marcel Dion. Brad was trying to not kill over and collapse. Bobby was doing Bobby Burrell things, finding Bobby Burrell stuff. So, and Yannick was running around.
I didn't find stuff. That's the problem.
They weren't too successful.
It was actually probably the worst show in 20-something years that I never really found anything.
Really? Okay.
Surprisingly good.
Yeah, but that's why I wanted to kind of get your respective takes on your own Expo experience because, like I said, I didn't see a good chunk of it. So tell you what, Yannick, I know you were out running around taking footage with your camera and everything. Why don't I start with you? What was your experience? You obviously got a chance to do some stuff, hang around. You got to go to a Leafs game. With Leaf fan Eric.
I would like to please say something first before Yannick talks. It's that when you mentioned a minute ago that we were unable this year to have our traditional dinner, I would like everyone to know that is 100% Brad's fault, and he was very rude, and he forced Yannick and I to go to a Toronto Maple Leafs game.
That does not look like what this image shows.
and that blew
looks
up
like you were
that blew
totally
up all the
tortured.
dinner plans.
Mhm.
And I just, I begrudge him on that because I was really looking forward to hanging out with everybody. And he forced Yannick and I to go to a Toronto Maple Leafs game, and it really ruined the trip.
You realize that the image in the screen completely contradicts your ridiculous story.
I don't know where the jersey came from.
Like, you're wearing it, Eric. You are wearing the jersey on your body. That is what is occurring right now.
If I had extra money, I probably would have bought one.
Interesting. Interesting.
There's
So
proof,
Eric's
yeah.
a lying sack of shit. Yannick, how was your experience?
Great.
I'm gonna refill my
Beyond
beer.
great.
So go ahead, please share your story.
It was beyond great. Just it went so fast. 5 days. The place was just packed. The size was unbelievable. Square footage wise, it was actually a big space to walk, but lots of room, I guess, for everyone. Was beyond expectations, I guess, even on the crowd. From what I hear, it's probably one of the busiest, if not the busiest. It was fantastic. It's the yearly trip that I always look forward, and it just keeps getting better for real. So any of you guys who never attended and have a chance to do it, I definitely recommend it. As in, it's the biggest for hockey. There's not even anything I think I can compare it. It's probably the national is to baseball what the Expo is to hockey. So hockey is king definitely, but there's a little bit of everything. And overall, I give it a 11 out of 10 for me. Anyway, so
Spinal Tap numbers, absolutely.
exactly. So and overall, I would say to be repeated, the same or even better. There's always place for improvements, but I guess everything cannot be perfect. But I think Toronto Expo is it's gonna become one of those must-go places for a lot of people. So
I would say. And you got a couple of fun stories there, Yannick, if you want to share them about your hotel and plane.
we got lots of time anyway for that. So we'll just.
So tell you what, I'll cycle back around because I know we've
Yeah.
got that, but I want to do a little around the horn and give everybody a shot. I
Different
wanted
amount
to
of
lay the
stories. So
Yeah, I
we
wanted
got
to lay the
time,
groundwork
right?
a little
Brad's
bit.
got until 1 a.m. anyway.
There you go. Yeah. So we'll touch on, like I said, this is the segment where we'll get to talk Expo a little bit. So let me read a couple of these comments here, just so we've got everything covered. Here. Eric, you do have some epic pickups. That's just what I saw on Friday afternoon. There you go. Absolutely. Eric is really in Maine because he heard a special time of year, his favorite bug to snack on. Facts. A wife's friend had a daughter attend Maine to do athletic training degree, whatever that's called, because she wanted to specialize in hockey. Said it was a great school. There you go. Good to know. Good to know. Thank you, Bubbles. Eric, here is great meeting you at the Esposito Auto Line. Maybe next time we do a photo op. There you go. So
Hey, just real quick. Thank you so much for coming over and saying hello. It was great to meet you. Thanks for typing in and saying hello tonight. I know that you were wasn't sure if you're going to be able to pop in tonight and leave a comment. So thanks for doing so, and I hope to see you again next year.
Good stuff. Good stuff. It's good that folks at least came by and said hello. I definitely got a chance to chat with a number of different folks who watched the show or watching a replay or whatever. Thank you to all of you, in general terms. I'm not going to try to name people off. I do remember some names, but I don't want to pretend to leave anybody out. Did get a chance to chat with a number of different folks. So thank you all for coming by and saying hello. Or if you saw me somewhere, at least waving or chatting a little bit when we got the chance. So that's good. Josh here says, when I was at PSA booth Friday afternoon dropping off cards, I didn't see anyone at any other grading companies, which I feel says a lot. Yeah, on the Friday for sure. There was definitely some quiet lulls. But like I said, the PSA Canada booth was moving pretty consistently, if nothing else. So good evening, gentlemen. Absolutely. Thank you, Korean Cardboard. Look how satisfied Yannick is with the fact Eric is wearing Leafs gear. Facts. Paul enjoyed the picture.
He even tried to buy me a hat.
He did. Sure.
And what did you say, you son of a bitch?
I said, "F no."
And I told Yannick that he was a fool. He should have taken it and then thrown it in the trash and made you spend the money anyway. On the thread, it was suggested to switch the grading with the autograph pavilion to drive more traffic to Hall 4. Thoughts on that? So, okay. The switch to the grading with the autograph pavilion was to drive more traffic to Hall 4. So any thoughts on that one, Brett?
Yeah, honestly, from my standpoint, it doesn't matter. Whatever Steve Menzies decides to do, we'd be happy to do it. People are going to come there and find us. If we're in hall 4 or 5, whatever it is. I would have liked to been closer maybe to the AMG booth, because I did miss the fun that the guys had at that booth. That's for sure. But next time, we're going to have more people, and it went smooth as hell. But working from 8 till 8, just talking consistently the whole time was too much. So yeah, I think that might be a good idea. Maybe switch it up.
Everything that had lineups should be in the back hall, because basically
Yeah.
the fact that everyone was lining up and waiting for a long time, lots of
Yeah.
the vendors were.
There was problems with the lines, though. Yeah, Nick. The lines were running into other people's booths and standing in front of them all night. So it wasn't really well coordinated.
It was bad.
Where was that at?
For the autographs, I assume. For the autographs.
Esposito had such a long line that it was total chaos. Nobody knew what it, because you had 3 lines. Okay, you had the regular Esposito line, the fast pass Esposito line, and then you had the VIP pass for all 3: Esposito, Henderson, and Cornmayer. And there was no one around saying stand here. There was nothing that marked these things.
Mm-hmm.
So the crowd was trying to figure things out themselves. They were getting very, very upset.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of banter back and forth. And a lot of these young kids that were working the floor and working it were taking the brunt. High school, college age kids, teenagers, people are yelling at them and all this. And these kids didn't know what to do. I mean, they're looking for maybe somebody with a little more authority to give them some direction, and they were just thrown to the sharks.
Every night lined up for over an hour, and when I finally got to the counter to exchange my the tickets, coupons you get if you bought a VIP package, and you can exchange that money back towards a signing guest. Anyway, long story short, for Tim Raines, there's nothing for him to sign. So I waited that whole time to show up to be like, well, we have nothing for him.
Yeah, no baseball for Tim Raines. No 8x10s, no baseballs, nothing. There was nothing for him.
So I think, and this will be maybe something, because I do want to reach out to him later and we'll chat. This may be an opportunity.
Tim Raines?
No, yes. Well, maybe Tim Raines too, but I was thinking Menzies, because this is one thing where, like, now that we got a chance to experience the show, like I said, for the most part. And maybe this is kind of my overarching theme for the better part of this year, because a lot of my videos fall under this same topic. If you really listen to some of the videos I've done, you'll get a certain impression. I have a certain way I approach the hobby, and I think it's become pretty clear with my content. I look at it to give me the enjoyment that I get out of it. I look at it from the perspective of, as long as I'm having a good time doing what I'm doing, I really don't care what everybody else is doing. I don't care what's going on. That isn't to say I ignore what else is going on, but I understand that. I'm like, well, there's only so many things you can do. But it also, at the same time, is that
after 12, yeah.
But the reality of it is that I'm moving past so I can get my point. The reality of it is that a lot of people, I think, spend too much time worrying about what everybody else is doing. A lot of people spend too much time concerning themselves with, oh, well, this is terrible for the hobby. It's like, who cares? It is not your job to steward the hobby. It is your job to steward your own hobby. That's what you should be concerning yourself with. That's your real business. Because if there is a legitimate issue, then yes, it needs to be dealt with, and so on and so forth. But for most of the time, there's a lot of people who have no business in it, have no stake in it, and no consequences of it. But they're more than willing to step in and want to step in and save the hobby. And it's like, dude, what are you even here for? And if you go into it with that perspective, you'll get your enjoyment out of all of this stuff. You'll get what you want out of a lot of this stuff, and you'll be able to proceed through it and get some enjoyment. Because that's really the thing. And by the way, if you're not getting enjoyment out of it, then yes, leave. I'm not saying it in a mean way. I'm saying, no, you're probably not getting enjoyment out of it. Then you should do something that gives you enjoyment. Whatever
It's
that
certainly
is.
more of a social event for me, I guess, more than anything else. It's not like you find anything crazy there in the last 5 years or so. But every once in a while, you find something good. But it's the friends. It's the dinners usually that we go to. And,
yeah, thanks, Brad.
Yeah.
Jerk.
But the thing is that when I went into this show, I went into the show with 2 understandings. One, that I knew my budget was going to be limited. I actually left with money. which is a little unusual. Yeah, for me, it's unusual. Like, I found stuff. It wasn't that I didn't find anything. It was like I was being very particular. I negotiated on everything I purchased. I had some items that the purchase was set up before we even got there. I was very content with what I left with. I felt like I left with good stuff that I was happy with. But the end result was I wasn't going to spend money just for the hell of it, just to spend money. That wasn't the objective. That wasn't the goal. And normally I bring more. So it's one of those things which was funny. I just didn't see. There were things that maybe if I had had a little more cash sitting with me, I would have at least taken a stab at. But I wasn't keen to go to the machine and go grab more cash just for the hell of it. It was just like, no, it better be something I really want. It's got to be something I really want. Because there's other stuff that interests me and other stuff that I'm pursuing. But at this point, you're going to the expo for the experience of being there, checking out stuff, hanging out and chatting with folks. And if you happen to find something that's kind of a bonus, and yes, there's stuff out there for different interests, so maybe you can find what you're looking for. But it depends. There's going to be opportunities here and there, but it's going to be a mixed bag. Cool. So Yannick covered a little bit of ground there. So before we'll give Eric his moment here too. Other than the costing Marcel, Brad, outside of being at the show, chatting with folks, being at the booth, we chatted a little bit yesterday. You did get to venture, not as much as you would have liked, but did you, when you did venture out, were you able to participate in anything, see anything cool, anything for you on the floor?
Yeah, I did. I had a couple deals lined up that I picked up a few things that I was pretty happy. I got 3 cards from Reed, drove up from Buffalo, and I picked up 3 cards from my set, which are pretty cool. I think I showed them to you guys, but there is a.
Yep, there you go.
And if I can turn it so you can see, that's a PSA 10. Oh, sorry.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
But I can't tell if that's is that a Ranger? Who is that?
Yeah, Jim Nielsen.
Oh,
So Brad,
okay.
was that a recent submission? That card, as far as you know, or no?
Yeah, no, it was. So I did the deal he got it back about 6 months ago.
Okay, can you do me a favor? I want to check something because I think this might actually work for us. Can you give me the number on the slab?
Yep. Perfect. 582
Yep.
84003.
Okay, let me try. Let me give this a shot to see if this works. We talked about this before, but I want to see if it's active for this one. Okay, so yep, we've got the info. Oh, unfortunately, they didn't take a scan of that one. On some of these items, if it's been done the last period of time, sometimes they do take a scan of it. I wanted to see if I could pull up the picture for you, but anyway.
I think there's something going on with the scan with looking at pictures and scans on psacard.com right now, because I've had a lot of stuff in the last week that isn't showing up, so I'm not positive on that. But
Actually,
anyways, yeah. So to get off that, but I got a PSA 10, so that's my fourth PSA 10 for my set.
Yep.
Which is awesome. And I picked up Vic
Nice.
Hadfield and Ted Harrison PSA 9s, which
Carlos, can you make
super
that?
excited.
Hold on.
yeah, I'm gonna try. So hold them up again, Brad.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
Brad, hold on. We can't see him. Okay. Now, who's that? Is that Hatfield?
Vic Hadfield, yeah. Sorry, I wish my
Uh,
light could get better.
It's all right. Very
Um,
nice.
Vic Hadfield and Ted Harris.
Awesome.
And they're awesome PSA. Not like these cards look flawless. So
Oh, that's when somebody can get a vintage card that looks absolutely perfect, like it was just came out of the factory yesterday. I think that's special because where has this thing been? That's why I love vintage. It's all about the history. This thing was made in 1966. That was a long time ago now for that card to be passed around, and where has it traveled, and how is it absolutely mint after all these years? It's just that is the mystery that I love thinking about when I get my hands on a vintage card and say I am the new curator of this card. From
Eric is asking questions. I just wanted to answer the question. Go on. Sorry, continue.
It was PSA, not Beckett.
Hold on. Hey, Nat, can you walk this one in for me, bro?
Please.
Allegedly. Sorry.
Well-
Go. Oh, wait, I was supposed to mute myself. Sorry. Go on.
well, first of all, we know that Brad would never ask Nat to do something like that.
No, he'd asked me to ask that.
No, he
So
would just
there's an order of things.
he would just do it himself in his basement.
yeah, absolutely. Why mess around? Why waste time?
Well, Brad, we already established. I told you I taught you how to get a thing out of a holder. So apparently, like leaving that one to me was fine. Like I handled that business. I took care of it.
Well, he doesn't have a basement, really. So
I'm telling you though, like I still think, Carlos, like I know that we don't know yet,
Yeah.
but I feel like there has to be a way to get this out without cracking it.
Oh, I'm sure. Like, I have no doubt. Like, I was in a situation where I was literally at the booth. So I'll give the story. So good evening, Stephen. Absolutely. Let me quickly give the story. So I'll give a quick story. I wanted to share a couple.
I think it's pressure pointed. So
I
kind
think
of
so.
goes in, right?
Honestly, Bobby, I think so as well. But I'll just quickly I'll intersperse some stories here. So I was at the booth during one of my visits over. I came semi regularly just to hang out. Because by the way, in the back of the booth they had snacks. So I was like, hold on. So I was like, oh, I don't even need to go. Hold on, let me just sneak underneath behind the curtain here and grab some snacks. So I went over to grab a snack, and while I was coming out, I was enjoying my snack. Sherry was working with a gentleman and doing one of the orders. So when they were doing their thing, they had it in a holder similar to the one that Brad has there, and it was like clipped on the four corners. And I was actually trying to figure it out. Like, I had seen one before, but it had been a long time since I saw that specific configuration. And I was trying to figure it out, and I'm pretty sure it's pressure or a pin or something. There's got to be a trick to it. But the guy, I asked the guy, and we were playing around with it, and I said, and I asked the guy who owned the card, ask the person first. I go, look, I think I can take it out for you. Do you mind if do you need the holder? He's like, no, do whatever you want. It's fine. Okay. So I just took a flathead, and what I did is there's little plastic pieces, and I actually broke the four corners of the pieces, and then boom, pops right open without even touching the card.
Yeah.
So as long as the guy didn't care about the holder, it allowed it to just open it up, and then the card is removed nice and clean. We put it down, and it was good to go. No issue, no muss, no fuss. It wasn't like that picture I showed you of somebody removing a PSA slab and then leaving the plastic in the middle of the damn thing, in the middle of the card. Not great.
Yeah.
What the hell are you doing over there?
They just got back, and they went out to dinner because I was hanging
And
out
you have
with
to
you
molest
bums.
the plastic?
And so they brought me a little chicken quesadilla thing.
Quesadilla.
Mm-hmm.
So
Interesting. Moving on.
I will tell you. So the other thing I picked up a cool 1-of-1 Hulk Hogan card.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I bought a collection from Jeremy at the end of the show. Jeremy Renault, that runs the promotions. He works for Menzie. He always at the end of the show comes and sells me some just weird oddball stuff. So I actually have the box here, and I haven't even really gone through it. Like, I know there was a Jennifer Love Hewitt autograph, just some weird stuff that is right up my alley now.
All right. Interesting.
But yeah, it's like we got a lot of stuff. And then at the store from AMG, they spent a ton of money buying NSA. They sold a ton of stuff as well. But they have probably 6 or 7 shoe boxes full of their buys now. Mm-hmm. So I am going to get the opportunity to kind of live through the buying at the show this weekend. I'm going to go over on Sunday. We're going to open up the boxes and see what they purchase. So that's going to be super exciting. Hopefully there's a few things for me.
That should be fun. That sounds good. So Paul here says, tell me more about not finding anything. I heard of this phenomenon. Wonder what it would be like. Yes. Paul is extremely picky. He found some stuff, but he's extremely picky. I thought Brad bought the Luca.
I was thinking about it.
Great looking card, Brad. So that's from Name.
Thank you, Name.
Korean Cardboard. What's everyone's favorite part of the show aside from meeting up with Eric? That was no one's favorite part. But yes, a great question. We'll definitely touch on that here in a second. What grade is the ore?
The ore, I have 7.
Nice. Cards
so my set's 8 and above, but my ore is a 7.
For that card, I think we can forgive it. So Cards and Comics here. Jason, good evening. Hello from Albany. Love vintage hockey. Appreciate it, Jason. Thank you. Dave here. Good evening. Good evening, Dave. Is it a cricket quesadilla? Yeah, probably. Sounds like Eric is making balloon animals. That sounds about right. Indeed. So Dave G here. Wish I got to meet some of your expo. I had good success finding out middle grade, very liquid cards for rare pre-war cards. I found the majority of dealers to be negotiable. I agree. I found that. So David G, I would say if you do come to the next expo, feel free to reach out ahead of time, and you can always reach out, and we'll try to at least find some time to chat. I did that with some folks, and it was easier than trying to track individuals down. But mind you, if you see any of us, you can always flag us down and say hello. I chatted with a lot of folks that way. But if you do ping me ahead of time, it's a heck of a lot easier for me to meet you in a spot.
I thought we could have just tied a balloon on Eric, one of those flying up thing, and then just we can locate him at any time.
I think that's probably a good idea for everybody.
It also helps me from getting lost because there was a couple of times I sent you guys texts saying, "I'm lost. Where are you? Where did you go?"
Indeed. These are facts.
That's so easy to happen with you, Eric.
It really is.
He was under the table with Beckett there. It was funny.
Very much so.
I get distracted easily, and I'm looking at something, and all of a sudden I'm like, squirrel.
Mhm.
And then you guys walked away, and I lost you in the crowd, and I was all scared and alone and terrified and whatnot.
Well,
So
you
I
had
just
Tim.
went
You
to
had
my
big hat.
cell.
You had big hat.
No,
Why
I
you
went to
hanging
my
out with me?
cell instead. No, when I go to Timmy Two Hats, that just makes me more upset.
Interesting.
But Marcel was a calming effect.
Now, for the record, since I mentioned it earlier, the tag slab that I did hold was actually at the Show Your Slabs booth.
Yes,
Because I think it was Corey had it on that little thing about my reps. I'm not going to
He
one
did.
of those. Tag had like 47 booths. It's like I'm not going to your fucking booth. Screw you. But he happened to have one on the stupid thing. And I go, all right, show me this. Show me the stupid thing. I believe my exact wording was like, show me the stupid thing. So I was like, all right, let me see. And I was like, yep, it is plastic. It is without a doubt. But no blue tint. Bullshit. Get rid of this trash. And I was like, no blue tint? I'm not even interested. So, what was everyone's favorite part of the show? This is the question. I think it's a good question. This open-ended. Could be whatever you want, any element of it. What was your favorite part of the show? Mr. Brad, you first.
You know what? I need a second because I want to think this one through.
500 customers. I answered it for you, Brad.
It's like, Bobby, other than making fun of Eric, what was your favorite part of the show?
Favorite part of the show? Just hanging out with my friends. That's it.
Yeah, sounds good. Yannick, favorite part of the show?
Slapshot by a mile, like not even a question. Meeting the cast of
you guys had fun.
Slapshot and got to talk to these guys. Not just like the small fun chat, like as in like, you know, we're there for 15, 20 minutes talking, just listen to what they had to share on their experience of the movie, and being in my 40s, and I grew up watching the movie, so I guess in the last week my appreciation for the movie even got even stronger, and here is a proof of I got to meet them, talk to them, take a picture, and then the following day I found that frame with just the Hanson's signature, but managed to bought it, pop it out, got the rest of the cast to sign it. So anyway, overall experience to me, that was by far the favorite part of it.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Eric, other than the costing Marcel, what was your favorite part of the show?
And in all seriousness, I could talk about the cards and I came up with a list and I got everything on the list but the best part was seeing everybody, and the experiences, and I just to all seriousness, Brad, thank you so much for all you did for all of us. You just the gifts, the opportunities, whether it be hanging out with the Slapshot guys, whether it be the tickets that you gave to Yannick and I, letting us hang around the PSA Canada booth and walk around like we own the joint. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And the passes to get us in, you made the show for us, and I know I really really appreciate it, and your generosity made the show 10 times better. So I
Do you
really
want me to clip that one for you, Brad?
You know what? That's very kind, and I really appreciate hearing that, especially from someone like you.
Right, an asshole.
Beautiful.
Better.
Brad, I am so proud of you right now. Like, I cannot convey the levels at which I am proud of you. That is the correct way to respond.
You know how I feel, Eric.
Well played.
You made it just 10 times better than it was going to be, and it was going to be awesome anyway. But you just knocked it out of the park for ours. You did something for all of us. I know you did a ton for me, and I just really wanted to take a moment and just let the world know. So thank you.
My pleasure to everybody. That's the least I can do for good friends. So
That was a very moving moment, and I really think, like, in the spirit of the season, in the spirit of giving, we charge Eric for every single time somebody hits the like button. And in the spirit of the season, hitting the like button is a free way for you as the viewer to make this man pay, because he's rich.
I am not rich. I am so poor right now.
So rich,
Rich,
unbelievable.
rich in friendship.
Oh, so rich in friendship.
Oh no, you guys suck. You're not my friends.
So rich.
You don't treat friends like this.
Oh, but you do.
No, 4 shows. 4, count them. 4
This-
shows.
Now we're flipping the deal. What's
I
happening?
cannot keep
Best
doing this.
buddies. You're not my friends. Where's that come from? I don't know.
Anyway, so my favorite part of it was ridiculing people without mercy. It was also hanging out with a lot of that. To be more serious, it was getting a chance to hang out and chat with a lot of folks, including folks in the chat, including folks that were able to come down, and then I was able to chat with them and everything. And a lot of them, even some folks that don't get to participate in the chat all the time, but they say they watch it on replay or they enjoy catching it in that format because it makes more sense for them. And they sort cards by it, and whatever the case may be, and you'll probably catch this later on. It was a pleasure chatting with you, whoever, in a lot of cases, because I got a chance to chat with a number of you that were in that category, and you'll see it on replay. And it was a pleasure taking some time to chat with you. I did laugh at how many people were surprised, like, oh, I didn't realize you'd have some time to sit there and chat. I was like, I'm here just hanging out. Like that's what I'm here to do. I'm not worried about scanning every single table, scanning every single card on every single table. I have stuff I'm looking for. I had stuff I was doing. I was able to find stuff, but I had time. If you were there and we had a chance to chat, sometimes I sat down and chatted. Sometimes I chatted with people at their booths or whatever it was, and that includes a bunch of different people. I will note a few. Obviously, I got a chance to hang out with Billy Cilio from Upper Deck, so we had a good time hanging out there. That was a lot of fun. Got a chance to hang out with ComC Barry. Apparently, I started a trend of signing boxes at the ComC booth, which was very funny. I got a kick out of it. I didn't transfer it over to the computer, but I can quickly show you. And it made me laugh. It was so random. So I'll see if I can show you guys. Let me do this real quick. So you can see there. So that's kind of the box there. And what happened is Barry handed me the box and he goes, would you sign the box? And I said, yeah, no problem. And just put the channel name on the bottom, and I did. And then so I did that there while I was kind of submitting my stuff. And then afterwards I came back and there were a bunch of them, different folks. So I had the first one there, and then after a while they had a bunch of them. I go, I don't know what you're doing with all these. He goes, I'm not sure either. He's like, good luck, man. But I was like, look, no problem. It was fun to have a conversation with those folks. And like I said, we joked about it on the channel. I had a lot of fun with ComC for quite a while there because the company was struggling with certain things, not doing the job they were. But then when they started turning it around and improving, well, then I gave them their due when the moment was right. And I think that's the correct approach. You have to take it with what it is. When they were doing a better job, they deserve to be stated like, no, let's update the situation. Today, they are doing a much better job. Like right now, certain things are not exactly the way I want them to, but the service itself, for the most part, is working fairly well for like what it is right now. Like I can go and buy stuff, get stuff sent to me. The timelines they're following they actually are hitting those timelines, which is all you ask for. If you promise me this is what I need from you, and as long as you're doing that, we're good. Then I understand what we're doing going into it. So right now the service is operating the way it should be, which is good. There's always room for improvement, but I think they're doing a good job there, and a lot of the people there are quite good. I've had nothing but good experiences with them directly. They were very helpful. They were very friendly. So much praise and much props to them. And also, I did get a chance to chat with a couple of the dealers around, even a couple of dealers who were across from the table of my buddy, who apparently also watches the show. So I just kind of laughed. I was like, okay, sounds great. So I got a chance to chat with a lot of folks. So that was my favorite part of the show.
I just want to add one more thing. Is that meeting people in the chat was awesome. We met a handful of people. We were able to organize meeting up with a couple of people. I definitely don't want to meet up with that person. I'm not even going to dignify them because I definitely don't want to meet up with them ever. They can just stay
Huge
over.
bro hug name. He's preparing her. He's bracing himself for huge bro hug.
He can just stay in Western Canada. Don't ever come. I definitely not interested. But that gentleman right there, I want to give a huge shout out to. I came up to Canada with a list, and I had a number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 in order in priority. And I was spending some time looking for the number 1. I was determined I was not going to leave the show without it. I had spent about 4 hours looking for it, asked countless dealers, nothing. And Paul C., I'm talking to him, who came down from the mighty Arctic, and from working on the oil rigs and all the oil fields. And I said, hey, if you happen to see this 1998 Wayne Gretzky sign of the times card in his white Liberty Rangers jersey, I'm looking to buy it. That's the one thing I can't leave here without. And he's like, oh, okay, no problem. I kid you not. It must have been about 10 minutes. I've been looking for 4 hours at this point. 10 minutes goes by. I get a text, found it. It's at this booth. And I just ran over there. There it was. It was in a PSA 10 autograph. The price was less than what I was willing to pay.
To be clear, the autograph was a 10. The card, I think, was inauthentic. But
that
with
is
a
true.
10 autograph, with a 10 autograph.
Right. Exactly.
I'm just making sure we're clear on this.
Yes.
Stained with a marker.
Yeah, because you can get a 10 with a 10 autograph, and that's a different thing. It would have cost you more than you actually paid.
So, the reason I wanted this was for the photo, number one, because I think it looks fantastic. But I wanted to get a pristine Gretzky autograph because, depending on what mood he's in or how rushed he was, you never know what you're going to get with an autograph from anybody. And this thing is pristine. You cannot get a better example of a Gretzky autograph. So Paul found that for me within 10 minutes of me asking him about it. I wish I could have helped him find the card he was looking for, but to be fair, it's a 1 out of 10. There's only 10 copies in the world. And he's like, yeah, well, if you happen to see this one, grab it for me. It's like, wait a minute, dude. There's 10 in the world. The chances of me finding this is slim to none, but I'll look for you. I owe you. So I want to just throw a thank you out to him. That was a big find for me. So thanks, Paul.
Good stuff. Now I'm going to get through a couple of comments here. So Dave here, I know the one you're talking about. Someone remind me to come back because there's a couple of good comments. I want to make sure I hit this one, but we'll touch on that in a second. We touched on that. Let me read this one here. Hey guys, could we discuss Rudy and the 30th anniversary of Magic the Gathering Pass? Dude, you don't even have to ask me twice. Love it. But give me a minute. We'll come back. We're just talking about Canadian stuff tonight. We're always talking about Canadian stuff, Bob, including the real Canadian over here. We need Eric Hater Club hats. Facts. Want to meet the president of the club? True. Did your wife know you had that list, Eric? That's for you. Sounds like he has us ranked on a list. Bobble says, 4 hours at Marcel Dion's booth looking for that Gretzky. Let's be clear, Eric. And I responded, it's actually 4 hours uncomfortably hanging around the Beckett booth with his homie Jeremy from Beckett. They might have been hugging for 4 hours, and Jeremy's please save me too. Like, Marcel, save me, Carlos. I'm like, bro, I can only save people once. I'm only doing it once tonight. Often that Gretzky sign of times auto is so faded. That is true. Yep, that makes sense. We mentioned the condition of the autographs. You need Beckett to authenticate and grade it for him. Yes. I'm experienced in having no clue. Facts, Bob. All right, perfect. Got caught up on those. Let me come back here. I'll do this one real quick. Did folks see the text from the show promoter to the young guy? So that's breakout cards. Ryan Nolan, breakout cards. So real quick, I caught a little bit of that, and I kind of went in and checked it again. So bottom line, the promoter overreacted. Basically, Ryan was offered the chance to look at some cards outside of the show area, which in and of itself is not a big deal. The show promoter, though, was concerned with the fact that he was kind of just promoting it on his channel. Now he did kind of position it in a way like he was giving a tutorial and like setting up at show without paying for it, obviously. But then it kind of led into a bit of a debate on the side where, like, look, technically a show promoter doesn't have to be happy with you doing deals in the show floor area, or even a little bit outside of the show floor area that's still in the venue they're renting. Now, did he overreact? Yes. Now, I'll say also, I watched Ryan Nolan's video on it, the breakout cards video. I also think Ryan Nolan overreacted to it initially because he showed his response to it. His initial response to it was a little bit flippant, which would have escalated the thing as well. So it's one of those things. I disagree with the show promoter taking that tact and that approach, but I also disagree with Ryan Nolan deciding to kind of make it a little bit of a flippant response. He's a young guy, so it doesn't surprise me. But he also went super defensive on it from the perspective of then he immediately ran to go make like a video post. It's like he's threatening to sue me. I haven't seen him actually threaten to sue anybody. He did allude to certain things to it, but there was no threat to sue that I saw. I can check and see if there's something more recent, but he kind of jumped from 0 to 60 on it. But he's well within his right not to go to the show again, and if a show promoter is going to take that tack to it, of course, that's not great. But I also understand show promoters kind of protecting the turf of their dealers. because dealers who are paying for the floor for the table space, you got to give them a little bit of a protection, because if people just set up, deals, that's generally what trade nights are for. There are venues now that they've created to do that kind of thing, and trade nights are for that kind of thing. So I just throw it out from that perspective. Brad, real quick, I just want to get your general thoughts on that, because you guys do run a small show. Your booth prices are pretty reasonable, but at the same time, if somebody like tried to suddenly like set up their own mini camp just on the side of the side of the area, that wouldn't necessarily be looked upon fondly, I would think.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think there's two sides to every story, and how things are portrayed, we really don't know. And I can't really judge on that situation. But
I'm just thinking at a high level. I'm just sticking with the perspective that it is okay to set up a deal and say, let's meet outside or whatever, like outside.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, like a show promoter can't stop you. It's just don't do a deal like at a dealer's booth. That's not cool. Don't do that. And, try not to make it like so overtly obvious that's what you're doing. I'm just ignoring it. Try not to make it overtly obvious that that's what's going on, because that's not comfortable. But at the same time, people who pay for table space, they have certain rights. And as a promoter, you want to be respectful of that as well.
I agree. And I think it has I think with the new wave, things have happened an awful lot. Like there's not, maybe it's just in life as well, but there's not that much courtesy paid for that. Guys are, if a guy comes up to a table that wants to sell something, there's about 4 or 5 guys all leaning around him, poking him in the elbow, come over here. So there is a lot of that. And again, these shows are extremely expensive, right? Like, I mean, forget about the PSA side of things. We'll just go with AMG Collectibles. For me to get the guys up there to work, to pay for the booths, flights, drive, everything, it's probably $15,000. So we have to make $15,000 right when the doors open, whether selling or buying or doing our thing. So there's a lot of pressure on that. The PSA obviously is a different thing, but so my thoughts are that some guys feel like they're entitled, just because this is not directed towards Ryan, but if you got a camera, you feel like you're entitled. So I think there should be a little bit of a check on all fronts, not just the show promoters, but also on the content creators / the flippers that are out there. You have to show respect to each other and appreciate the environment you're in. Yeah. And I think too many times it just doesn't happen. People are entitled to do whatever they want. It drives me up the wall.
Yeah. Now I'll say in this instance specifically, without obviously, if there's more details, we can get into that, and I'll look into it down the road. But just at a high level, just from the initial video that I saw from Breakout Cards, I'm just taking his side of the story based on it. I think the show promoter overreacted. I think it was an inappropriate way to ask or to express a concern. I do think that Ryan Nolan, Breakout Cards, overstates the position of somebody vlogging a show as a promotional tool. Yes, it's a promotional tool. It totally is. But like, that doesn't give you special rights. You should be respected in the sense that as a show promoter, it does help drive traffic. Like I can tell you, the videos I did on the Expo, I did 3 videos, kind of vloggy style, talking style, what I picked up at the Expo. Those 3 videos did well. People were looking for Expo content. And I got a chance to show some stuff from the floor. I wish I had taken more video, but honestly, it would have required a concerted effort when I was taking time and chatting with folks and whatever. But I would have loved to have taken a little more footage. But nonetheless, people were interested. People were engaged in that, at least hearing the stories. What was going on at the show? How were things? Did you find anything cool? Did you pick up anything cool? There is value to that. And at that moment in time while the show's happening, people were looking for that content. So that there is value to that. And as a smaller show, there is value to that still, especially to draw people potentially to visit it down the road if it looks interesting and looks cool. But that doesn't mean do not overestimate your influence, so to speak. Like, it's not like it's not that they should be honored to have you in their presence, in their midst. But you do serve a good purpose in the ecosystem, and that should be respected from a show promoter standpoint. But you also want to respect that, hey, you're going to buy and sell and do some dealing, but you're not buying a table? Cool. But just be respectful of the space and be respectful of the distance. And maybe don't over promote. This is maybe an overshare. Because the truth is, Ryan could have done that deal and just talked about it from the side and never showed him going out there and doing. You reveal too much. This is the Nat Turner thing all over again. It's not what you did. It's what you showed and what you presented and what that allowed other people to infer. Because if you just said, hey, I was able to work out a deal for X. Here's the card. This is the deal. But you could talk the whole thing through. And who the hell's going to do anything about it because you didn't show anything on camera, right? So you got to balance the two things out. That's just kind of the approach that I would take with that.
Yeah,
Sounds
it
fair.
gets to be a little bravado. You write a book, and you think you're everything. I guess and you got to watch yourself. It gets away on some people. We know some examples out there. That's
Especially
the
when
truth.
you write a book.
No, not me. I'm not.
Those
I
authors
wrote
are
3
jerks.
books.
Bobby
Come
wrote
on,
3
are you
books.
kidding?
3 books. When it's 3 books, it's legit.
Do you know who I am? Anyways,
The
Right.
Burrell.
it does. It does affect some people, as we've seen in the past.
That's why I'm trying to
It
balance the two things out. I actually
is.
think Ryan Nolan was in the wrong of overreacting for his element of it, but I also think the show promoter overreacted in his element as well. I actually think they both overreacted in their respective sides. I don't think it had to go that far. I think both guys need to chill a little bit. I think the show promoter could have done it differently. And I also think Ryan Nolan didn't have to set himself up for that. But look, you're doing side deals. We know this. That's cool. That's fine. Maybe don't share too much. Maybe kind of keep that to yourself and just do it quietly on the side. You don't have to record it and share it with everybody.
We're in the Pelican case world of all these different. Look at what the trade night was. Interesting. Dave went.
Yeah.
He didn't have greatest time, just to say, for him. He said a lot of dealers were set up trying to do trades. Maybe it's just not a thing here in Canada.
Yeah.
And maybe because it was Saturday night and everybody went out for dinner.
I was going to say Saturday night's a good night to go out for dinner.
But it was a perfect night because it's actually a few days into the expo where it's not really affecting the dealers. And, what's Sunday's left, right? So who cares, right?
Yeah. Trade night. Another thing I missed because of Brad. Thanks, Brad.
Oh, you didn't miss much.
You know what? I can tell you though, my favorite thing hands down, my favorite thing at the National in Atlantic City was the trade night. That card collector and I almost said Antique Roadshow, not Antique Roadshow. Jimmy, whatever they put on that night, it was awesome. There was like 10,000 people there, and it was so much fun. I was Brad the collector was in heaven.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just taking care of something.
But some things are different there as they are here. Like we don't have a break zone. We don't have that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's one thing I really didn't see. I seen there was a lot of corporate in the middle of the room there, which kind of bottlenecked a lot of stuff. I think the design is a little bit off, but it's just my opinion.
Oh, don't mention the corporate stuff in the middle of the room because Yannick will start going on a tear.
Oh,
Yannick goes mad.
I never seen Panthers before, like such a
What are you
huge
talking about?
booth.
Remind me.
Anyway,
Some of these guys I've never even seen before. It's like,
I don't want to see Yannick.
You know what? They're going to be a game changer if everything that I know I was talking to Neville with. Make sure I say it, Pather, Pather. Pather is the proper
is
pronunciation.
it Pather or Panther? I thought it was Panther.
No, there's no
There's
end.
no end.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no
So
end.
Pather then. Sure.
Pather.
Pather. Sure.
Yeah. But he just like for top loads and one touches. So I asked him about that. I said, are you actually going to be able to like rival the space and compete with Ultra Pro?
Mm-hmm.
And he was very clear that it's all PVC free, UV coated, blah, 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 all those things. And he goes, my pricing will crush Ultra Pros. Whether or not that happens or not.
He's loaded too, man.
That was exciting. That was very exciting to see because, again, for the hobby, if we can get supplies cheaper than what we're paying for Ultra Pro products, that's a huge bonus for all of us because we all buy supplies. The cheaper they are, it gives us more money to buy cool things that go in them. So
nobody's ever came in like that.
His money in the George Larac stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Look, the reality is what Brad's saying is true, is that that is another category because I was chatting with somebody related to just YouTube and we were having a chat about that. And I was joking about the whole, where there was that rash of sponsorships, a ton of different sponsorships for different things. But I joked with him and I said to him, look, the only sponsorship that I don't think anybody's going to really have moral objection to is if somebody was sponsored by Ultra Pro or BCW or whatever, because it's like, well, we use that stuff. There's like, look, but also the loyalty level is not that high. Look, I don't use Ultra Pro because, oh man, I love Ultra Pro. I can't live without. Look, I've got BCW one touches. I've got Ultra Pro one touch. I've got a George Larac one. By the way, they're fine. They're solid. They're as long as it does the job I want it to do. I don't really care. Can you have a preference? Sure. There's some of them that maybe work a little better for you. Some of them are a little more streamlined. Some of them are a little more bulky. Maybe you have a preference from that perspective.
I like gold magnets instead of silver. I mean,
Sure. But as long
you know
as it's
something?
doing the job,
Exactly.
is
I
the
can
number
live
one
with
thing.
silver.
Yeah. So it's like, dude, I will happily use this Pather if they're making quality, supply products that I can use and it works and my cards look good in them and they're protected and everything. We're good, man. Sure.
I
Sounds great. Fantastic.
I
It's
heard
it's
that
Panther with no end.
Yeah.
I heard they're coming up with upside down one touches.
Well, that'd be very
Gold
exciting.
or silver?
Yeah.
That'd be huge. So just watch the Ryan Nolan thing, guys. Exaggerating what happened. Well, that was the thing. When I watched the video, it actually felt like Ryan Nolan. Ryan Nolan was basically like, "Oh, so, he questioned me. He's like, this guy's suing me." And he was doing it for like to make it as much attention. It's like, dude, he doesn't care. How is he going to track you down outside of reaching out to you through Instagram? What's he going to do? Send you a subpoena through Instagram? Get out of here. Chill out.
But it is. People think they're a lot bigger and more entitled than they actually are. And I mean, I'm using this in a lot of different cases. But if Brad Hartland was not at the PSA Canada booth, would we have taken in the same amount of submissions? Absolutely. It's not denied it. Sure, we can say like, yeah, we like to feel important sometimes, or we like to be able to help people. But
More, so Brad, come on.
yeah, but honestly, that's just the way life goes. I used to on the bar business. I used to always say, oh, if I'm not there, people are going to come through and all of a sudden you go in and you don't know a single person and there's 1,200 people in the bar and you're like, well, I guess I don't really do anything anymore. But it's just part of that. Sometimes it gets
So you're saying there's two guys behind the table. There's Eric on one side and there's you on the other side. Everyone's got slabs and they can pick whoever they want to submit them to.
Yeah.
And you're saying that Eric will get as many slabs as you do?
Well, he's going to be hugging Jeremy at the time, so people are going to be looking awkwardly. They'll be like,
I know. Right?
He'll be wrapped around his
There's
leg.
just
while
be,
Eric's walking.
Bobby, it'll just be like, just start walking this way.
He'll be holding on to Jeremy's leg while he's walking down this.
It was just sad. It was truly pathetic, is what it was. It was truly pathetic. Josh here says, is Pather Canadian? I
Yes,
believe
it
so.
is.
Yeah, I believe so.
It's owned by Neville. He's such a nice guy. The guy treats me, he goes out of his way to come and chat at every show, everywhere I see him. He reaches out by the phone. We've talked a few times, but I think he's like one of the biggest plastic producers in North America. Like it's really big. So,
Well, he had it good with the pandemic. So,
yeah.
How much plastic went through pandemic time?
All the environment laws went out the window, man. The pandemic.
You know what? At some point, Carlos, tonight, if I'm so excited looking at these things, I'm being like but I'd like to show that little collection I bought. A few
All right,
things.
so let me read a couple of these, and we may have an opening here. So we're
Yeah.
pretty well caught up, but let's read through a couple. Eric likes the upside down ones. The extra limit mass hold edition. Facts.
That's true.
The Bob Lewis says he needs Eric and Yannick's home address. I may have already given someone Eric's address. By the way, if it's ticking, Eric, open it. Moving on. So Bob, if you want, just reach out. I think you follow
send it
Eric,
to
don't
you
you?
on Instagram,
The Sanderson to Orr is already right there. You can go on, pull him up on Instagram. Just shoot him a quick message, or if you really need to, just shoot it to me, and I'll tell you where to send the ticking thing. I mean, go on.
Stop it.
And Yannick, we can manage that as well. We'll be able to take care of that. So Grant Carbo here says he sent me an Instagram direct message. He did. So I think this is a kind of a fun one here. I'll show this to you. Let's take a look there. All right, so let's go here. So we got a little product here. Make sure to protect your collection of PSA slabs with the Hero Diamond Shell. It's extra strong, scratch resistant, 100% UV protected. Very exciting. Not gonna lie. Pretty exciting. There's a lot of products for random shit.
I need a diamond shell.
Holders for the holders, and then eventually we get holders for the holders for the holders, and then holders for the holders. Look, why don't you guys just use the holder that Brad has that Pavel Bure in? It's indestructible. It is you literally have to destroy it to remove the card. It's genius. They should have just engraved the grade on the side of it. That could have been a grading slab.
Who needs a Sonic sealer? Like, really?
Right? Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Save so much money.
Yeah. So let me read here. Bob says, thanks for that, by the way, Carlos. Bob, no problem. Remember to send multiple ticking packages, Eric. Moving on. You can send them this one, too. It's fine. Do what you got to do.
Okay.
Yep, I'll hit them on IG. Perfect, Bob. Sounds good. Scratch resistance, so we'll scratch eventually. There you go. Read in the style of 90s toy commercials. Hey, Bob, sometimes you got to mix it up a little bit. Sounds good. All right. Yeah. Brad, we actually have an opening here. So if you want to go for it and show a couple cards, you're more than welcome to.
I'll just go quick because this is actually the first time I and it's oddball stuff.
Go
So
ahead,
I
go
know.
ahead.
Yeah, you got 10 seconds, Brad. Hurry up.
10 seconds. I'll go fast. Okay. First, Game of Thrones, dual signed.
I know some people really like those. That's pretty
Who
solid.
signed it?
So you
This
got on
is signed by Lena Headey and Ian Beattie. So
Okay.
it's,
No, you gotta say their character.
yeah, sorry. Ceresa Lannister?
Isn't it Cerisi or something like that?
Cerisi Lannister and Mern Tyrant. So
Yeah. I honestly never
Trust
watched
me,
the
I'm
show,
the
but
same
I'm
guy.
semi-familiar with at least some of the characters.
now this is a big one. This is
Oh,
Daisy Ridley as Rey and Adam Driver as Kylo Ren.
Okay, yeah, for the Star Wars one, for sure.
Yeah, numbered out of 5. That's a duel. That's going to be exciting.
And that's in a Beckett slab, so Eric is extra excited.
I know. Then we got Charlotte Flair.
Oh, really? Wait, is that the black one? Or is that
This
the
is-
regular one?
It's numbered out of 99.
Okay, so that's the regular one. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
It actually looked
Normal-
like the black one when you were tilting it a little bit, but that's the regular one. That sounds good. Still a good one.
Ronda Rousey out of 99.
That's actually pretty solid, yeah. That's not bad.
Nice.
That's pretty solid.
This one I think is awesome. And I met her when she was filming in Halifax years ago, but Trish Stratus out of 5, which is just a beautiful.
Oh, so that's the red
on-
refractor. That's nice.
Yeah,
that's cool.
on card, just a great auto.
Yep.
This is more modern, but Alexa Bliss.
That's actually Alexa Bliss, but it's also an Alexa Bliss. That's like her NXT rookie. So,
Okay.
and obviously it's on card. Somebody got it personally signed, but it is Beckett authenticated. So extra fancy.
Then I got, which I thought was awesome, 2 Jimmy Hart.
Oh, Jimmy Hart. I like the gear for Jimmy Hart. That's solid.
Yeah, so that's signed, both
Very
signed
cool.
in person. Then the big one, which I think is super cool.
Ah,
Brother.
Yeah, 2012 from UD All Time Greats, 1 of 1 signed Hogan. I just love the picture and the color of the card. So
I think the picture's okay, but I gotta be honest. You're doing a 1 of 1. Why are you using old Hogan? Like you've got so many of him in his prime that you
Prime
could use
time
for the
Hogan.
photo. You could have him
Yeah.
posing. You could have him doing a bunch of stuff because that was in his later run. Like you can tell
Yeah.
he's in his later run there. That was after WCW and like when he came back to WWE and had one more run, which is fine. It's okay.
Joan Hart signed Sabrina.
Okay, so that's 90s rific right there. And
Love
MNT 8.0. Ha ha!
Yeah,
I love it.
I love that. Jennifer Love Hewitt on
Sure.
card party of 5.
Yeah, sure.
A couple Pearl from Leaf Pearl. This one's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's got
You got
Borg Solomon,
Mahavlich.
Red Kelly, Mike Palmetier, Felix Potvin on the back.
Oh, it's
and
double-sided.
Yeah, Mahavlich, Duff, Shaq, and Wendell Clark.
oh, that's nice.
Strong. It's good.
This is another one from Leaf Pearl, and it's Trottier, Potvin, and Bossy.
Oh,
Nice.
very nice.
Yeah,
Which is
the
awesome.
Leaf is good with the themes. They're good when the themes sometimes when they do those.
Yeah, so that was exciting. I mean, just some oddball things, but super cool.
I think it's pretty strong. I will say, like I mentioned when I did a video on them, the Topps Chrome autographs for WWE, a lot of them are on card. There's some good ones. The design of those are clean. I actually really like them. And Charlotte Flair is a good character because she's around a lot. She gets a lot of promotion. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the long run because her dad's a nut bar. He
Yeah.
creates a lot of problems for himself and for everybody else around him.
I found a Charlotte Flair signed baseball today.
There you
at
go.
work.
So here's the correction on the pronunciation. So Circe.
Seriously, that's it. Absolutely.
Thank you, Corinne Colbert. Appreciate that.
Thank you. One of my favorite shows. I should have been able to nail that. But
Yeah, look, we'll take
Oh,
the
no,
correction
the
on that.
name's
Like I said,
in-
I haven't watched a single episode of it. I won't pretend.
Never seen it.
So I'll take the correction. I'll happily take the correction.
oh, I watched every episode.
So Baz here says, I feel like Ultra Pro is number 1 in terms of market size. I would agree with that. BCW supplies, Cardboard Gold 3. If you have had supplies in stock consistently over the past 18 months, I bought about 70,000 top loaders. Pretty strong. I like it. Pretty much every time I go order anything, back order by 4 to 6 months. Yep. Actually reminds me, I need to order some more supplies. So bring on the cheaper supplies. I need that shit.
I'm good.
Right?
Yeah. Like, look, here's the thing. A lot of times people ask me about how I do like the collections. The Medano collection is the trickiest one for me because of listen, we got to include this. And look, Amish Dave Archer also, thank you for joining in. Good evening. Important. For
He's
Kwanzaa.
trying to kill me.
For Kwanzaa. Anyway, focus. Focus, Eric. Anyway, so they'll ask me like, how do you do the collection? I do the Z folios for a bunch of the playing day stuff, and I'm gonna get some more to fill in. I think up until playing days, I'm gonna have Z folios for those because I like the format. I think it's really good, but that's not gonna work for memorabilia cards because it wouldn't work. It would be terrible, and it's also not gonna work for a lot of the more valuable cards that I don't necessarily want to have in Z folios. So for those ones, I've got them in either 1600 count boxes. For Upper Deck, I've got a 3200 count box. It's just Medano Upper Deck that is not in a Z folio. That tells you how much of that shit I have. And I don't have duplicates. It's 3200 count box full of one touches and top loaders full of shit that is memorabilia or whatever. Upper Deck made a lot of that crap. A lot. And that's just Medano. So
I think you have a problem.
I do. But the point is I put different brands and I put them in these 1600 count box or whatever. So that's what I do. But for like regular cards that I can fit, the Z folios are nice. But the end result is whenever I get more memorabilia cards, I'll have stacks of them that are like in absolutely garbage one touches that have been scratched to hell, or top loaders that are taped to hell and look like crap. And I'm like, all right, I got to replace these. One touches get expensive in bulk. It gets expensive when you have to buy a stack of them and replace them. Like, I don't want to buy 500 tons of them, but I would like to have the card look good. I want to be able to pull the card out and I'd be able to look at it and appreciate it without having it mucked up to hell. So that's expensive, man. That's a supply run. Literally just buying supplies, I can spend a couple $100.
So
It's terrible.
I feel like, don't make fun of me for asking this, but every time for 2 years now, I hear you say Z folio. I know it's some type of a binder. What is it?
Okay, so I'll show you guys. So let me grab this one here because we got to have a Bob Jack and comic on Eric while we're doing this. I wonder if Eric's going to buy turkey for Thanksgiving. Be sent to buy turkey for Thanksgiving. He'll never come back.
Oh no, that was already made very clear to me that I'm to stay out of that situation.
So let me answer this question here. So it is kind of a binder. There's a couple different types. This is one of them. This is the Pro Folio LX. So this one is from BCW. So you can get an Ultra Pro version of this, a BCW version. I've used both. They're both fine. They're both good. Unless one of them wants to sponsor me, in which case I will favor yours. Just saying. So basically it is a binder. But what happens is you can basically have your cards in it. They're generally designed for like gaming cards. So like the back has got like this black border on it. So for example, I'll do this and then you can go to the other page. So they're super handy for this. Like look at like that is a rainbow. Like that looks great. So I've got no issue with that. So this is $98.99. I labeled it myself just to have it easy. But for me, it's easy to go into, like if I'm looking for a certain card, here's a cool page. Top's gold label.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So
That is cool.
that is the full set. So you got all of them except for the one-on-ones.
Yeah.
So all including the red label with the down to 25 or 50. I can't remember. I think it's 50 or 25 maybe. I forget. But anyway, so the point is that, yeah, and you got the refractors on the other side, and you can quickly do all that. Like, it's great. Nice and easy, and these are all in order. There you go. There's a full, like, Upper Deck sheet there, the different inserts and stuff. Like, imagine how easy it is. Oh, Carlos, do you have the $98.99, Upper Deck, whatever? Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm.
Easy. So that's why I like it from an organizational standpoint. Again, I collect one guy in particular. So it's easy for me to do that. I do have other ones. So Bob here asked the question, how do they handle thicker cards? I leave those in the 1600 count boxes, Bob. I do one touches or top loaders or whatever, and I put them in the 1600 count box. It takes up
And
space.
I just want to point out that Brad should never start off a sentence with "Don't make fun of me," because you're just setting me up.
I was going to say.
I know. I thought about that afterward. I was like, why did I say that? But I'm like, I got to ask.
Yep.
Oh, you could ask. I'm just saying, don't start a sentence with "Please don't make fun of me," because I'm like, all right, well, yes.
If you insist.
I never
so-
asked Brad, so thanks for clarifying this. But I was pretty sure there was a brand, or like,
Yeah, no, when I say, so I believe there is a
Binder.
brand Z Folio, to be honest with you, Yannick. I believe there is. But when I'm saying Z Folio, I'm referring to one of several types of similar types of binders. Generally speaking, there is also, by the way, for trading card games, there's a version that's 12 cards to a page. It is designed for like Magic the Gathering, like play sets. So you could actually, they are designed for basically trading card games. But you can see, like, imagine how convenient it is. I have a whole shelf of them that I can basically go in, and I have from 1990, 91 all the way through 2002, 2003. And I have those just from Medano. Any of those years, I can go to the Z Folio right now for you and pull anything that is not a memorabilia card from that I have in my collection. and be able to tell you real quick whether I have it or not. That is super handy and extremely convenient.
Quick references.
Go ahead. Yeah, so that's really what it comes down to. It's just to make our lives easier. You do you, man. But I know some people like to do it a different way. That is the way I've chosen to do it, just to make my life easy. Eventually, I want to have all the playing days ones like that, so that I can do that way.
I agree with Bob.
Yeah, that old saggy hot dog skin man Hogan. Bob, you got it right. Yeah, Troutier, Pop, and Bossy, absolutely. Got some Tallboy penny sleeves today, and they're too short for the Crosby McDavid dual auto. That's a shame. Yeah, you need a fancy 3-row box instead of the 4-row. Yep. Are you talking about the basically the cardboard box? I actually have one of those. I'm trying to decide. I think I'm going to do that for Pacific, because Pacific has so many like inserts and stuff, random stuff that is going to fit in there. That's why I say, like, I ran into this issue. Upper Deck made so much stuff. I have a 3,200 count box. I filled it. And I have a separate one where I keep the Cup and Exquisite and UD Black. Think about that. And that's just me collecting one player. Again, little to no duplicates. It's stupid. 98.99 Black Diamond Quad. Yes. Yeah, I picked up the quad a long time ago. Bob Lewis says somewhere those back pages hang in heads because of the lack of Z-Folio awareness. Facts. How do they handle thicker cards? I wouldn't do that for that. Thank you, Dave. Here, gold label, red label, or out of 100, out of 50, out of 25. I thought the last one was out of 25. Thank you. I haven't looked at it in a while, but thank you, Dave. Yeah, Z-Folio is fancy for zippered binder. Effectively, yeah. Yeah, so I've got some pictures here of some other Z-Folios here. We'll get that in a second. The back of the cards visible in Z-Folio? No, they're not. Yep. Dave, absolutely. 3,600 count with cup cards is like 12 cup cards. Yeah, it's pretty bad. That's the reason why you have to get the bigger ones. It's a bit of a nuisance that way. So here, so Green Cardboard gave a couple of other examples. So these are good, Brad. These will actually show it a little bit better than what I was trying to do there, but Green Cardboard was nice enough to share a couple of images. So that's another example. The Z-Folio in effect opened up and everything. So let me grab a couple of these here. Yep, so LX, just similar to the one that I just showed you guys.
It's a fancy high school binder.
Yep.
I wouldn't say high school.
Okay, college maybe.
No,
But you can see, like, you can actually
other
get
direction.
them. You can get them in different colors and everything. So it's one of
Kindergarten.
those things.
Yeah. I think I had one of those in 3rd grade. Very nice. Very cute.
You never made it to 3rd grade.
I was gonna say,
All
what the
right.
hell? Who the hell are you lying to?
Third grade was the best 5 years of his life.
At least he might still be there now. I have a class 3 red label I misplaced. Still need to find
No, the
that. Yeah.
police. The police told me I can't hang out around the 3rd graders anymore.
It would probably be wise. It's better for everyone. All
They made
parties.
it very clear.
Yeah, the 3rd graders also blinked like Marcel. They were very clear on this issue.
Apparently,
That's
the
enough.
Marcel rule is pretty loose on this side of the border.
Apparently, yeah. Eric thinks they're preschool binders because he finally remembers his 5 years of it. Yes. There you go. Bob was thinking the same thing as you, Bobby.
Shut up, Bob.
Nice. But yeah, so I would say like, no, everybody needs to do whatever they're going to do. For my purposes, it works great because it's quick and easy to file stuff away and figure out where it belongs. Great. Some people do prefer literally having, I know some player collectors who literally have everything in top loaders and one touches. Everything. And it's like, bro, that's a lot of shit to top load in one touch, especially if you get garbage ones.
Well, not in one touch, but everything's in top load.
Yeah. But it gets to be a bit of. But the problem is that I have over 2,400 cards, Yannick.
Yeah,
I just sat
that's
there and
the
like
thing.
one touch for one
I don't
player, like
have-
that's miserable. That's
I
miserable.
don't have remotely the amount you got.
Yeah, like that's just Medano. That's nothing else. Just Medano. And I have a 1,600 count box of Jamie Benn, and he sucks. That's a side PC. I have a 1,600 count box of that too.
And
Thank
Favre.
God for
Oh, but
Eric.
that's a
There's only so many Reggie
Favre.
Lamb.
Everybody loves Favre. Yep. Z-Folio is a modern day trapper keeper. There you go. Is Eric's hotel room a mile away from a school zone? At least.
That is the requirements.
As long as Eric doesn't start his OnlyFans shower video early today. Love it, Sean. Thank you. Good evening.
Yeah, I got to do that as soon as we hang up here. I got to do that one. Oh, I'm freaking exhausted.
Terrible. I used to do top loads for everything, but my fingers hated me. Now it's binders for the PC. Fair enough. Fair enough. Eric got a Z-Folio in the halfway house to put his criminal records into. They've got a lot of background on you, man.
Maybe Carlos, we should do a poll here, like Z-Folio or like boxes and singles, like see what people.
If you mean if you're going to choose, to be clear, I use both, but I use them for different purposes.
Well,
Are you talking about which is a
let's see what
preference?
Sure.
I'll just
Or
say
the
what
way
I'll
that
say is
people,
what
like,
I'm
do
going
it
to do
at
though
home.
is I'm not going to focus on Z folios because again it's a very specific case because you don't get to see the back of the card. That's what I explained. I want to make sure I was clear about that. But maybe the better poll is binders or boxes. Binders would be
Binders
the
and boxes. There you
yeah,
go.
and I can do that. So why not? We can do that. Let's find out. Oh, I love it. Now they got to engage your audience. Now they got multiple options. Okay, that's interesting.
Eric, you want to talk about your experience driving in Toronto?
I only got lost once.
Or being driven to
It was
an
continual, so that's why he's
unknown
saying once.
driver that
Yeah.
just shows up and says, "Okay, let's go."
Yeah. On the way after I left you at your cousin's house, I did get confused over an expressway and the other
And
whatever the hell it is, and ended up getting off the highway by accident and having to go up and around and back over. So I probably wasted about 10 minutes trying to get back on the expressway. But other than that, I made it home okay.
That's good.
But I was a little confused. You know, it was raining. It's nighttime. I don't know where the hell I am, and I'm just in a lane doing. The next thing I know, there's a bunch of Jersey barriers to my left, and I'm like, uh-oh, I think I'm supposed to be on those side of the barriers.
People
Nice.
even from Toronto get lost there. So
Now, for the record, I put up a poll and I gave you guys binders / C folios. So binders as well. Regular binders is fine. I gave you boxes, 1600 count box, etc. And I also gave you I refuse to choose both.
I refuse.
So you're covered. You're covered. However you want to play this
Thank
game.
you, Carlos.
However you want to play this game. Everybody's included.
Everybody wins.
Yep.
Inclusivity. It's so wonderful.
Isn't it
All
though? Isn't it
inclusive.
though?
It's an inclusivity hobby, right?
If nothing else, man. If nothing else. Boxes, penny sleeves, top loaders for me. Large collections, a lot of work. There you go. So yeah, I actually want to. I'm curious. Since a lot of you, I know a lot of you are collectors out there. I'm curious, kind of your approach and take on it. I've seen people that legitimately have like a hard line preference for one or the other. We've got the both in there as well. Like I have to use both. It's more practical. That wouldn't make sense for me to stick to one or the other. I can't do that.
I'll be back in a minute.
Go ahead. But yeah, it wouldn't make any sense. Like it would just be too difficult to try to hold myself to one. But it makes more sense to have both. But it works that way.
Turn your mic off. We don't want to hear flush.
Yeah, he's muted right now, so you should be okay.
Oh, that's good. Yannick, you got some extra steam tonight, bud. It's getting kind of late.
Oh, I have to, man. Like this week has been just. I'm on coffee 24/7 right now.
Yeah, I know. I just was thinking I got to stay up. Well, I told you already for another
Okay.
2 hours, and Sherry and Luke are out at the Vancouver show right now taking submissions. So
Which is just 7:30 over there. So
yeah, so they said it's busy right now and things are going smooth. I feel like both of them are going to tell me that regardless of what's happening. So
The problem will be if you go and like do like a video call and go, everything's looking smooth, and behind it's just like fire. It's like flames, like going great. Everything's awesome, fantastic.
The code
Could be
word
better.
for smooth is
Never better.
yeah.
So your Korean Cardboard says, I had my Burley collection of card savers and vault boxes, but then ended up liking the way and changed to Z folios. No, that's fair. That's cool. Stuff we're more concerned about condition goes in a box. Yeah. Like I said, I was practical. The Z folios, I like them. Like if for some reason I could make it work for everything, I'd actually be cool with that. The problem is thicker cards, like memorabilia cards. And there's so, by the way, this is kind of a quick side thing. And we're going to have some fun here, Brad. Now we're getting to collector topics. Now we're getting to good stuff here.
I like
Dude,
it.
pet peeves. I can't stand the amount of different point card stocks. And like
I hate
memorabilia, even it's like, all right, so what do I need for this? When I got the George LaRocque thing, I was like, okay, let me grab a couple of different ones because I don't even know what I need anymore. 130 point stock, 180 point stock, 240 point stock, 75 point stock, 100 point stock. Oh, fuck you guys. How many?
I agree.
What's costing me money is because I have to buy like 8 different sizes to cover everything.
true.
It's if you see it in my office, like I wish I could just take the camera and kind of tilt it over there, but I've got like 3 Ultra Pro racks because I have this thing like I can't stand not having the right size for something.
Yeah.
So if you look, it's like I have a full-fledged supply wall that is unparalleled to most card stores in my office.
And I don't know if
People
you
are like,
guys
"Why
do
you
this
have all
like
that shit?"
And I don't know if you guys do this. Like, I keep this on my desk. Like, I don't know if you've seen like the little
Yeah.
thing with the sizes, because I'm like, okay, look, I don't know, man. I can't eyeball. Usually I have a pretty good idea, but I'm like, no, let me just put it beside the thing. And they're like, okay, so what is it? That is 180 point stock. Great. Okay, great. Awesome.
I got some fancy one at the show.
That was the
there
one
with
that, yeah, that
little,
was the one for the show. Honestly, I have it too, but I don't
magnifier.
remember where I put it. But I just grabbed this one. I just keep
So-
this one on my desk, and it makes my life easier.
I agree with you entirely. I think some of them are just obnoxiously big for no reason. And one of the cards that I think is ridiculous is a base card. No mem, right?
Yeah.
No jersey, no stick, no bat, no whatever, cleat or buttons. Why in the world are you having a card that's, this thick
Mhm.
with just the picture on top?
Mm.
It's utterly ridiculous.
No, I think it's fair. Well, because what happened is it wasn't too bad a deal. Like, so I don't know. So Brad, you remember that? So the AW Spectrum product, the base card. So I opened up a couple of the boxes, including the ones, and we'll meet up on that because apparently the other product's coming out. I want to talk about that in a little bit, but the other product's coming out. But anyway, so the base cards on those, I believe, are 75 point. Those are the base cards. So what happens is those are base. The memorabilia cards are also 75 points. So they made them the same, which is fine. At least as long as you're consistent, at least I can sort of figure that out. Obviously, there's thicker memorabilia cards. I'm like, oh, Jesus, come on, man. You're killing me right now. You're killing me, Smalls. Like, come on. Go ahead.
So true, like from selling standpoint, like I kept track over the last year because I just was getting so many supplies at the store. So we looked at it, and so obviously your regular and rookie are number one,
Sure.
but then it goes 100 point by far is number two. Then it goes to 130, then it goes to 180, then it goes 75, then it goes 55.
Mhm.
So I don't know, like it's quite big and dramatic, the difference on them. So
Yeah.
that's kind of the order of usage, I should say. So
I think it's pretty consistent. Like in the boxes, when I have to go to the boxes, is usually the mem cards. I think the 130 point, I end up getting a lot of use out of those. So I have to try. So I'm like, okay, let's figure it out. But that's usually the one I end up using the most of the time. So usually I'm good to buy 130 point. If I'm going to guess, 130 point is usually a good catch-all. But sometimes it's like, oh, you have to do 180 for this? Like, come on, man. That's why I hate the oversized cards and stupid coin things and wolf in a binder. Fair enough. I agree with all the stock size. Knock it off already. Yeah, that's true. If it's too thick for a regular sleeve, yep. Baz says I agree. Stock size variants have become ridiculous. There's a lot of options, man. And like I said, I love some of the stuff. Like one of the worst ones right now is my the box that has the cup, because there's so many thick cards in that product as a result of memorabilia. And then they've got like double-sided mem, which I think are 360 point. And I'm like, these are absurd.
Come on.
These are absurd. And then you got the ones with the buttons. Like, you guys seen the ones with the buttons? And those things are like, never mind. I don't know. Yeah, don't forget the 23 point for Pokemon cards. They're really handy for cards in the 35 point, yes. But then they couldn't sell us multiple sizes of holders, Other Bob. I love that he refers to him as Other Bob. Stupid thick cards, the gimmick to make stuff seem premium. Yep, I'm sure the supply companies love it. And here's a Bob Lewis comment if ever there was one. Moving on. They should do an insert set where the same card is just different stock thicknesses. One is thickest stock, second thickest out of 5, whatever. Do it, you cowards. I like that. I like that.
Hey, buddy.
Yep, give it time. There you go. My favorite is getting a 10 or 15 card set that was in a single top loader. There you go. Love it. There you go, Bob Lewis. Thank you. Obliterate the like button, you heathens. I like that. I like they call them heathens. I appreciate that.
Bob, come on, man.
Bob Lewis is a YouTube Hall of Famer. Listen to this man.
Bob, I thought you and I were cool. I don't understand why you're doing this to me.
He's cool. He thinks you're rich and needs to pay,
No, because then he's going to go on the other show on Tuesday and say the same thing.
which is fair. I think it's valid. Rookie card top loaders are money grab. Who needs a top loader? Tell Mr. Rookie. Yes. I will say, though, when supplies got very limited, I bought rookie top loaders because they were actually available. I was like, I'll just flip it. It's not a rookie. I'll just use it. Like, look, I needed, again, supplies are the worst because if you've got enough stuff, you're like, all right, sleeve it, sleeve it, sleeve it. Jesus.
Yeah.
I
When
just
you
want
look
to keep
at
my
it,
cards nice.
can you think about like how, I mean, everyone that's in the chat is, and here, but if supply prices drop, the more money we can save on them, grading fees continue to drop, if some of these selling platforms, like if eBay fees can go from 13 to 5 or 8 or whatever it's going to be.
That one ain't happening. That one I'm promising ain't happening. The eBay one, no.
Well, yeah, I still think, because I mean, the more I'm getting to learn on the back end, because there's a lot of opportunities with eBay, that you can see that these big sellers, the rates that they get, I can see eBay's fees coming down. I really believe it. So
We'll have to see on that one. eBay does like money. That is kind of a thing. So is that Reebok pump sneaker card? Yes, I believe that's right. Exactly.
Oh my God, I haven't seen that. I didn't even know there was one.
it's cool. I actually like that. I think that's
Okay.
a cool thing.
Just tell me, is there a D Brown Reebok pump one? All right, I need it. It has to be mine.
It will be mine. Oh yes. There you go. So far, I'm going to leave the poll up for a while. I'll leave the
Brad,
poll up for a
hold
while.
on,
Hear what we're
Brad,
chatting.
you're
Where we
smiling, and I see you reaching. If you pull that out and put it up, I'm gonna kill you.
I can't. I would love to.
You know, this big grin, and all of a sudden I see his right arm starting to move over. I will drive to. I am already halfway there. I'm in like northern Maine. I will come and kill you.
I know. That's good.
Again, with him thinking he can kill people. That's what makes me laugh. So anyway, we'll keep the poll going for a little while because it's actually going. So we got 24 votes so far. I will give you what the update is so far. So far, 20% for binders / C folios, 58% for boxes. That's pretty strong for boxes. And then 23% for I refuse to choose both. All right. Interesting so far. Interesting.
My closet is filled with binders and boxes.
So you'd be under both.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've used them, you know, all over the years, and they've switched around, and you know, depending on what my interests are or value goes up, you know, my closet is filled with both to the gills.
Yep. Josh here says facts to Bob Jackson. It wasn't D Brown, sorry. There you go. Eric, you're a Bruins fan, right? Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I am a Bruins fan. Can't you see all the Bruins stuff behind me? Oh, wait a minute, I'm not there anymore.
Wait,
I'm in
you're
a
wearing the
bathroom
leaf hat right now.
Orono.
That is true. Well, if only we had contrary evidence. It's a good thing we don't have any contrasting evidence to that statement.
Man, that shirt looks real.
That's a weird looking Bruins jersey that he's wearing too.
You
That's
know,
odd.
Yannick, you're a prick.
Look, all I'm saying. So, Eric, did I not say rule number 4 is thou shalt not fuck with people who Photoshop?
Yes, that is rule number 4.
It's a very important rule for you, clearly.
I seem to be the only one that is getting punished on a regular basis.
Because
but yes.
because you are committing horrific acts. You are opening your mouth. Stop it.
Yes, I can't help it.
It's foolishness.
It is foolishness. Just
I don't
like
even-
this show, complete foolishness.
And we embrace it and we all love it. Moving on. So only Bob Jackson only deals in facts, especially when focusing on Eric. Facts. Eric's fandom is flexible. True. Like his supplies, it's time for Eric to come out of the closet. True.
As a Leafs fan.
And the bath closet.
Yeah.
I like it, folks. I like where this went. It went to good places.
You say so.
Oh, it did. It did. Look, this is what the people want. Eric, I'm not doing this to you. This is what the people want. I'm
This
reading
is
the
what
chat.
the people want. Like, my life isn't bad enough.
Clearly not. They believe
I'm in
you.
a
They believe you can do
bathroom.
better or worse.
I'm sitting next to a toilet. I mean, it doesn't
I
get
feel
any
like that's
worse
a
than this.
great Friday night for you.
This is where the show belongs, is in the shitter.
Maybe your portion of it. Like the rest of it is going great. Listen, do I need to explain? I did a wonderful movie review tonight. If I do say so myself, I feel I
it
did a
was
wonderful
wonderful.
movie review.
It was wonderful.
I explained it to the people so they know. Now they know. Hobby luminaries were in it.
You said we need to watch it, right? That's.
I
need to
said
put
don't
on
pay
my
for that
watch later
shit, but I
list.
say if you like unintentional comedy, I would certainly consider it.
Nice.
So that would be my review. Would be don't spend money on that shit if you can avoid it. But with that said, if you appreciate unintentional comedy and are willing to sit down with popcorn and maybe a drink of your choosing, and you can appreciate it for what it is, I laughed.
I'll take note.
Dominic Wilkins, there you go. People love cardboard. Facts. My ComC drop off from Expo has already been through the system. That's pretty good, actually. That's really
Oh,
good.
that is good.
That's impressive.
Oh, can I say something else serious? I want to thank Josh again for the gift.
For the
He gave me
drinks?
this great card of Patrice Bergeron and Nathan Horton dual jersey. So thank you very much. I don't have anything like that from modern cards, from the 2011 team or anything. I'm starting to think maybe I should try to get the 2011 team together, maybe get their rookies or at least that season's cards. So you may have started a new trend. So thank you for getting that for me. It was I appreciated it very much. Oh, Jesus Christ. Cousin Eddie. Yeah. Okay.
I was
I
waiting
know
for you.
what
To,
that
I was waiting for you to register that one.
Yeah. I'm a huge vacation fan. I know who Cousin Eddie is.
There you go.
Doesn't he live in your country now because there's a warrant out for his arrest here, or did that get straightened away?
Well, listen, it's kind of the opposite of your situation. Occasionally, you have to flee the U.S. so they don't catch you there. Why do you think you're in a hotel room beside a toilet right now?
Bad life choices.
Oh, clearly. Like, there's been a lot of those going on for you.
Several. Just in the last week.
It's amazing when Eric is standing up in the crapper, he can lean and reach the sink. It's like he's Billy Marty. Billy
I'm
Marty.
not on the crapper. I'm sitting in a chair. The crapper's to the left of me.
Mm-hmm. Because then Eddie lives in BC now, he lost it. There you go.
Yeah,
that
he
answers your
did.
question. That is
He
your
did.
question.
He cracked, unfortunately.
Yeah, I remember that now. He did do something, didn't he?
Yeah, he fled the United States and went to Canada because there was a warrant out for him.
Didn't he have multiple wives or something weird?
I don't recall. I just know that he had the big old
Tax evasion, I think.
Remember, right? He's got metal plates in there. So.
He's got like a Unabomber beard, and he's lost his mind. Why does he have metal plates, Yannick?
Him and his wife.
He always played the guy with the metal plate.
Oh yeah, okay.
So we were referencing it
Eddie,
earlier, the card. So Albert sent me an image of one of the cards that we were talking about. So I can actually show you guys. So this is the pump card we're talking about.
Yeah.
And these things you can imagine just looking at it you can imagine that the kind of holder you would need for that. It's like absurd.
There's
just
no
out of
such
necessity.
holder.
Yeah,
there is no such holder.
Yeah, like it's literally just like a free floating thing, and he's got a side profile on this one. So give me a second here, I'll pull it up.
I need the D Brown.
See, now I was kind of hoping that somebody would get to it. So there you go. Look at that thing. It's a brick. And then you got the actual pump piece floating above it. Like
yeah, so it's like you can't even put it in something because
it'll actually if for whatever reason you ever tilt it the wrong way, it'll literally be just like tilted in the holder. Yeah. It has to lay flat, otherwise it will never work.
Yeah, I still want the D Brown.
So you go.
JMU's mouse basketball.
Yep. So Josh here says, tell everyone why I gave it to you though.
Oh crap! It's late. I don't remember.
There you go. You have to.
I mean, he like made fun of me and stuff. And
well, everybody made fun of you.
Yeah.
Eric is going to the same trail that cousin Eddie Blaze, probably. Here's the Bob Jackson comment that I was talking about. I was kind of hoping he'd go here. I was hoping that somebody would get there, and we got there. Good job, Bob. Good job.
I'm not even gonna tell him to shut up this time. That was good.
I guess the D Brown card, yes.
Oh.
Did anyone else notice this $100 free credit from PWCC this week? No, I didn't.
I didn't get it.
I didn't. Was that in an email or? I'm curious now.
It's in the trunk of your DeLorean.
Could be. Could be. Oh, that actually reminds me. Jesse from PWCC had a couple of brief cameos in the documentary as well. Not surprisingly, but just thought I'd mention it.
I'm sorry. Who did?
So Jesse, the guy from PWCC, he was in the documentary as well. So but he was more certain guys got a lot of repeated use in interviews. Like Vegas Dave got a bunch of segments. Geoff got a bunch of segments. Steve Aoki got a bunch of segments. But a couple of other guys got like one or two here and there interspersed throughout. And the PWCC guy, Jesse, got one. So
There's some guys I haven't seen a lot lately. Like is Sasha T. I haven't seen any of it.
He's gone strictly.
Famous.
He's on his Instagram.
Okay.
And he basically is at shows and things, but he's not really posting videos anymore. I think he gave that piece of it up.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so that's what I've been seeing because I follow his Instagram, so I'll still see him post stuff. I'm buying this, I'm selling this, and he'll have like videos and stuff from him at shows and whatever. But it's like on his social medias, not on YouTube anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's one of those things where like there's only so much you can do if your entire social media platform on YouTube is I went to this show, bought stuff, sold stuff, bought stuff, sold stuff. You can
Right.
do it, but like there's a limit. There's a cap somewhere in there.
I lost interest when he brought his own basketball hoop with him,
Okay.
and he was like playing basketball out in the parking lot of the show, and I'm like, this isn't why I tuned in. So I was done. Never watched another episode after he did that.
Not a fanboy, are you?
Yes, Josh. I remember that very clearly now. I'm just really tired after another long drive and a long day. But yes, he says
I do remember that line actually was around. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that I couldn't mess up the one touch because it was horizontal. Yep, absolutely. But thank you again. It was very, very nice of you to give me that. And you may have started something new in my collection. So we'll see where it takes me.
There you go. Sounds good. Second here. And this one seems like a little bit of favoritism here about this one.
Bonjour,
Yannick, do you know
comment
what
ça va?
this is? You know
I
what
like
this is?
it.
Oh boy. Hey, honey.
Shane, I
I know
sense a
that
little bit
one.
of favoritism there.
She's a
Uh-huh.
stalker.
Interesting. Mm.
She's a
I
stalker.
love it. That's awesome.
Well, how about me? What's
No,
your
you're
opinion
an
of
ugly
me?
bastard. No one likes you.
Oh, come on.
Look, do you want me to lie to you?
Yes.
As a not friend, do you want me to lie to you?
Yes.
Still not going to do it.
All right. You're typing. I don't like it when you type. You're
Oh,
typing.
it's wonderful when I type. It's so good when I type.
My phone's too small. I can't even read it.
Brad, what does it say? What is Brad? What is Eric's name?
Ugly and no one likes them. Beautiful.
Again, but to be
Tomorrow.
clear, the problem is that Eric keeps passing this rumor that I'm the one type, as if I have control over this. I
think
do
you may.
not.
No,
Look,
I think you may.
That is the embodiment of the spirit of YouTube just flowing into this StreamYard.
No,
I have
think
no
it's you.
control over it.
No,
I have
think
zero
you do.
control over it. None.
I think you do.
I don't know about that. Eric is 2 a.m. shadow. Facts. There you go.
I'm exhausted.
There you go. There's a pool game. Nice. All right. Sounds good. Well, Charity, I appreciate you coming in. And Charity, if you could do us a favor, it really would help out. And Yannick would appreciate this too. If you could hit the like button,
No.
I'm going to charge Eric for it. So could
There's-
you, Charity,
no,
hit the like button?
no,
And
no.
everybody wins.
No. There is nothing to like about this mess.
Yannick, you've
Do
muted
not
yourself.
hit the like button. Thumbs down. Thumbs down. Thumbs
The
down.
whole
Everybody,
pool hall
thumbs down.
needs to hit the like button.
Absolutely. It's
No,
the least
there's
you do.
nothing to like. This is a car wreck. Okay, you don't like car wrecks.
Oh, look at this. Hold on. I have a question. Yannick, what's going on over there in the household? What's this?
Ah,
What's going on here?
thank you.
Pity. So
Good
much pity.
experience, I guess.
Hashtag pity. Good Lord.
I'll take it. I'll take pity.
Of course you will. You'll take it.
I am not against hashtag pity. I'm signing up for it.
She
Very
always
clearly
cheers
not.
for the underdog. So
Yep. Bubbles. Hey, this was the question I asked earlier. Which question, Bubbles? Help refresh my memory here. I'm trying to get. There were some good comments today, by the way. Thank you all as usual for the comments. But help me out. What are you referring to specifically? Be more specific. Good evening, Shane. Absolutely, I'm doing well. How are you? It's a pity friendship. Everybody's a pity friendship. Thank you, Charity. Appreciate that. Thank you for that. I knew Eric had OnlyFans, like literally OnlyFans. Only. Damn.
After only one fan, but after the show, I got to do another 3-hour stream. Oh my god, I'm exhausted.
Got to do it. Have a good night,
Got to
Charity.
make
Take it
that
easy.
money.
Oh, here we go. Oh, that was the question about the poll. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I think it's been good so far. Like, what are we at here? Let's take a look at where the poll is. We're at 31 votes, so that's good. So far, Boxes continues to lead with 58%. I refuse to choose both is at 26%. Looks like the Binders / C-Folio exclusive crowd is still the minority at 16%. So it looks like boxes is pretty strongly, firmly in control right now, I think. Which makes sense. I get it. I'm surprised there wasn't more both. I'm actually surprised both wasn't. I feel like that's most of what I've seen. But I guess some folks are just using. Although to be fair, boxes are stackable. You can put them on shelves and stuff. So like, I could see it from convenience. I could totally see it.
You're gonna have to go back and redo a Z folio clip, probably explaining. You already did one. You're gonna have to update it.
Maybe could be. Let's take a look here. Bob Lewis's chair. I'm only here to hit the like button. Appreciate it, Bob Lewis's chair.
Bob, knock it off.
That's Bob Lewis's chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Show the proper
All right,
respect.
Chair can do it.
Yeah. And we're up to 41 likes.
Oh, good Jesus Christ!
Pretty good. That's pretty solid. I'm not gonna lie.
I hate you people.
42.
Thank you, Brad.
Screw you, Brad.
Yeah, I did the 40.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Mine says 21 when I hit it.
Well, you have to refresh the stream.
Ah,
Yeah, like over the course of the evening, it refreshes. So
gotcha.
I haven't even used my burner account yet.
Bobby, why don't you get the hell out of here and go work on your damn app?
I've been working on it all day.
Yeah, sure you have.
And I had an epiphany today on the set, so
Ooh, an epiphany.
Yeah.
This is good.
yeah.
Not
but
for
I
me,
think
it's not going to be.
Here we go. Bob says 43. He's right. He is right. He is
I
right.
had an epiphany.
It's working well. All right, guys. So, question. We talked a little bit. I think we covered most of the stories from Expo. I got stories from Yannick, at least a couple. Got some stories from Eric. Some story from Bobby. Some story from Brad. Anything else like Expo wise? We'll kind of put a capper on this for now. We can always come back to something later. Anything else Expo wise that kind of caught your eye or that you thought was interesting?
So,
or anything
yeah,
kind of open.
I kind of have something. So
Go ahead.
I thought as you walked up to tables and looked into their showcases, I honestly thought that many of the prices were high. Okay. And the deals were there to have if you knew what you were looking for. You know, you set goals and you know, you did your homework and you talked to them and you know, see what kind of deals you can get. But I was really shocked that table after table after table, you know, these cards were still $200, $300, $400, $500, and it's like there's no effing way. And it's like I'm doing the math in my head because I have a lot of them, and I'm sitting here thinking that card I have at home is $300. No, there's no one in the world that's going to give me $300 for that. Yes,
you were set up, Brad will.
Brad will give me $300 for the imaginary card in my head. Okay.
For your PMG.
No, I'm never selling that. My green PMG stays with me until I die.
I love it.
So you'll have it you'll be gone by next Thursday?
Oh, I only hope. So I thought
Yannick,
a lot of
Yannick, the man has asked for it. You know what this means?
Yeah, I can.
Yannick, I was thinking about taking a road trip to Boston area. What do you think?
Oh, look, it's even shorter now. Even if he's in Maine, I can be there in about 4 hours.
It's in Florida.
Interesting.
Get me a motorcycle. I'll be there in 2.
See, I'm liking this plan. By the way, a quick kind of a side point, since Bobby was talking about how he'd been working on the app and everything all day. This week has gone super quick for me because I'm working on project work, so I'm super busy. Like I was literally like, I had to remember earlier. I was like, okay, yesterday I was like, okay, let me make a placeholder. Let me set all this stuff up and get that done. Look, you want to know how bad it is? And Bobby will appreciate this one. This is how bad this week has been for me, being lost in computers and buried in work. I have finished my beer on last week's episode. Normally I reorder and I get the local brewery to bring some stuff. I realized it was Friday and I had not ordered fucking beer. I did not have a drop of beer in this house.
Holy.
And I was like, that's it.
Carlos.
Everything's shut down. Fuck everyone. We're fixing this.
Priorities.
So I was like, that's it. Not acceptable. Now the problem is when I order it from that brewery, they're good, but it takes them about a day.
Those
So I
tickets
said,
don't work after the show.
No, the tickets don't work. But I said, okay. And I tried. Don't think I didn't try.
You went down to the brewery, handed them your show tickets, and they didn't know what to do.
They
with
did
them.
not accept them. That did
I
not work.
have a whole Ziploc bag of
But
them.
the problem is when I came to this realization, when I came to this epiphany, was like a little bit after lunchtime, and I'm like, well, I know I'm going to be stuck working on some stuff. I actually have to work right up until the end of the day working on, because the problem is if it doesn't move, I'm leading the project. So if it doesn't move, I'm going to be working on weekends. So I'm like, I can't do that. So I
What do
said,
you
okay,
mean work, Carlos?
what's that?
What do you mean work?
I mean the thing that I have actively tried to avoid for the last decade that now I have to do. That.
Aw.
So unfortunately I cannot avoid this one. I tried to pawn it off on other people and it didn't work. So I have to do it this time.
Watch out there. Your brother is there. He can actually talk about your work ethics and stuff.
Yeah, no, exactly.
The
But
truth.
look, but he's missing something. He is correct. It's not as if you don't live walking distance from an establishment. Yes, but I couldn't leave the house to get it. That was the problem. Normally, I would just tell him to go get it because, slaves. But in this case, I was like, okay, let me make sure I take care of my business. I got to do this shit, and I got this other screen. So I had people deliver me beer. So I got the beer delivered to me. But it was just very funny watching the guy work through it, because what happens is the Instacart guys, and that's the thing that I use sometimes for groceries and whatever. The Instacart guys, when you're ordering alcohol, they got ID you, which is fine. I had the ID with me, no problem. But then they got to punch it into the app. It was actually kind of fun watching the guy struggle with it. He goes, "Who built this fucking app?" Like, because he tried to take a picture, it didn't work, and then he had to punch in stuff manually, and like I was like, "Okay, do what you got to do, man. I got it here." So, and as soon as he finished, he goes, "Okay, we're good," and then he hands me the bag. I was like, "All right then." So I was like, "Good."
Well, all I heard about in that entire story is that Brad screwed us over again with those 1-day tickets.
I think it's terrible.
With what tickets?
The drink
Beer
tickets,
tickets.
Brad. I thought they
Oh.
were good. I thought they were good for like 6 months, man.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. Screwed us
I
again,
know, I know.
jackass.
Terrible. There we go. Let me
I
just
can
see.
take all the abuse. I'm just so happy that I'm not processing orders right now. My brain, my brain is actually fried. And I'm
Well,
just,
that's why I kind of figured. I laughed when we chatted yesterday because I was like, well, you still want to come on, and basically as soon as you started talking, I was like, wait, he wants to get away from the cards. He wants to get away from processing orders. He's like, please let me come on. It's a
you know
good
what's
excuse.
bizarre? Like, I want to get away from work on orders, but all I want to do is just play with like my cards. Like I want to.
Well, that's two different things. Like that's work.
It is. Yeah.
Look, the thing is, I joke about the thing, but my job is straightforward from the perspective because I do technology. That's what I've done forever. I've done it in my own time. But when you're doing it because you have to do it for work, it's not the same as when I get to tinker around with a machine or do something on my end. When I'm doing it, I enjoy it. It's fun for me. When it's like, hi, I have a ticket. Can you fix this? I'm like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
And I had calls the whole day for that. It was like different. And then I still had to run the project thing. So I was like, all right, what's the status? What are you doing with this? Like, without getting into detail, it was like, long story short, it was like, have you finished this? Okay, because when you finish this, I got to go tell them to do that. So you done? Okay, good. You do that other thing.
Yeah.
Brad, I was just thinking about something, and I want you to think about it semi-seriously, and because I would love for you to do this. There's all these different companies now that are kind of making their own cards. Like if I wanted to get a picture of my daughter, running, and I could send a piece of like her running jersey, and they'd make a card like that. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Mm-hmm.
So I want you to think about it, and I want you to make some of cards of yourself from your playing days. You can autograph them. You can put some memorabilia in them. You can, all sorts of. You must have pictures. So there's got to be plenty of pictures, that you must have. You find some good ones, and I want you to make some of your own hockey cards.
Yeah, no, I think I should do that. I think that's a good idea. I think I will. But Sherry made me for Christmas 4 years ago. She went through over like a 6-month period and took all, like I got 3 big boxes of all newspaper clippings and letters and everything. And she made a binder, which was just amazing. Like the nicest thing when someone does something that you just don't go by, but you actually take the time. And it starts with my beginning of my career and it goes through it. it actually makes me, I'm not getting, I'm not emotional. Maybe I'm getting a little emotional. I don't usually do this, but it was awesome. And it was so heartfelt that you could go through from my high school to midget AAA to major junior to like when all the universities in the States, like I got my letter, you're at Maine University. So back in 94, I did a tour of there and I had a scholarship to Maine and one to Harvard and Dartmouth College and all these colleges. So she put all the letters in the binder. So all the letters of intent that I had to sign and everything else. It was pretty cool. It was awesome. So,
But you know what would be even a better idea? Like I like the idea. What would be even better idea is if I go and chat with Billy, and we get because sometimes they'll do inserts that they don't announce, and we create the Brad Hartland card, and I just want someone to pull it and go, "What the fuck is this? Who is this guy?" That's the reaction I want. I want a clip of that react, but I want it to be like a real upper deck card. Is like, what the fuck is this? Who's this guy?
I paid $70 for this pack.
It's like, well, it turns out that card is one in every 10 cases. Congratulations.
Sticker.
It's like that's a mega hit. That's a mega SSP.
For redemption.
yeah.
The autograph can be redemption.
Yeah.
Brad, take your sweet time.
Oh, that's awesome. You know what? I should mention Diane from Upper Deck.
Yep.
I got my Bombay's hat on because we always joke around, but Diane brought me a nice gift, and it's Funko.
That you're gonna get graded by PSA.
Yeah, you know
they can
what?
do it now. You can do Funkos, man.
Absolutely. Emilio Estevez signed Coach Bombay.
Nice. That's solid.
Nice.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
Yeah, it was a very, very nice gesture.
I think honestly for the Funkos, like I said, I don't really care for the Funkos that much. But if you get the person associated to autograph it, then you've created a bit of a collectible, a little bit of a nice twist on the thing. And I'm like, okay, fine, I can get that. Because otherwise Funkos are kind of generic. It's like, okay, I guess fine, whatever.
Yeah.
But you get them to autograph the thing, it's like, okay, I can get behind that a little bit. I think that's at least reasonable.
Yeah, I got a chance to meet her. This is the blonde woman that was working over at Upper Deck, right? So
I'm fairly confident the only woman at Upper Deck.
okay, well,
Like I think so, as to my recollection. I was there a couple of times. I'm pretty sure she was the only one.
very, very, very nice. I met her at dinner Thursday night, and she was giving out packs of like SP authentic cards to everybody at the dinner.
But hold on. Let me correct you on that. I was not at this dinner,
Right.
but I know for a fact that statement is not true.
Okay.
There were SP authentic packs handed out. Yes, that is an accurate statement. That is an accurate statement. But there was also a lesser brand that was handed out first, and some people got those packs, and other people got the SP authentic packs. I know this from someone who was there. That's all I'm saying.
The Timmy Two Hats and I got SP.
Yeah, but you were with Timmy Two Hats. You're in the VIP section.
I was in the VIP section with Geoff and other people, and so I did get. But whatever. I don't even care if it's whatever Upper Deck's.
About this, you didn't brag about this, eh? Now you're
no. So whatever Upper Deck's least, expensive product is, the fact that they came and they passed stuff out to have fun. People can open cards at dinner, and I thought that was really nice of her to do. So I just wanted to say that I thought she was really nice. And I thought that was a really nice gesture.
You want more free stuff? Is that what he's trying to say, Carlos?
He always wants free stuff. Yeah.
Is there an opportunity to get more free stuff?
Brad, that's basically what he's saying. What we're trying to get at is he's a moocher.
Yes.
Like a shameless moocher. It's pretty sad.
Yes. So I'll tell you my two favorite words. So my first favorite word is free. My second favorite word is food. And if you put them both together, I'm the happiest guy in the world.
Now, food is open to interpretation because he does eat bugs. And you can go outside and get him yourself. That's free. You lazy bastard.
Okay. Yes, I have eaten bugs.
Yes.
I have never done it voluntarily.
So you claim. Go on.
They do at high rates of speed as you're coming down a mountain. Sometimes a bug will just right into the back of the throat. And yes, I have eaten many bugs in the years.
Yeah. So is that why you rode down the mountain with like the equivalent of a funnel to make sure that it got like directed? Like you literally it's like, dude, like that's a whole contraption. Like that's an elaborate thing.
Yeah. A traffic cone.
Like all I'm saying, man, is like, look, somebody's out there's like, you 3D printed that shit and put it on your head, on your face.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of
Yeah.
effort.
You get hungry riding bikes.
All I'm saying, man. All I'm saying. So, Bob, when you're ready, you just kind of give me a thumbs up. There you go, Mr. Bob Lewis, YouTube Hall of Famer. Good evening. How are you?
All right, how are you guys?
I see you're sporting your fancy ass jacket. Look at you.
Luby Bobus.
Yep.
This show just improved tenfold. How you doing, Bob?
Not quite. Hey, cheers.
Cheers.
We're good.
I was having some fun because I saw when you joined Alex for kind of hanging out there for a little bit. I enjoy kind of Alex taking over that Sunday time slot that used to be my old haunt over there. It's like it just didn't make sense schedule wise because these things are too damn long going into Monday. But for Alex's purposes, I think it worked out actually very nicely.
Yeah, that was kind of spare of the moment. Actually, Jason, Zombie Collector, had reached out and said, "Can you go live?" But before I answered him, I got the okay from the wife. But this was like an hour after I had gotten his text, and so I messaged him, and he said, "Yeah, I missed the opportunity, right?" So then I saw Alex live, and he always posts the link there. So I had the okay already, and then I just got a different link and jumped on. So yeah, that was fun. It's kind of a spare of the moment. Is that spare of the moment?
Spur of the moment.
Spur?
Yeah, spur. Yep.
Yeah.
But that's it. That's the statement. Yep.
Hold on. On that note,
We know what you mean.
He's spurring of the moment. He's spurring of the moment.
We
That's
already
Bob Lewis.
lost Bob.
That's Bob Lewis, man. No, I was chatting with somebody, and he goes, I think they were familiar with Bob Lewis, but at the same time, it's like, yep, that's Bob Lewis. It's like, yep, that is. There's a certain way you got to do a live stream with a Bob Lewis. Got to be prepared. Be prepared for anything.
For anything.
The good news is I happen to be uniquely qualified to deal with that kind of nonsense. I might be a subject matter expert on this. So we'll move on. And then when Bob Lewis shows up, Bob Lewis will show up. So anyway, we got a Bob Lewis appearance. So good stuff. Now, by the way, guys, in the chat, as we're going along, if there's anything that you do want to kind of chat about, feel free to join in. Because it's one of those things, it gives me something to work with. Brad needs to stay conscious so that he can go drive over. So we're kind of working with him on this. I'm doing my thing anyway, so it doesn't matter. Now, I have a question. This is not a poll, but a question. Like I said, I got beer delivered, but I grabbed a couple different types. It's like, well, if I'm going to send somebody out, I'm getting you to grab a couple of choices. So I went, and the first couple that I've had here are Sleeman. This is a Guelph. Guelph? Beer.
That's not a real place.
Oh, but it is. They have
No,
beer.
it is not.
They have
There's
beer,
not a
so I
real
assure you
place.
it's real. It's like, Brad, help me with this logic. They've got beer there. They've got a brewery. That, my friend, is a real place. They got beer? That's a real place. I'm
Not
sorry.
a real place. There's no place in the whole wide world named Guelph. I mean, come on. Come on. Come on. That's not a real place.
Whatever you
That's
say,
like
man.
some place you'd find in like the Hobbit world or something. You know, it's Lord of the Rings.
University of Guelph. Just saying.
It's make believe. You live in an imaginary world.
Go on.
Yeah.
Hey, Brad, you got to love what it's like. Go on.
Utterly ridiculous.
I am committed to the bid.
Yeah.
Anyway, so here's what I
How
want.
much money I've had to pay to have Guelph put on my clothes.
Look, I might have used a fraction of that like money. And trust me, I got swag for days, bro. For days.
You're wasting my money on Guelph items.
Correctly done. Correctly done.
Ah.
Now, here's the question I got. So I got this one, and then I got good old Stella. Stella was a good one for the. Stella was a good one for the appreciation night. That was the right call, by the way. In my opinion, Stella was the correct call of the beers at the. If you're going to use the drink tickets, unfortunately, the drink tickets no longer work, but I have Stella in the fridge.
Freaking Brad.
So here's what I need to know: Sleeman or Stella? I'm going to fill up one more. So Sleeman or Stella? Thoughts? Anyone? Stella. I think we're going to go with Stella. I think we'll go with what the Burrell says.
Well, we always go with what the Burrell says.
I think
the
that's
final
right.
word in all things.
Yeah. So not sure if you want to change gears and discuss AEW Year 2 possibly coming soon. Yes. So let me touch on the first one because I think that is a relevant piece. And Brad, I don't know if you got a notification on this yet. So I actually meant, it's funny because the timing worked out and this is perfect. Because last night we had the question on the cup. We had a question about the cup. Mm-hmm. And I said one of the little rules, if you will, that Upper Deck is generally pretty good about following this. They're pretty good. So about 2 weeks out from the actual release of a product, they will release the checklist. Generally speaking, within about a 2-week window. They're usually pretty good about keeping that. So what happened yesterday and then today? More images from the product And I went to Cardboard Connection today to confirm, and the checklist is there. So right now they're saying around November 30th, which is right around that 2-week-ish mark. So like I said, in that ballpark. Have you gotten like the go-ahead that basically it's ready for release? Not yet?
Nope.
Okay, so let's keep an eye on that. I'll be curious. Please let me know. Like, keep me posted. I am genuinely curious, but because I did see the checklist is live. So it means it's got to be somewhere in range because usually they don't do it too far in advance.
Right.
So I'll be curious. So like I said, I'm just curious, and you let me know. But I'm thinking, based on that, that means we got to be getting dangerously close. So we'll find out. Now, here's my question. So this is where I'm leading it into. I want to open it up and get thoughts. At the show, the thing was the week before the Expo, the AEW Spectrum product came out. So Brad and AMG Collectibles and everybody got their hands on it. And at the Expo, there was product there. So great. I opened up one there, and I got one from Brad as well, and I opened that up there. So that was cool. But this product just came out. It's only been a week or two. So now we're going to have another product. Now that's a flagship product. It's going to be less expensive. So great. But at the same time, it's like there was months and months and months delay to get the Spectrum product. And now all of a sudden, a second AEW product's going to hit within about 3 weeks of the other one, give or take. That feels like it's going to make the market really interesting, a little bit spicy. It's like we haven't had the chance to absorb Spectrum yet necessarily. Not enough stuff has been opened to get enough singles out on the market, and we're going to have another product suddenly dumped on us soon, potentially imminently. So kind of just in general. So Brad, any thoughts on that? That's kind of a double whammy, and it's a limited product. Like it's not like this is literally the third release ever. So it's not like they've had 100 products out there. It's like we literally went from forever no products, just the one, and then suddenly we got one, and then now we're about to get hit with another one, probably soon.
Yeah, I am not so much with the AEW on it, but I am worried about way too much product coming out. There's just so much stuff coming out right now. Mm-hmm. Right. Thankfully for me, like the allotments on AEW, it's not like I think I got 6 or 12 boxes. That's all I get.
Yeah,
so
it's
that's
not too
fine.
crazy.
Yeah. But like every day, like there's something else. I forget what this week. It's Allen and Ginter and Topps Chrome, and that like there's just as a hobby shop, there's so much product coming down the throats right now. It's going to be scary for a lot of people. Yeah. And maybe that's going to reflect good for the consumer. Mm-hmm. Box prices will come down. There's no doubt in my mind. So,
so by the way, you didn't hear from me. Allegedly, mark me down for another box of the AEW.
Yeah.
Yeah, just mark that down. And by the way, we got to talk later and settle up on everything so that we make sure we take care of that. So please, we'll chat. We'll get that done. But yeah, I'm thinking I'll grab another one because I kind of want to open them up. So we'll see. I'm interested. But like I said, I think it's going to be awkward. The reason I'm bringing it up is that marketplaces are very delicate, and we're in a very interesting spot right now with the way it is. Like a couple of the cards that I've pulled up on eBay, and they're doing okay actually. They're doing pretty good. But the product just came out. That's my point. This other product just came out.
Right.
And like we're imminent on another product that's suddenly going to throw more product into the space. Very similar. It's the other one is a $300 box, and this one is like 130, 40, 50. I've seen somewhere in those ranges.
Yeah.
Retail, street price. Like they're not that far apart price wise. It's like because you're throwing autographs of these characters and then more autographs of these characters in this other product at the same time. It's like that's going to be interesting.
Sounds like it's too close.
It is too close. I genuinely believe like that's too tight for such a niche product where the audience is very clearly defined. I think that's really tight. Inside of a month, theoretically, that means they would both hit in the same month.
Yeah.
That's tight.
So they sent me a picture too. Cherry was doing a little walk around at the show in Langley, and there was a guy selling extended hobby boxes of Upper Deck for $48. So like the cost is $100, and they're already selling them for $48 Canadian for a hobby box of extended Upper Deck.
Yeah,
that
tells you there's a lot of product. By the way, this one's here for you, Eric. Mrs. Bobbles says hi, BFF, and everyone else. You're getting way more love in this live stream than I like to see. Like that deeply disturbs me.
Oh, well, I sent her a message.
A message saying, "Please acknowledge me. Please love me."
No, I wished her a happy anniversary.
As you should.
And I
already said that to Mr. Bobbles and gave my regards to Mrs. Bobbles.
I wished her a happy anniversary.
Oh, so you're ignoring Bobbles
and encouraged Bobbles to not screw this up because he'll never find another one.
Interesting. Interesting. You know, Bobbles is also one of those people who knows Photoshop, right?
Why do you think I'm behaving the way I'm behaving? He's mean to me.
You're trying to court danger is what you're doing. you are trying to live
so
dangerously
I
right
wish I wish Mrs. Bobbles a very happy anniversary, and he can go screw.
Interesting. Brad, my rule number 4, as I mentioned earlier, is you do not fuck with people who know Photoshop. And Eric has not learned this lesson, despite being consistently bludgeoned over the head with this lesson.
All right. Well, listen. The rule doesn't even matter because I never attack Yannick, and he beats me up with these things like brutally.
Yannick knows. Yannick knows things.
I know Photoshop.
Interesting.
He's got me all decked out, and you know, I was surprised he didn't put leaf face paint on
Yannick,
me.
what does that say? Go on. It's odd that Eric takes more ridicule than Bob. From Bob Lewis's chair, no less.
Wow.
Wow. Interesting.
I just sent you a text, Carlos.
Sounds good. Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, I'll reply back to you. It's ridiculous. But anyway, bottom line on the comment that I was making, the only reason I was bringing it up was that it is 2 products in really close discussion. As a person who likes to pay attention to that stuff, I'm genuinely curious. I'm actually genuinely curious what the hell is going to happen when you just got a product out, it's being broken, people are putting the singles out. It takes a little time for it to get out there because I noticed some stuff still hasn't quite come out yet. So more stuff's got to be broken. And then within a couple of weeks, we're hitting a similar product with a lot of the similar elements. Obviously not exactly the same, but similar enough that it's like, ooh, that's kind of, that's going to make things interesting. Very interesting is what I'm going to say.
Okay, guys, I'm out. I'll listen on the other. I'll be in the chat.
Sounds good.
All right,
Have
Bobby.
yourself a
It's
good
good
evening.
seeing you. Take it easy.
Good night, Bobby.
See you, Bobby. I kind of felt like he was Wilson there. Like I kind of forgot a little bit, and then he just pops out of nowhere.
That's right. So I'm just typing out here. Don't worry, Eric. This one isn't for you. Allegedly.
Oh, thank God.
It's not for you. Wanted to make sure I covered this. Okay, Josh here says, look like a lot more of the 2022 printed in 2021 based on the number of parallels this year. I agree with that. I think they learned a lesson. I think Upper Deck is learning. It's one of those things. I talked to Billy about this, and they're not stupid. they learned a lot of lessons from the first run through there because they didn't get enough out there early because the market went way too high on the boxes. The boxes were going for north of right around $300 for the flagship, and it was not justifiable. The product didn't make sense at that price. Spectrum was $300. Spectrum was designed like a product that's closer to that price point. That made more sense for that, not for the first one. And then for this one, the pre-orders and everything are much more in line with what makes more sense. This one makes way more sense. The price is a lot closer where it should be. But I agree with Josh. I think they printed more of it to accommodate and keep that level making sense. So we'll see how that plays out. But from a market dynamic, as a person who's interested in the market dynamic side of it, you're creating a very interesting space where you might be flooding a market with the same type of product too quickly. It's not really their fault, but at the same time, now they're in this weird scenario. It's like, I think it's going to hurt the value of the second product. I think it will. Which is great for me as a collector. As a collector, this is wonderful. Singles, as a guy who will go out and get some singles, I'm good. But for the dealers and stuff, this is going to suck for you. It's going to be real bad. Good luck. We'll see. Anyway. All right, cool. Let me just see here. So the Burrell made a decision.
I'm dying to know what Bob's looking for.
I don't know. Bob, just out of curiosity, what are you up to back there, buddy? I let you do your own thing, but I was genuinely curious. Like, what are you up to?
The thing that kills me is that you think Bob knows.
What was the last thing we talked about? I said something. You corrected me on the appropriate expression.
Oh, spur of the moment?
Spur.
So
You were looking for San Antonio Spurs?
one of my like first. Okay, so oh, here we go, dude. It's all I found it and I didn't even know it. All right,
Hold on.
so
Bob, you're the best. Continue. Go on.
so I was
Don't
looking
you ever
up.
change.
So this right here is the lid to the first like monster box that I ever owned.
Yes.
And so look right here. So all right, so 1991 baseball cards, Bobby Lewis, right? My old telephone number, right? But then look right here, odds and ends. So I didn't know it was odds and ends. Odds and ends is what I had it at.
Well played, sir. Well played.
Okay, that's awesome.
One other box labeling.
All right, go on.
So this was the awesome box, Shaq and Lindros.
Those are some nice drawings.
My dad says to me, he's like, you might not want to label your box the awesome box, because if somebody was going to steal from you, then like they would know exactly where to go.
Awesome.
Well, Bob, the thing is, I do that, and I literally put on my Tom Brady and Mike Trout in the hopes that someone will steal it from me. The problem is I leave it outside, and it still doesn't work.
I hope that was worth the wait, odds and ends.
It was a long build up, but we did get a payoff. I will say we got a payoff.
Definitely looking in the wrong place, man. Wow.
Yeah. Now, quick question, Bob. Just since we're chatting, okay. So of course we got the IRP sign in the background, so pretty sweetly done. We got that, so that's pretty good. Obviously, you got your lovely new jacket, which you showcased on the text thread there, so very nicely done there. Now, question for you, and I'll give you a little bit of time. I think at some point while you're here, I think at some point we may need a little Daps Man, because I feel bad that Daps Man was left out of that documentary I talked about earlier tonight. A lot of hobby luminaries are included, but no Daps Man hurts my feelings. It hurts my feelings.
I mean, he kind of feels left out all around.
I think so.
I do think he has something to say. Hold on one second.
Go for it. You do that. I did. Don't worry, Josh. We took care of that. Bob loses share. Why did you interrupt him? It had to be done, man. Had to be done. The punchline delivered. Facts. Facts. Yep. What I like is that a bunch of folks are watching. It's like, you're sitting pretty quiet. Like right now is a good opportunity to throw in whatever you want. If you want to have a little bit of fun. I'm kind of open. I have a couple of thoughts of some directions to go, but I'm also trying to keep an eye on something on the side of the screen here at the same time. So you have to bear with me. And I want to take a moment. In a moment, I'm going to go refill that beer, but I want to make sure at least we're in a good spot while I do that. So real quick. Tell you what, why don't we do this? Mr. Brad, I know you're kind of distracted doing a couple of things here, but I kind of want to bring you into the conversation a little bit. So if we're gonna help you get to where you need to go. I want you to bring you in a little bit. Okay. We already talked about a lot of Expo stuff and everything. I know the team is out west, so they're doing their thing. So that's going to be good, I think. Mm-hmm. What's on the rest of the show schedule for the year? Is there a couple of other things going on, or what's the deal?
No, this is it. So this is it. But we'll have a lot of cards coming back over the holidays. I really wanted to kind of shut things down from the 14th of December till after New Year's. That's been my goal for the last couple of years, and hopefully we'll be able to do that. But like I said on last night's show, we had 10,000 cards come back from PSA on Monday, and we got all of them are invoiced and out, and we're processing close to 20,000 cards this week to send to PSA. Yeah. So I'm hoping. Well, I shouldn't say I'm hoping. You know what? We want business. Obviously, it's great, but it is a little overwhelming at times. So hopefully we'll have a little bit of a lull for a week or two, and we'll see. So,
Brad, what was your total from the show? Do you know?
No, I don't know. We're still opening. I've got probably 140 boxes to open that I just tonight. That's why I just gave up. I just was like, okay, you just need to take a break and regroup, and we'll start again.
No, if that Kenny Dryden auto somehow falls to the floor, just kick it my way.
I know who owns it. I checked that out for you, and he's a good guy. So if he's probably going to sell it, so I will connect you with that for sure. That
is the best looking version of his autograph I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. You know what else we sold? I don't even know if I told you guys, but remember the mantle that I bought 50% of with another guy, and
yes.
Yeah, we sold it was a PSA 1. I thought it was going to be authentic, and it came back a 1. We sold that at the show.
Nice.
Yeah, you told me that and how much you made from it. So that was great.
Yeah, that was a big sale. Like, I mean, there's not too often when you sell a cart for, I mean, for us, I mean, you see this online, you see PWCC and all these, but to have that as a cash sale, that was a big sale. So that was great.
Absolutely, absolutely. But it's one of those things where I was guesstimating, because kind of based on what we talked about, I was guesstimating like 20K. That's kind of where I was kind of around with a lot of stuff. But people, like, think about that in context. That is a lot of cards. And again, remember, we're talking regional, because at the end of the day, PSA Canada operates in the Canadian market. So because I was trying to get people's heads around that when I was chatting, and I was a guesstimate on my part. Obviously, you were going to figure out what the numbers are when you open all the boxes and calculate it.
Yeah.
But I was sitting there like, but the thing is, remember, we're 1/10 the size of the U.S. So pretend that a bulk grader received inside of about a week and change 200,000 cards. That's basically what you're talking about. Try to get your head around that.
Yeah.
Eric, 200,000 cards. That's the equivalent. Yeah. Keep counting. It's going to take a while.
Do you know what blows me away though? Like I always put a comparable in on it. So PSA grades, let's just use 60,000 cards every day.
Yeah.
So it's like, you see what we did at the Expo, and we're at the Expo, we'll take in somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 cards. So that's like 10% of one day production, right? Like, it's mind blowing how many cards PSA is grading and shipping out every single day.
Yeah. But at the same time, though, on the other side of the coin, it's still, that's why I joke with some folks stateside. I said, the problem is that the hobby's dead. Just nobody sent the memo to Canada. because we were rocking and rolling. Eric, you were physically present. Like, there were a lot of people out there, and I saw people buying stuff left, right, and center.
Oh yeah, it was
money
awesome.
was changing hands. There was transactions. It felt pretty lively to me.
So you have this major show.
Yeah.
And I got around to as much as I could, and I heard a very small, and this really shocked me, to be honest, a very small percentage of people walking up the tables and saying, are you buying or do you trade? Mm-hmm. Now, I go to my local show. There's a person in front of every single table asking that question. And the dealers multiple times in the 4 or 5 hours the show's going on are saying no. This was all people buying stuff. And I'm just saying, in my experience, very few times in the 4 days did I hear people asking, are you buying? Are you buying? Are you trading? And it's like they open up their Pelican cases, whatever, the Zion cases, whatever the hell they are, and showing stuff around. I thought I'd be seeing tons of that because of what the market has done, that people kind of dump everything they have at a major show. But I didn't see nearly as much as I predicted.
I think people underestimate, because we talk about the whole hockey thing, right? Since the Expo, and I just want to say as a general term, and Brad, please feel free to agree or disagree, but I want to get your take on it as well. My opinion has always been, because it is not hockey only, because I'm a baseball collector as well, and I collect other sports, and I can find stuff at the show, but it is hockey dominant. Let's just call it. It's hockey dominant.
Yeah,
the hockey card market, though, is built on, and I say this with much love, hoarding. Like, the collectors don't just buy and then like immediately flip. Yeah, there are people that flip, of course. Like, that's a thing. But there are guys that will have multiples of a card. Like the example that I use, the analogy that I use, as a player collector, and I talked about having a box of the cup, and maybe I'm getting close to the time where maybe it'll be fun to have a showcase of just that box again, because there's good stuff in there that I've accumulated over the last however long the cup's been. I think the cup started in 05. Am I right? Yeah. So in the last 17 years of the cup, I was never a big buyer. Like, I couldn't open those packs. They were too expensive for me. That was out of my price range. But over the years, I've accumulated. This is just one player. But here's the thing. When I go find stuff, I got that Cup Foundations card with nice patches and everything. That was a really cool card. Those don't crop up all the time. The reason, though, is because you got these folks that collect the sets. They'll do like the set of foundations and they'll go find the best patches and whatever. So they got hoarded at the time of the release. So a lot of the best quality examples are already sitting in somebody's collection, and the only way you see it is if they break up a set. That's when you see it. And the same thing with the large patches and the same thing with the patch autographs and stuff. It's not like I can never find one. But the problem is, it's like, well, this card's out of 50. This card's out of, 35 or whatever. Why is it so hard to find? Why is it so hard to find a multicolored patch? Because it's sitting in somebody's set. And it just sits there and sits there and sits there. And eventually you see it on Instagram and you go, look, they've got a complete set. Beautiful multicolored patches left, right, and center. These are the top quality pieces. They're sitting in one person's collection. And it's hoarding. And sometimes they'll have multiples. Some will be like, oh, but I saw this patch, so I got the left side of the patch, the right side of the patch, the bottom part of the patch, and it's 3 copies of the same fucking card. And somebody else is looking for the goddamn thing. That's why I can't find it.
Yeah.
This dude's got 3 of them. And it's just so he could have the whole patch. And that's the only reason he did it. Just because he could. That's
It's definitely, I agree with you about hockey collectors. Very much like hockey fans. They're smaller in numbers, but they're the most passionate.
And when they get into something, they get into it. Like they're not playing around. They're not screwing around. They're like, no, they're hardcore.
Right.
And that's who you're actually competing with. That's why you'll see patches of some rando. And it's like, who the hell even cares about, who the hell is this guy? Go ahead, Brett. Yep.
Do we talk about hoarders? So this is my 16-17 set that I've been doing.
Yep.
The autographed. But Braden Point now, I have 9 of the 15. And you talk about it, like really.
Now imagine you're trying to find one.
What,
That is the answer to your question. Why can't you find? Well, Brad's got a bunch of them.
I know. What's the purpose? But I just keep on. If I see another one,
But that happens all the time with a whole
agree.
bunch of stuff. And somebody will be like, why can't I find X? And I go, there's probably somebody like Brad sitting out there with 9 of them.
Yeah.
That's probably why. And they only made 15. Yeah, but he's got 9 of them. So that means there's only 6 available. That means the actual population is 6.
Yeah.
It's a lot tougher to find than you initially thought, right?
Absolutely.
All the time. So when you see one, you kind of have to pounce on it, because that's why I say when I walked and I ran and it was random. The Cup Foundations one was accidental. I was walking by just scanning quickly, and I didn't spend a lot of time scanning. I actually spent very little. I happened to be going down that aisle. I was scanning, and then out of the corner of my eye, I kind of caught it, and I was like, so I said, "Can I look at that a little closer?" And then he showed it to me, and I go, I think it was I think he put 150 on it. And I said, would you take 120? And he goes, would you do 130? Yeah, sure. Okay, great. Deal done. So I was like, yeah, I'll take it. Sure. Because I was like, it's nice. And I don't see them all the time. And it's out of 10. So, and I'm sure a couple of the other Medano guys have a couple of them. So it's like, again, the population available is actually less than 10. And I've got decent set of patches on those, which is good. But it's like, it's there. It was the right time, right place, and it was great. But all the time. That's why. And I think that facilitates those transactions, Eric. That's the reason why you have to experience it and see it yourself. That's the reason why all of a sudden, why is this market still operating? It's like, because those people are not flipping constantly.
Yeah.
Right.
They're hoarding. They're nuts.
And there are a few other things too, how you can tell like a healthy market. If you look, we sold an Ovechkin PSA 10.
Keep talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, an Ovechkin PSA 10. We sold 3 PSA 10 Austin Matthews Young Guns rookies. Like those are like, I don't want to say commodity cards per se, but
Yep. Just pause for 1 second. I want to read what Dapspan is saying here because I like this one. Why hasn't Sports Card Radio done a hit piece on me? I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. It was dark, but I appreciated it. Thank you, Dapspan. I appreciate your contribution. Go ahead. You were saying, please, Brad. You were saying.
no, but to see those transactions, so it's not just stuff. People are buying those cards. The hobby's healthy right now, even more so than I realized after being at the Toronto Expo, at least in Canada. I see our shows, I see that show, and there's tons of transactions, and I think good things are to come.
No, I think that's fair. It's kind of interesting, but that's why I say, like, because it's a specific niche marketplace, and because the collectors who are in it are very specific with what they like, it keeps certain things stable. We don't get we don't get the big explosions on a lot of this stuff, but it also means we don't get a lot of the big gigantic declines. So it means if a dealer bought reasonably, there's a good chance they can still be profitable. There's a still chance they can still make money, and they're likely to at least have a chance to be able to work with you on price. Well, guess what? That's going to be more conducive to making a deal. If you're willing to move on price, you're probably going to be have an easier time actually getting somebody to buy.
Yeah.
So Paul here, good evening. And by the way, Chicago is happening tonight. Very strong attendance. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. Josh here says, and this is a question for you, Brad. Do you have any idea how you compare to U.S. group submitters? So in relative terms, as far as number of cards being sent in, and I'll come right back.
Yeah, I'd say I'm not really sure. Top 5. That would be a guess on my part. So I'd say that. I think the number one KK Sports out of Florida, like them guys send a lot of cards for people. I think the number one submitter to PSA, that I don't know this from PSA, it's just my estimate, is the 4 Sharp Corners guys. Them guys, they have just scads and scads of cards. I know at one point they were submitting 25,000 a month. For individual, I don't think there'd be anybody in the hobby that submits more cards than them guys individually. So
Yeah, they're here out of Massachusetts.
Yeah.
They have a huge eBay presence. Yeah, it's all PSA on their site and everything, mostly. And
Yeah.
it's and their prices are usually pretty fair too.
Yeah.
And they are selling and shipping out astronomical amounts of cards every day. I'm glad I don't work there. I'd be ripping my hair out trying to keep up with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Where did he want to work?
4 Sharp Corners here in Massachusetts.
Ooh, yeah, they do a lot of volume. It's crazy.
Yeah.
That's one thing. I think we talked about this before. I think people forget the sports card business, up until the big run-up, the sports card business is volume and low margins. So people don't understand that 4 Sharp Corners operates the way it does, not because they're sitting there going like, hey, it'd be great. We'd love to be sitting there sorting cards, piling cards, grading cards, stacking all day. No, this is how we make money. We got to do it in volume. You're not doing like a $10 card and selling it for 50 grand every 5 seconds. It's more like $100 card, sell it for 120. $100 card, sell it for 110.
I met Brad. I walked past him at the National in Atlantic City. You remember that, Brad?
Absolutely. 100% right in front on the sidewalk.
He was starstruck.
He smelled like money, actually. He's doing something right.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Like, if you're going to operate a good business, you are going to have to learn to. A lot of them are going to have to do volume. That's where I think a lot of these, even now with everything, I think there's still a bunch of card shops and stuff that are going to go under. There's still room for plenty of them to do so because they had a very flawed business model that is struggling. The wheels are grinding slowly down to a halt. But as I illustrated with the thing with the Expo, a lot of those folks are not full-time dealers. Some of them are, but a bunch of them are not. But there's a bunch of them that are not full-time dealers who were still able to operate very successfully for the weekend because they had priced their stuff accordingly, they had bought it accordingly. Now, I laugh because there's a couple of guys that I follow, and I love it because on social media, they'll sit there and brag, and they'll sit there and they bought, I think, I don't remember the exact 2 cards, but they bought 2 of, I don't know if you remember these, Brad, the late 90s, early 2000s Upper Deck Quantums. So you had the different inserts and you had the Quantum ones out of 100.
Yep.
So I think they had a Pavel Bure and another like good quality star player. And they bought the pair of them for $15 Canadian. And I'm sitting there like, if I had been there, I'd be like, and they were trying to complete that deal. I was like, I'll give you 50. You cheap bastard.
Yeah.
Like, but the point wasn't that he bought that. Look, fair play to him for getting the other guy to agree to that deal. But at the same time, I'm like, did you even look this shit up? Like, you can get more than that for each. Each. Like, I know they're not as high as they once were, but you can still get more than that for each of those, number one. And number two, you're bragging about it on social media. You're bragging that you ripped somebody off.
Yeah.
I don't care, by the way. It makes no difference to me. But I'm like, but I'm back to the Nat Turner. Why are you bragging about it? Why are you showing us? What do you got there, Bob? Oh, Buffalo Bill. Oh, Buffalo Bull.
Like
Buffalo Bull.
Buffalo Bull.
Bill Bull.
There you go. But the bottom line wasn't that he made that deal. The bottom line was he made that deal and then posted it on Instagram stories. I'm sitting there like, really, bro? Come on. Come on. It's like you did it. And but by the way, if he goes and then sells those cars for 30 or 40 bucks, which is still fairly reasonable, how much money did he make? He bought the two for 15. And then even if somebody talks him down to 25 a piece, so you make 50 bucks on 15. You keep doing deals like that, guess what? You make money, right? That's pretty good.
I have a buddy that sells his on eBay a lot, and he's into that. He's like a 90s expert on those rare cars. But I just said, I'm going to go and look at his sold list. And he just sold, on October 16th, he sold one of those Stanley Cup Hero Quantums.
Yes.
Steve Eisenman, numbered out of 100 for $190 US.
Yep.
Like, there's crazy some of the money that like he gets for those.
But the thing is, those are a little bit more obscure. They're die-cut cards. I'm familiar with them because they're the copper parallel. But here's the thing. The 98.99 out of 100 was actually tough to pull. Those actually weren't easy to pull. And it took me a while to get some of the ones that I had to track down. But the thing is that for the better players, it's like, yeah, the player collectors that have those still want those. There's still value to them. So it's like, under the right circumstances, you could do very well. But it's like, okay, you know. Like I said, I'm not blaming the dealer. Go ahead.
The picture that you sent of the card that you did pick up, has that been made public on your channel or your social medias? I don't want to.
Which one are you referring to? You talking about the Fire and Ice? Yeah, it's on my Instagram. Yeah.
So what was? Somebody probably answered in the chat, but is that like a case hit? Is that like a 1 in 288, or is that a?
It shouldn't be. I'll be honest. It should not have been. It was out of 2,500. Those things should be common as dirt. They should be, but they're not.
Do you know how insane that is, Carlos? Check your phone. Before you brought that up, I had no idea. I just sent you a picture of my buddy selling Fire on Ice, and I was like,
yeah, well, apparently I noticed that a bunch of them went up for sale right around the time. I thought it was very interesting. I got a kick out of it. But those ones were surprising. Leo, I'll open it up so I can share it.
Yeah, like he just goes, check these out. He goes, I picked these up the whole lot for like $30 from a guy.
Yeah, would make sense.
And he goes, they're numbered out of 2,500, and he's like, I got 180 US for Solani. Well, you can show the picture.
Yeah, so I'm just going to share it. So I want you to see this though. And I'll give context in a second, but I want you to see this. So okay, look. So you got 180 US for the Solani, 100 out of 2,500. 129.50 for the Ziggy Palfy. You know, go to goats, man. That's a bargain right there. That decimal should have moved the line over easily. Easily moved over. So $31 for Doug Wade. You know, fair enough. That's actually not bad. Doug Wade was a good player in his day. And then $90 for the Sakic. Now a lot of this is going to depend on players who somebody's chasing. You know, whatever. Because some of the Solani fans are fanatical and stuff like that. And Ziggy Palfy's a go to goats. So like that's easy. The point is, all of these are numbered out of 2,500. Prior to your buddy Brad selling a stack of those that he picked up. Here's the thing. So I'll give a quick story about this. I bought one at the Expo, and the background on that was that I got a ping on Instagram out of the blue. And I want to lead this into a tip I'm going to get folks in a second. But he pinged me out of the blue, but he pinged me and he said, hey, I see you collect Medano. And he gave a quick preamble. I'm so-and-so. I see you collect Medano. I have this card. Would you be interested in buying it? And he included a picture of the card. So I said, okay, great. So I took a look. I saw his Fire on Ice. And I said, yes, I would be interested in purchasing this. So then we went back and forth, came to an agreement on a price. And finally he was like, okay, so I'm going to be at the Expo. If you want to see the card beforehand, and then we'll finish off the deal if you're good. Sounds great. No problem. We came to all that deal. Awesome. Here's the thing. Those cards, up until then, when I was trying to get comps and figure it out, the Medano hadn't come up for sale in the last calendar year. In all honesty, it hadn't come up for sale in the last couple of years. Again, it's out of 2,500. For whatever reason, these do not come up all the time. Obviously, right now there's been a find, and somebody's been able to pull a couple. That's great for them. This guy had actually had his since the 90s. He pulled it originally.
Oh yeah.
So like they're not around all the time. They are actually much more difficult to come by than they should be. So in my case, it's like, look, I don't care. I overpay. Do you know what I'll show you the card, but do you know what Beckett's guide price is? And I blame Eric for this because he's in charge of price guides. So look at this. So this is the card. Okay. Do you know what the Beckett price is on this stupid card?
I'm going to say $20.
$6.
$15.
Yeah. Bob probably heard me mention it. It is $6. $6. I paid 20 times that
Yeah.
without a problem because I hadn't come across the car in a
Hashtag
couple of
thanks,
years.
Jim.
What was that?
Hashtag thanks, Jim.
I know, right? but the point is, I understood why they had it at that price point because given the amount of them that theoretically should be out there, unless somebody is hoarding 2,000 of them, like I don't have an explanation for why that should be that difficult to come. It should be. I should literally see them every week on eBay.
Yeah.
Every week, I should be able to buy as many as I want. I can't.
I wonder if that's something too from the production that only so many of them got out into the market. Like, even though they're numbered out of 2,500, it'd be interesting to see what numbers are out there. Like maybe the first 1,000 or the first 2,000 never even got into production. Maybe it's only numbers 2,000 to 2,500. I don't know. Who knows?
But that's the thing. Like, as far as I'm aware, the entire 2,500 print run should have been out there. For whatever reason, it did not work. Series caller, Mary, good evening. Four Sharp Corners, $4 card with PSA. I'm sure they've got a very preferable rate at this point because they do a lot of business. I'm pretty sure I got a bunch of those quantums. Yeah, they're pretty good. Now, don't forget, there's two levels of quantum. There's actually 3 levels of quantums, if I want to be specific, for that year. There's the quantum silver. There's a couple of different numbering schemes for that. There's the second quantum, which is either 100, 50, or 25. Mm-hmm. So usually there's 3 different ones. And then there is the quantum 3, which is 1 of 1. So just be aware if the silver ones are like out of 2,000, 1,500, or 1,000, depending on which insert set we're talking about. And then the quantum 2s are a little lower.
Do you know what else does crazy good? Like, is the 95, 96 Upper Deck, the electric ice, the golds?
Yes. Yes.
Like, there's another thing that you can find you'll find that like in dollar boxes. Like, they're not even numbered, but they're like literally sell for hundreds of dollars each.
I used to love those, actually. I thought they were really cool. I thought they were pretty sweet. What's up, Bob?
So I'm just going to use your mega platform here and all your viewers. If anybody knows of a Kyle Schwarber collector, let me know.
Nice.
Just putting it up.
Well, Kyle Schwarber is about as relevant as he's been because right now they had a good run. That team had a good run.
Yeah, and apparently he is going to stick around with the Phillies for a little while. So, like, if you're a Phillies collector and you like Kyle Schwarber, contact Bob Lewis.
Nice. Well, Wesker Griff will be very pleased to hear this. Like I said, he played very well for them, so I think it's solid. But yeah, to your point, Brad, like if someone wants to go down the rabbit hole and do like this used to be a sweet spot. Like I don't have the time or the energy, but I used to do this actually a little bit. I used to go trolling around eBay for quantums. I used to go trolling for those out of hundreds because people would like give them away. They would like be like, oh, get this car. It was basically the deal that guy made, but it was constant. It was all, and people did this themselves on eBay. They put like $5 buy it now, and please just take it away. And I go, I will. I accept your terms. And I would literally go flip it. I went and I bought one, a Timu Solani Lord Stanley's Heroes of the 100. I bought it on Comsy for like $15. I went a couple of months later and just sold it on eBay for like $80, $90. It's like, but I was like, I bought, by the way, it's chipped on the side. And like I made clear all those defects and everything because those cards chip like crazy. But the thing is, like the buyer who wanted it is like, oh my God, the Lord Stanley's Heroes out of 100. It was sitting on Comsy for the longest time and no one cared. What do you want from me? I bought it. I brought it in and I sold it.
Mm-hmm.
Great card. Like there's nothing wrong with it. It's a great card.
You're not
did that the other day.
You're flipping cards like that, Carlos.
I know, right? Well, I did that the other day. Speaking, we talked about this one, Eric. Good old Paul Correa. So that's the marquee attractions. That's the quantum out of 100. So you got it, the numbering there in the bottom.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. Back in the day, man, this would have been a great pull. For somebody in this, I think this is 99, 2000. Back in 99, this was a great pull for somebody. Somebody would have been like, oh my God, I pulled the Korea.
I'm at his college.
That's true. That's
University of Maine Orono. Won the national championship in 1992, right? 92, 93 or something.
91, 92.
91, 92. I watched it. I was going to school in Worcester, and they came to the Worcester Centrum for the Frozen 4, and I got to watch him play, and it was unbelievable.
And I pulled it up here just so that I could remember. Okay. So, Paul Correa, who in the 90s was one of the hot players, insert out of 100. How much did I pay for it? I bought it on eBay.
$5.
A little bit more than that because usually most of them won't list it. $5 is not really worth listing on eBay.
$8.52.
You're very close. $9.99. Flat $9.99. It was a buy now. I just bought it at $9.99. I go, I'll take it for $10. Sure. Why not? But the thing is, I'm sure there's somebody who's still a career collector to this day. They would probably take it off my hands for more than that.
Yeah,
It's still a neat card. Like, it's still a fun card. I'll keep it. Otherwise, I don't care. I thought Correa was a great player in his day.
he was incredible.
Yeah. So
Right
it's
up
like
until he died.
$10. $10. But that's the point. It was available. It wasn't that long ago. Like, I didn't buy it that long ago. But that's the way we are. That was at the beginning of October. That's how we are now. So you got to understand, like, that's the way this place operates. But if people aren't looking for it, they're not going to know. They may not be aware of that issue. So it's like, it's fine. But that's the way it works. It's like, but then somebody else will come across it and be like, oh my God, I've been looking for that one.
Hey, I'm going to head out. I have a very, very, very long day tomorrow, and I'm exhausted now.
You finally wanted to stop hanging out with the toilet? Now is the good time for you?
Yeah, I'm tired of this shit.
I like that you looked at it to
Good one,
come
buddy.
up with that pun.
Yeah.
Well played.
He's
All right, Eric.
pissing me off.
All right, Eric.
Hey, buddy.
Run away. We'll leave you to your bougie hotel. You can tell the manservants to come back now.
Bye, guys. Good seeing
See
you.
you, bud.
Have a good night. Take it easy, Eric.
I got to roll too, boys. I have to drive to pick the 1:15 movie theater pickup. So
Well, I was trying to see, like, timing wise, I thought we were doing pretty good with it. I was
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to give you your window to do that.
you did. I'm so impressed that I did not fall asleep tonight. So
That's what we do, buddy. So we're gonna hang out with the Hall of Fame for a little bit, and then
Take it
you
easy,
folks in the
Brad.
chat if you want to do your thing. But Brad, have yourself a good one.
Awesome.
I'll be in touch
Thanks,
with you.
guys.
We'll talk later.
see you, fellas. Thanks for everything. Take
Take her easy. Mr. Lewis. I wanted to make sure the boys had their chance to talk a little bit, but now that you're here, I want to talk to you a little bit here, Mr. Lewis. So, first of all, how are things?
Oh, lovely, man. Just hanging out. It's cold in my attic.
I can imagine. Look, I've got the. I always joke about it. I haven't grabbed the bigger one yet, but I've got the small, like, little space heater thing.
Yeah.
Right now, we're reached the time of the year where now I have hot air pumped in my direction when I'm doing this because it gets cold.
Yeah, we're there, man. It's it was supposed to be in the 40s, but it hasn't really. It's more like the 30s all week, so it's okay. I can handle it.
That's fair. Just trying to see here. I think we're right in that same ballpark with you.
I mean, like, complaining about coldness to like some Canadians, it seems like, you know.
I was about to say. All right, so we're officially. I wanted to convert it. Over into Americanese. So here's what we got for you. So we are officially at 30, but feels like 19 right now.
Yeah.
We got the old proper.
The
chilliness.
same here. And we got 8 inches of snow a couple days ago.
I heard about that. Yeah.
So
I have
snowblower,
an aunt in Buffalo, New York, and they're supposed to get 6 feet of snow.
I heard about that. Yeah, it's one of those things though. We were having. It was funny because of course weather will come up because people are like, oh my God, I want to complain about the weather. Look, I understand. I don't want to think about the weather. A lot of people. I joked with folks. Like I said, I had the beer delivered and everything. It's because I was stuck in front of the computer and everything. I couldn't do it. But here's the thing: this time of year, unless I have to, I don't want to go outside and deal with it.
hell no.
Like, it's cold. I hate the cold. It's miserable. I'm not interested. I am close by. I can actually walk over to the grocery store. But the colder it is, like, that means I gotta walk outside when I'm fucking freezing, go get my groceries, and cart off my heavy ass groceries back over here.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not doing. Nah, I got people for that, Bob. I got people. I got people who I compensate and tip appropriately to do this for me.
Done that.
It just seems like the right way.
You want to see a recent pickup?
Go for it.
PS1.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. I like it. There you go. There's a throwback. Do you still have an old PlayStation lying around?
So I do have the PS1. Doesn't work. My PS2 that I found that was from an boyfriend of my sister that somehow just ended up in our possession.
Which plays
And
PS1 games, as I recall. Yeah.
yes, it does. Yes, you're absolutely right. So I had the I have Pro Skater 1 downstairs. It was like kind of like the when I found the system, it was inside of it, like come across an old DVD player or like a portable DVD player or something, and there's a you always check to see if there's something actually in the player. Well, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 was in that player.
Nice.
And then I went to the internet and downloaded the codes and all that, and so like now I'm like master of Pro Skater 1.
Nice.
So I had to upgrade the Pro Skater 2 to
Finally.
see what that's all about. I will probably dominate that game within 3 to 5 days, and I will move on to the next one.
So if you got a PS2, can I make a recommendation? Because I love the PS2. I was very fond of that console.
PS2 was like a game changer for sure.
It was. I've so real quick. My history of video games. Carlos Senior got us an Atari because he liked that stuff. He picked it up at a garage sale. We would play around with it. It was a cool machine. I got to be exposed to it. I got to enjoy it. Yeah, 2600. He got the little one with the wooden panel kind of thing, the classic, the OG, the proper OG.
Sure.
Yeah, if you're gonna do it, do it right. Proper classics. But yeah, we played a number of games on it. It was fun for what it was. But we did have the Nintendo. We got the Nintendo Entertainment System with the light gun and the whole bit. It was pretty sweet. I was killing it on the Duck Hunt, so I enjoyed that. That was a good time. But yeah, played that. Super Nintendo had that in the house. We did have a cup of coffee with the Nintendo 64. My younger brother here, Many Ninjas, he's talking about Ice Cap Weather, so that's my younger brother. He actually got basically through Mario real quick. So, but we did have a cup of coffee with it. But then we got to the PlayStation era. That was good. I loved the Dreamcast. I thought the Dreamcast was fantastic. The Genesis I loved. But I did enjoy playing the Saturn. We rented it. We tried it out. So I played a lot of these games. My point is I played a lot of these games and systems. But when we get over to the PlayStation, that was great. PS2 though, I was sitting there playing Grand Theft Auto 3. Wow. Beautiful. Fantastic game. So I don't know if you played much Grand Theft Auto 3, but
Very
that
much.
was like the first one that was like, man, this game's good.
Dude, that
Soundtrack's good. The game's good. It's crazy.
You wonder why my grades were what they were that year. That's because of GT3 for sure.
Yep. So it's like, but that one I played a lot. Like, here's the thing, I played a lot of these systems, but my younger brother was really the video gamer in the family. He was the one who really like dug in and really played the game. But I would dabble in and play some games here and there because I enjoy them. I like Super Spike V-Ball on the Nintendo. I thought that was a fun game.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of really fun ones. I like Road Rash on the Genesis. Road Rash on the Genesis was beautiful.
Twisted Metal was always one of our favorites.
That's a good one. That's a good one for sure. 100%. I will say though, as I got older, now these days I don't really have the energy or the time. Like I find myself consuming content more than anything else. But I've got the newer Xbox over here. That system's good, man. Like that,
Really?
the new systems are like, I'm so impressed with what they do now. I'm like, this is really good. And I got the Game Pass to go along with it. And I'm like, all right, so I don't even need to buy games. I literally played a little bit of MLB The Show. It's included with Game Pass. I was like, this is great.
I never really played sports games on any console. Like, maybe Sega. I think I had Sports Talk Baseball, but I would always watch my buddies play Madden, and just I don't know, man. Once there got to be like more than 3 buttons on the controller, Bob Lewis was out for sure.
Well, you can still, if you ever go old school, World Series Baseball on the Genesis I liked, and you can play that with the 3-button controller. You're good to go. GTA 4 was the first time playing that series. Loved it. GTA 4 was real good as well. No doubt. Yep, that's the one. Love it. I actually rebought a copy a couple of years back because we did the circuit with they had the video game swap meets is what they call it. Video game swap meets. It was basically a video game convention. It was basically like, think a card show, but it's video games. But you could get anything you wanted. Like, it was amazing. Like, it was just so good. and I was like, this is great. And but it was fun because you could nostalgically go back and get some. Oh my god, I love this game. Let me grab one of these. Let me grab that one. And some of them are so cheap. If you didn't care, you just wanted the cartridge or whatever, get the
Do
cartridge.
you know the game Altered Beast?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
So like there was like a local or where the only place, if you were cool enough, you would have your birthday party growing up at the activity center, which had a skating rink, right?
All right.
Which had the arcade game Altered Beast,
Mm.
and that was it. You didn't skate; you just played this game all night. And so the day that I realized, I found out it was from there was like a game store that was like Funko or like Funko Land or something.
Yes, they bought a lot of stuff and then sold a lot of items like that. Yes.
So I was in that store, and I was just sort of browsing, not really looking for anything, and I found the game Altered Beast that like had this like this whole like thing from like it was the arcade game from where like everybody had their birthday party.
Yep.
And like now I could just buy it on the Sega Genesis and play it at home like whenever I wanted. That was a pretty cool moment. But like so like Sega Genesis was a big thing for me for sure. But so PS1, that was the end of my like gaming career for sure. Once like I said, once there got to be more than like 3 buttons, the Sega, I was pretty much out. I can't. The dexterity, I don't have it.
Well, that was one of my great jokes that I said to my younger brother when I chatted with him about it. Is like, I don't know, buddy. You're like, you're falling out of your video game prime, because there's a point in time where you have the reflexes where you can basically play. Because I would play certain games where I actually was practicing them pretty consistently. Where you could be like, you have to do this sequence of jumps or whatever you got to do. It's like boom, 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 like just automatic, no problem. And then later on, I'd be like, all right, I know exactly. See, the mind knows exactly what to do. But then I'm like, why am I not pushing this button fast enough to do the thing that I'm trying to do here? I know what to do.
It's like the game involves a lot of menuing. Like I have to like push a button and then like adjust like my levels of whatever I'm doing, like all that bullshit. No, I got no time for that. Like
It's a lot of extra work. That's right.
Button mashing games, Mortal Kombat, bring it on. Like I can slay in that for sure.
Love it. So first of all, Baz here, just want to say, tell Bob Lewis, thanks again for the care package of cards from the Carlos Trivia game. Fun bunch of cards received from Bob. Thanks again. So thank you, Baz, for acknowledging that. I appreciate
Thank you
that.
for confirming that happened 90 days after the original like video for sure.
Well, you beat old PSA turnaround time, so you're pretty good. So real quick, I want to update everybody on the poll, and thank you everybody who voted in the poll, because we actually got a decent amount of votes. So I'm actually very pleased. So the poll was, what do you prefer as a collector? Gave you 3 options: binder/see folios exclusively. That's 1. Second one, boxes, 1600 count, etc. Again, exclusively 2. And then 3, I refuse to choose both. That was the third option. So the winner was boxes, with 57% of the vote, 54 votes. That's pretty strong. I like that. That was really good. Second was I refuse to choose both, 24%. And then binders and Z-folios had 19%. I am now closing the poll. We gave it about an hour. So the poll is now closed. But thank you all for participating in said poll.
Hey, Yannick, do you have a very bright light shining on you, or are you just like that pasty white?
He's got a bright light. He's iridescent. He is transcending to the next stage. You're also muted, Yannick.
I'm that bright.
You are. All right, let me read a couple of these here. So, Mini Ninja says, Genesis sports games are very much worthwhile. I agree. Sancho says, did you like wrestling? I still like wrestling. Hashtag Bob Squad. Yes. So, fellow Bob.
Bob. Hey, so we should do a giveaway. I got this 15 free hours of internet use from AOL.
From America Online?
Yeah.
Nice.
That is impressive. Yes.
Is there a scratch and win on it for your code?
No, back in the Yannick, do you remember those? Like America Online, free hours, whatever? Like there was a lot of that.
Yeah, I do.
It's legit.
It is very much legit.
All you have to do is insert the enclosed America Online disk into your floppy disk drive, and then from your Windows Program Manager.
Wait, so
click
this is a
on the
floppy
file.
disk one. Oh,
Yeah.
very nice. Extra bonus points.
So click on the file, select Run, and then there's a bunch of bullshit here that I can't read.
Bob, my favorite part about this, Bob, so let me give you kind of an idea for content that you're never going to do, but I still think it's a good idea. And I think it would be a good idea for you to do it. I would love, and there was a whole segment of videos like this back in the day. I would love for you to get like teenage or younger kids and hand them that. And even if you gave them a computer that has a floppy disk drive, be like, all right, get this thing going. And be like, figure it out. And I'd just be sitting there like, yep, floppy disks, you say. So what are you supposed to do?
Can I tell you, have a confession right here?
Go ahead.
So my aunt was paying for her America Online account up until about like 3 or 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
She was still paying $9.99 a month.
Oh, really? No, oh, so she was getting the $9.99. All right. Gotcha.
And she didn't realize that like all the things she got for her $9.99 she could get for free for like a decade. So don't judge the Lewis family. We're a little behind the times. I thought this was a legit thing right here, but apparently that's not. I tried it out already.
There you go. What I thought was very funny though, and it was the same thing. Like I said, I loved when they would try to learn that technology. And Bob here has the right idea. They'll see the floppy disk and go, "Wow, a save button." That's right. That is right. That is a fact. But no, I'll tell you, Bob. One thing that was kind of funny, and I think it's. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I think I'm right. I think it's Legends Never Die Now. I think that's one of the YouTubers here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mentioned before. So Jake, yes, I think it was Ticket Leprechaun before. Yes.
Correct.
Yeah. So I sometimes I have to think back because I've watched a lot of stuff and I'm like, all right, let me make sure I got my facts straight here. But he actually belongs to a group called OBC, so Old Baseball Cards. I've mentioned this a little bit before.
Right. Yeah.
They actually got their start. I want to say on CompuServe first, or maybe it was one of the early ones, but then eventually moved on to America Online, and they actually were AOL in the early days because I joined that group in the mid '90s. At that point, most of them were still on AOL, so that like it was still very much in the AOL because they had the chat rooms or the different groups that you could attend and chat with folks. And they had a baseball card room.
Email accounts. Yeah.
Well, this is predates Hotmail. So before all of that stuff. Look, but my favorite thing is, and I used to laugh with this with one of my old colleagues, one of my old coworkers. This was a guy that I was working with. The guy was in his 60s. But I would walk over and we'd be sitting chatting about something. And at some point we'd be chatting and I would start talking to him about some old piece of technology or whatever. Like Tandy TRS-80 or something. And he'd be like, he'd be looking at me and I go, because at that point I was like in my early 30s. And he'd be like, well, how do you know about a TRS-80? It's like, man, I had exposure to all kinds of technology when I was growing up because that's kind of thing. We had dial-up in my house in 94. We had broadband in 99. We were doing that stuff for years. So it's one of those things, by the time I'd been on the internet for a long time doing a lot of this stuff. So I knew that stuff. And even the stuff that came before it, I was very familiar with a lot of it. But a lot of people don't do that now. Like you basically just know what's happened now and that's it. Because I had access to that other stuff, I could speak on it because I was there. I participated in it. But
we had like in our 8th grade class, not to interrupt you, but it was like the one classroom that had the computer that had the internet on it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, and I just remember like one dude talking about like search engines, and he was mentioning like Yahoo. I'm like, how do you know that? Like, so if you weren't if you didn't have like parents that were kind of in that field or whatever, like at the beginning, you didn't really know how to like do anything, So it's just people making their own websites. Like you can just put whatever you wanted on the internet.
Bob, don't feel. I'm almost 43. I never had a computer until I was an adult and I bought it myself. So that was 24 years old, would have been 2004. Never had a cell phone until I was 30. I didn't grow up with those computers or internet, all that really. It was just so this year alone, man, when I started this school year, I completely realized how illiterate I was on computers. But it's okay.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
let's say at our age too, it's the fun part that I like is like we're old enough that we knew before, but we're old enough and young enough that we learn the newer technologies. We still keep up. Hopefully, not getting overwhelmed by it. So,
Mhm.
but I'm
Well, that was the
okay.
Yannick. So you're making like exactly kind of the reason why I had so much fun with it. The reason why it was fun for me is because I'm old enough to have lived that life before the internet. So
Exactly.
know what it's like. Or lived long enough to know the early internet, dial up. The struggle was real.
Dude,
Like the struggle
pictures
was real.
downloading like from top to
Yeah,
bottom. You remember
very
that?
very slowly. Yes, yes. But here's the thing though, that gives you an appreciation. Like look, even small on a small level, tiny level. When we were at the expo, I'm at the hotel, and I did a live stream at the hotel, and it worked okay, and it was good. But then when I was making videos and I'd upload them, I'm used to being here, and I'll upload a couple of meg video because I'm doing most of my stuff in HD. So I'll upload it, and it takes minutes. And back then, a couple of megabytes would take an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. And it would just run and run and run. And I'd be sitting there like, oh my God, how long is this going to take? And you were used to it. That was just the way it was. But now it's like, oh, this is like a 3 megabyte file. Okay, so that should take like, okay, so I'll go fill up my coffee. I'll come back and it should be just about done. That's the way I'm used to operating now. Bob's going through the entire place. I like that we're getting the sound effects and everything. But that was the way what it is now. But unfortunately, and Yannick, this is my favorite part. I did live through dial-up. I understood that life. I lived it. But then today it's like, oh man, I have no patience. I couldn't do
Yep.
that again. Like there's no way. It'd be impossible. And even a
True.
little bit slower broadband internet makes me annoyed. It's terrible.
We're so impatient now. Like, I mean, if it's not now, you're like, man, how come this is taking so long, right?
That's right. So real quick, I'll go through a couple of these. Yannick is an albino biker. When you had the lighting. Does it say 1994 on it? Right. AOL distributed so many CDs at one point that half of the CDs manufactured worldwide had AOL logos on them. I believe this. Yep, she wanted to donate to AOL. There you go. I heard you say back then I was in my 30s. I thought you may be about 25 now. I wish. I wish. I'll be 40 next year. Mike Illers, the owner of Little Caesars and Detroit Red Wings, used the CompuServe, or it was a buddy of his. We used to play the best players from Michigan when we played in Peterborough. CompuServe was all right. I used it a little bit back in those times. CompuServe players had a jet that used to go to tournaments. Nice. Got my first computer in '82, an Atari 130XE. Nice, nice. Downloading a song on Napster was half an hour. It was bad, man. It was bad. That was the
After
point,
an
though.
hour is actually was fast.
But that was the point. Is that look? So my overarching point here is that it's kind of nice to have lived through that time period because you do have an appreciation for that time, and you also have an appreciation for the difference of what we have now.
Right.
That's kind of where because I was chatting with Paul, and when we were at the show, I was sitting there chatting with Paul, and then an older gentleman came by and he wanted to sit, and he goes, "Do you mind if I sit down?" I go, "No, go ahead, by all means." Like we're not going to tell him no, have a seat, go ahead. But then at a certain point, he started talking about hockey, and he was talking about how he doesn't like the current players. You know, his favorite player is Bobby Orr, blah blah blah, and he starts talking about it, and I'm sitting there like, and I'm listening to him, and I don't want to interrupt him. I want to let him, say his piece and everything. But I was thinking to myself, and I'm actually reading a book about popular music and enjoying it and getting a little bit of a context with that. But here's the thing, and Yannick, maybe you can get a thought on this. Here's the thing: I'm nostalgic for my time. At my age, exactly my age, the 1990s was really my time. That was really the time where like I have the most strong memories of a lot of different stuff. Because at beginning of 1990s, I was 7 to the end of 1990s, I was 17. So that is that time period right there, the 1990s. So that's an area that I'm very nostalgic about. I'm nostalgic for the cards. I'm nostalgic for the music. I'm nostalgic for the movies and a lot of TV shows and stuff because I watched and listened to a lot of that. So I enjoyed it. And I can go back and listen to it and still enjoy it and everything. But I went back and I actually, from time to time, will go back and listen to a playlist of stuff that I'd be listening around that time period. I still like it. But it's not going to be what I'm listening to right now because I'm a different person than I was back then. It's a lifetime ago. But I can still be nostalgic and appreciate that time. But this guy, when he was talking about his stuff, I understood what he was getting at. But I laughed because my thought was very simply, I had one simple thought with this. I said to, what you're telling me is you don't like hockey. And I don't think he'd think about it that way. But I said, no, what you're telling me is like, oh, well, the current game sucks because of this. It sucks because of that. It sucks. It was only good back then. I go, so you're telling me you only like hockey that was played in a certain way in that era. You don't like hockey. You almost have to treat it like a different sport. It's a different era. It's a different time. It's different rules. It's different players. If you don't like it, that's fine. That's okay. But it is still hockey. It's a different variant. It's the current iteration of hockey. And that's how they're playing today. The players that are playing today are playing under today's rules. Those players back then played under those rules. You might prefer those rules. That's okay. You can be nostalgic, but don't be ridiculous. There are some people who like say, oh, everything was better back then. It's like, dude, I lived during that time. It was okay. I'm not doing dial-up again. I miss 90s music. I miss 90s movies. I miss 90s cards. To get that, I'm not dealing with dial-up. Fuck that. I'm not doing it. I enjoy the internet. We can do this because of broadband internet. We couldn't do this in 1995. There was no way. It wouldn't work. So I appreciate the stuff from back then. Guess what? I can still listen to that music. I can still watch those movies. I can still get the appreciation for it. I enjoy a lot of elements of what we're doing right now. That's how I am.
Same.
Yeah. So it's like, look, you want to live in the past, knock yourself out. There's nostalgia and appreciation for the past. It's enjoying the elements that were good and living with. But I don't want to live there. I don't need to go back to 1995, Yannick. I've been there. I've done that. I got the shirt. I'm moving on.
No, I'm the same way on that. Basically, I appreciate the knowledge we got then and experienced it and lived it.
And it was good times. Like, there were some good times back then. No doubt.
So, but would I go back to? I always say I'd like to party again, like it was 1999 all over. But
that would be all right. Look, my point here is this, Yannick. There are people who legitimately want to live in the past. I would visit. I would take a vacation if you'd be like, hey, do you want to go back? So for me, I'd be like, do you want to go back to 2005? Go back to the pub in Guelph, the place that exists, Eric. Do you go back to the pub in Guelph and hang out at that bar one more time with the crew and everything? You're damn right I'd do it. Yeah, that'd be great. If I could do that for a couple of nights, yes. Do I want to live there again? No. I already did it. But I'd visit. I take a weekend in 2005 and go visit the crew and go hang out at the pub for the weekend. Sure. That's a vacation. I'll do that. But not to live there. Not again.
Yeah, I don't think I would go to that era per se.
But I'm saying for everybody it's going to be different.
Those were my military years.
But the point is, Yannick, it would be a different year for you. My point is that everybody has a time and a place. That's what I say. If it was a vacation and I could just visit a time and a place, I would go visit that time and that place. But it's a vacation. I'm not going to live there. I don't need to live there. I've already been. Download a song and I find out it wasn't the correct song. That is true. That was awful. I think there's a movie on Netflix based on Napster. Probably, yeah. Took a music history class as a while. The music business is a racket, and pop music for the most part is now manufactured nonsense. That's the best part.
Same 4 chords.
Yeah. And what's going to be funny is then in about 20 years, then we're going to have the new manufactured nonsense. And the kids who are listening to this manufactured nonsense will then argue with you if you're still alive about how much better their manufactured nonsense was than the current iteration of it.
Yeah.
That was the reason why I'll talk more about that book that I'm reading earlier. Every generation literally thinks every current music is shit. All of it. So as soon as they started recorded music, they were talking about ragtime. They were talking about like music that is like your great grandparents' music right now. And they were like, oh my God, this isn't even music.
Spotify years, those were the days.
That's right. Bob Lewis, Spotify were the years, weren't they?
What was the question?
I was saying, I was giving a little bit of a side tangent here. I thought you'd appreciate the side tangent. I did a little side tangent about the idea of nostalgia, appreciation for the past, appreciation for good times and good moments, and living in the past. I don't want to live in the past. I've already been there. I have my moments in time that I was saying to Yannick. There are times in my life there, in my university years, if you say, hey, Carlos, you're going to go take a vacation and go visit the old crew at the pub and go hang out for the weekend, yeah, I would totally do that for the weekend. I don't want to live there. I already did it.
Um, yeah, like so I always thought that when like as I got older, I would adopt the music that was popular at the time, but kind of end up listening to the same thing I listened to when I was growing up. So
Now, how far
I
into
do.
growing up? Because there's different eras, right? So, what period of growing up are you thinking particularly?
so I'm 41.
Hmm.
So when I was listening to a lot of music, it was a lot of Pearl Jam, it was a lot of Nirvana.
So this, by the way, this is now the portion of this live stream that is we're all 40-ish section of
Yeah,
it. So Bob is in between Yannick and me. So it's perfect the way this is configured. Yannick here is the elder statesman at 43. Bob Lewis is right in the he's the middle child, and I'm the kiddo at 39. But we're hovering in that same time period.
but
So go ahead.
so like because did you say Spotify earlier? So
We
Spotify.
were just joking
I
about
was just
Spotify. Yes.
joking as like those were the days, you know, Spotify.
My point is
Yeah,
that in about 20 years, you're going to have a generation of kids who grew up with Spotify, so that is going to be their access point to music and stuff.
yeah. There's so you've seen the videos on YouTube of like people at old like looking at through CDs that sound that like clack 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 clack.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's gone. Um, I I can't even remember the last like physical album that or CD that I bought. I think it was Arcade Fire. But anyways,
Nice.
yeah, that's not something that happens anymore. Like people don't read liner notes of CDs that they bought, um, or albums, whatever it is. I think vinyl's kind of a nostalgic thing that's coming back.
I've been
I
enjoying. I'll be honest. I still buy physical media. Like if I really like the band, so I use Spotify very much. I have it, and I think it's I think it's great. I can build my song list and all that. It's really nice. But if I really like a band, I'll still buy a CD or an album if I think that if I
Are
like them
there new
enough.
bands that you're still discovering that you like?
Yes.
Like,
Mhm.
are
Because
they
the
new?
algorithm's
Like,
pretty good at picking bands that have similar features to ones that I like in my playlists. So they'll occasionally
but
recommend ones that I'm like, oh, this is pretty sweet.
are they new? Like like when they came out, like they're new because they just made a new album, or they new to you because they made an album in '98 that you never heard of?
So both. I've definitely seen a combination of the two. A lot of it is bands that have been around for a while, so I wasn't familiar with the album originally. But their
Yeah,
style matches other bands that I like. And they're like, hey, you should check out this band. And it'll play some songs from me. And I'm like, yeah, that's pretty good. Let me check out this album here.
yeah. That's kind of that I'm okay with that part of the the Big Brother knowing what I like and what I don't like.
Yeah.
Part of watching out for me, like recommending music that I've never seen or heard before.
Mhm.
Spotify is good for that, for sure.
Yeah. Now, we were just saying a little earlier. So if you are going nostalgically, you say you still listen to stuff that's kind of like when you were growing up. So
All right.
like what era of it is your favorite? What do you prefer?
Well,
You mentioned Pearl Jam a little bit. That was one
yeah.
you mentioned.
So it's got to be like 95 to 99 or
All right.
94 to 99.
That
Like
was a great era of music, by the way. I appreciate that. I
Yeah.
think that's a good one.
Yeah. I have no shame in admitting that I was a fan of the new metal era and in the late 90s.
To be honest, I was good with it too. I thought it was good.
Um,
Fred Durst is a piece of shit, but there were a couple
yeah,
songs
right,
in there that were fine.
But we all know that.
Yeah.
Yes, but my dad raised me on like classic rock and stuff. So like Neil Young and those guys always kind of have a soft spot for me. But yeah, I think Fear Factory and like Pantera, those Machine Head.
Nice.
I was kind of a metal kid.
Sepultura.
You're just hardcore, Sir Bobbeth Lewis. Just
Yeah.
hardcore. Question for you from Baz, real quick. So, question for you. He's saying, do your cards warp? Because obviously you have big temperature swings whereabouts you are in that attic there. So has it caused any issue for the cards? Anything like that?
Well, if I was a responsible hobbyist and card owner, I would consider that. I really don't. It's not like it's frigid up here. I do have a wall heaters, but due to the high cost of electricity these days, I don't run it that much. Right now it's on, and it feels pretty nice up here, and I feel like pretty good. There's no humidity up here. I mean, most of the cars are crap, anyways. Like that whole room over there, it's just basically commons of like 91 to like 98 commons.
All right.
So that room could catch on fire, and I really wouldn't care very much.
That might
This
make an
room-
amazing video.
Yeah, this room, however, actually, I could whittle this room down to like 3 boxes. Yeah, that would probably be all I would really need, and they would be like shoe boxes of slabs, basically.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, and I get my Z Folio, that one Z Folio that I have,
I
to
think
bring
that-
back the Z Folio conversation.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I just want to make sure we covered that question. So Josh here says, in my house we say Alexa play. Fair, fair. I'm with you. I have one of those. It's actually pretty solid for what it is. One way I find new music is to check out the online record stores new edition section. They buy up random collections, list online, and sell. That's fun. Look,
That
the
sounds
old
like a lot of work, Bob.
it is, but you know what? I'll be honest. It is kind of neat. We've actually got a decent. It's tough because these days it's a lot tougher than it ever was. We've got a store in Toronto. It's called Sonic Boom, and basically they've got CDs, but they've got tons of vinyl. They got a bunch of, and they buy collections and stuff all the time and rotate it through. It's a classic. It's a nice record store. It's actually
So wait,
down.
you telling me Bob Jackson is Canadian?
Probably. But the thing is that I used to work not down the street from it. So during lunch break, I would go waltz over and just take a look and see what was new and just kind of flip through it real quick and just see. And if I saw anything really cool, I'd be like, all right, I'll grab this, fine. And then I'd walk back over to my office and then I'd take it home and check it out. But it's like, all right. But it's interesting when there are people that work there that actually listen to music, because they'll curate some of the collection. They'll be like, okay, so these are some new rock albums that we picked up. Maybe you want to check out or whatever. And sometimes they
There's an
pick some
awesome
winners.
band called Nickelback.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the question for you. Nickelback is fun for me because I laugh because I'm sitting there like, I remember how many people requested Nickelback. They got played so much because people requested them. But then it became this thing, oh, Nickelback sucks. It's like, guys, they're fine. You either like them or you don't. It's cool. They're not exceptional, but they're not that bad. Like you're
we're
playing
gonna
extremes
mention-
here. Like settle down.
The Nickelback now, that's my cue for like, I'm out of here.
There you go.
You guys have a good evening.
Take it easy, Yannick.
We'll talk to you later.
Sounds good. Take it easy.
See, Nickelback does it, man.
No, but here's the thing. I laughed. I used to laugh because I listened to them, and I would just be like, I challenge them a little bit. I go, okay, cool. So what's the issue with Nickelback? And they were like, oh, they just suck. It's like, could you be more specific? What is the issue?
They make too radio-friendly songs, right?
Well, exactly.
They make songs that are like too catchy.
Yeah, but that's the problem. The problem is they run into is like that's like the best they could do. But like I have literally heard much worse. I assure you, I have heard substantially worse music that people have tried to pass
Puddle
off.
of Mud exists, so there's worse out there for sure.
There you go. So real quick, I'll read this one here. So feel obligated to say Limp Bizkit's Nookie in the 99 Values tour card, and Bob the answer is Slayer. There you go. Paul's got his parents.
Decade of Aggression, very good album.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things where I have no problem appreciating different things, because there'll be bands where I don't care for the band's majority of stuff, but I'll be like, this song's fine.
Yeah.
Like if the song is fine, then I don't care who did it. Like just if the song is fine, my opinion of music has always been like, I'll listen to it, and if I like it, I like it. If I don't like it, I don't like it. And if I don't like it, then I won't listen to it again. Like, but I don't care who makes it. It doesn't make a difference.
Like I'm like I sort of right. grunge was the thing of the day for me, for my era of music. But I didn't like Alice in Chains except for like Man in the Box.
That's
Those was the one song. So yeah, not everything just gets the rubber stamp of like, okay, that's cool. I will listen to that.
That's fair. So let me read a couple of these here. So Bob says, "Have a good night, Yannick." So we'll get that. Yep. If you think Nickelback's bad music, you've truly never heard bad music. That's exactly it. Like I said, you might think they're mediocre. I could get behind that because they're not exceptional in any way. But trust me, I have heard infinitely worse than
I mean,
anything.
I've been to a Creed concert, so
That was your sacrifice.
that, yeah, I mean, nicely done.
See what I did there. Don't forget, in Canada, we had the added bonus of Nickelback filling the Canadian content quota. We did. That's true. Give me Le Studio Era Rush any day. There you go. Yep. Got you. I got you, Paul. Quota. Yep. Lots of people think music peaked when they were in high school. That's the thing. A lot of people do focus on the nostalgia of hardcore, and they're like, everything else sucks. It's like, guys, there's probably some of it that's fine. You might not like it all, and it might not be your thing. That's cool. But, like,
Yeah.
there's probably stuff that's fine. I can almost guarantee it. And like Alice in Chains. There you go. Paul's not into your Alice in Chains take. Fair enough. Paul, in the case of hippies, break glass to get the Slayer CD. There you go. Have a good night, Baz. Take it easy. Nickelback sounds like a discount ACDC with a little bit of ZZ Top thrown in. All right. There you go. A little bit of a blend. Interesting. I think the problem is that Chad Kruger's singing style is so distinctive that it either you're okay with it or you're not. Because if you're really not, it's not going to work.
Yeah, for me, it was his hair. I don't know what it was.
His hair did it for you?
Yeah,
I like it. That's an interesting take.
I
I'm
didn't
with it.
believe that he was as hip as he thought he was.
Yep. Bob here says, I checked out the top 200 rock songs on iTunes Music lately. Found 2 songs that were playlist worthy for me.
All right, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
So this and I don't know much about it, but the Topps Cosmic 990 card set that's out.
Okay. Is it 990 cards? I didn't check the checklist. I heard about it, but I haven't checked
That's
the
what I
checklist.
hear. 990 card set.
Okay.
My because a friend inquired, I asked my hobby shop, and they're selling hobby boxes for $250 or something, $255 I think.
Mm-hmm.
20 packs per box, 12 bucks per pack,
Mm-hmm.
maybe $255 a box.
All right.
So I don't know if they're what the deal is with them. If they're just like a variation of what Topps looks like in 2022, or
I think that was so what I was looking at is that it looked to me, because I feel like all they did was they took some of their concept, some of their design, and obviously added like this cosmic background to it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a straight parallel. I could be wrong on that, but I think it's something. I think it's basic. It's another cash grab from Topps. Like if we really break it down, it's a cash grab from Topps.
Is that first, second, and update series? Is that 990 cards? I don't know. Like these 990 cards, you're going to be putting like mineral
Good night, Josh.
relievers
Take it easy.
in your set.
I agree. I haven't done too much digging into it. I was laughing because DC Dan basically pointed it out, and I hadn't really heard about it at all. I started looking into it a little bit, but again, that's one of those products that would, for me, would be like if I was interested in something, I'd buy singles. That would be like my deal. So I'd be like, dude, you could put 9,990 cards. Like I'm only interested in the ones I'm interested in. Y'all do you.
You're right. If you're on a set builder, that would be the way to go for sure. Just to grab your guy.
Yeah, I just think a 900 card set at this point, I would not have the patience for it. If it was anywhere close to that, like 900 cards, it would be a miserable experience.
Yeah, those old Stadium Club sets from the early 90s that were like 700 plus cards. Mm-hmm. Those were a nightmare to try to put together. So I can't imagine 200 plus more cards. Yeah, it seems like a cash grab or something.
No, for sure. I agree with you. But
Tops.
that's kind of what it comes down
Honestly.
to, is that Tops right now is in the business of trying to generate some additional money. So I understand that. So I get it. I'm with it. So here's what we're going to do, guys. I think we'll start winding her down. Now, if there's any comments that you want to throw in the chat, do so. Feel free. And then we'll start winding her down here a little bit. But we got quite a bit in there in the evening. You got a movie review early on. You got me having a little bit of fun. We took care of that Nat Turner discussion a little bit as well. I want to make sure we at least touched on it. And Bob's knocking things down, so he's doing his thing. I'll let him do his thing there. You been having a little bit too much fun with the beer there, Bob? How's it going?
Yeah, I sort of overextended. Wasn't sure how far I could reach, and apparently I couldn't reach that far. So
That's fair enough. So chill out, Bob. We'll get here in a minute. So otherwise, we'll grab a couple of these here. So let me see. Cosmic space cars and no UFO parallels, missed opportunity. I think that's a fair point. That is a fair take by you. I'm with you. Cool. All right. So what we'll do here is we'll wind her down. I'll figure out what we're gonna do next week. I think it'll be kind of what we've been doing so far. I got to be honest with you, Bob. I'll tell you this. It's been fun for me since the prices have been declining, the hobby's been declining, quote unquote, and all that, is because every week I'm like, all right, so what are we going to talk about this week? And then I can sit back, I'm like, And then by the time we're done, it's like 4.5 hours later. It's like, all right, so good thing we didn't have anything to talk about.
yeah, I mean, the stuff that I'm looking at, I really haven't noticed much decline in prices.
But that's the thing. It's not across the board. I think people fixate on certain stuff and they say, oh, the entire industry. It's like, no, man. I earlier tonight, that card that I talked about, that Medano card, I paid 20 times book value for that stupid thing.
Right.
20 times. Why? Because I had needed the card and I had been looking for the card and it was hard for me to find.
Yeah, they don't come up.
Yeah. If it came up more often, I'd pay less. It's really simple.
That's kind of hard to explain because, like, I think of like a baseball. There's plenty of like Leaf and Donruss like inserts, whether it's Lumber Company or whatever it is, that are at least 2,500. Sometimes even less. And they seem like they're in everybody's dollar box. Why are the fired ice that are 2,500 hard to get? It's kind of a weird thing. How does that happen?
I think something happened with the distribution of that product because the following year they had another fire and ice, a different design, and I'll be honest, I could have bought a dozen of them over the last year. I already have one, but I could have bought a dozen, and that one was numbered to 1,000. And it is easier to find.
So wait,
easier.
so you have multiples or the opportunity to get multiples of the one that is
out of 1,000
1,500 cards less than the one that you bought?
That's right.
That's pretty weird.
It is easier for me to find the following year, which is technically rarer than the one that is more common.
That don't make sense.
I am aware of this. Yes, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. But that's kind of the way it is. But anyway, right here, let me just see here. I mean, even a peanut butter and jelly sandwich got a card in Allen Ginter. Yes, that's true. We did get a lot of that. So here we go. Jay, good evening. Is the guy in the hat high or just Dobie? He's Bob Lewis. You don't ask these questions. He's Bob Lewis. Anyway, so all right, guys. So it's a late evening. We're already done here. So I'll wind her down. Thank you all for participating. Thank you all for hanging out and joining. The like button has been smashed, so I do appreciate it on your way out if you could hit the like button if you didn't already, because I'm going to charge Eric for it, and he will pay. That rich bastard needs to pay, and it's the best thing for everyone. Very important. Otherwise, we'll be back next week. It'll be Friday again, 8 p.m. Eastern time again. We'll do that. And then otherwise, I think what'll happen is we'll see. We'll see what the content gods have for us. We did have a little bit this week. Look, I got dropped a stupid documentary movie that I got to make fun of for probably the better part of an hour. I'll take it. And we got Bob Lewis.
Is it out now?
It is out now. You can get it on Apple TV. And I watched it, and it was everything I hoped for in terms of being a complete train wreck. It was fantastic. And I made fun of it for an hour. That's what I do.
I'll probably just watch that instead of the actual movie.
No, I would recommend you just watch my review of it. Yes, just watch my review of it. I will show you some screen grabs and make fun of it. You'll get what you need out of it.
Yeah, that sounds.
Save some money.
That sounds
save some
better.
money. Yeah, save some money. We'll do it. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Spice Cards who collect this stuff. I love it. Thank you. Thank you, Bob Jackson. Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, everybody who's been hanging out. Bob Lewis's chair. Thumbs up and kudos to you as always and all the regulars. Have yourselves a good evening. We'll catch you later.